to use this kind of technology.
Just describe to me, I mean, I know it's difficult, but a typical customer, typical guest as you call them, what are they like? Who are they?
It is impossible to make it typical because we have people from everywhere. But every year we are doing like a focus group in sustainability needs and requests, and we see different requests from different regions. For example, from Europe, our guests are focusing on climate change, reducing the greenhouse emissions, more about that. Australia, New Zealand, more about plastics, reducing plastic. Plastics is not possible for them, but they can make a lot of GHG emissions, no problem with the carbon emissions. This is the situation. US guests are different. They are more about birds, animals. They are more about focusing on natural conservation, GHG emission, no problem, plastics, no problem. So we have to have the best practices for all the guests from all over the world. Yep. So we have to have zero single-use plastics. We have to reduce our GHG emissions. We have to preserve the biodiversity, and it is a force for us.
And they're wealthy, are they? These people? They're luxury tourism. I mean, is it expensive to be on your cruises?
Luxury is expensive, of course, but expensive it's a relative thing.
It's worth it.
Yeah, it is. It depends. If you need a high quality, it's like for everything. If you have a very, very good car, you have to pay more. If you would like a very luxury house or hotel, you have to pay more. But it is the price.
Kara, from your perspective, how much are sustainability and luxury aligning?
I think it's no longer an option. It has to be an imperative now. And I think if we take a step backwards and really understand where we are today in the world in terms of the opportunity, but also the challenges, it took us 75 years to get to 1.4 billion international visitors in the world since 1950. In the next 15 years, we're going to reach 2 billion. And then it's only going to take another 10 years for that to double to 3 billion. So the growth is so exponential right now. Today, over 42% of all visitors go to only 10 countries. And the top 10 cities in the world are receiving more than 14% of all international visitors. So we have a major problem, particularly in Europe. And I look at this from the lens, my career started in the Irish Tourism Board. I worked with Fáilte Ireland as the Theodora mentioned yesterday from the EU Commission. We have always had a strategy in Ireland about high-yield visitors, value over volume. We did not want to be a mass tourism destination. And I've been working full-time in the Middle East for the past 10 years, working with the governments there on many of the giga projects. So I see things with a very different lens. I'm obviously living in Dubai, in a mega city, and see some of the challenges around that. So I think with the clients that I work with, thankfully, there's been an education process about how important sustainability is. From a triple bottom line perspective, we need to place equal value on each of those areas. But I think moving forward, it's an imperative for everybody. And I think for policymakers, and particularly for the airlines in Europe, there's a huge amount of work to happen in getting people into regional areas, into secondary cities, and dispersing visitors away from the capital cities.
And is that what the luxury travelers that you deal with, is that what they want?
Exactly. I think we heard a lot yesterday about what consumers, and particularly luxury consumers, are looking for today. They want unique experiences. They want to be immersed in nature. They're looking for privacy, getting away from the crowds. For all of these visitors, including, I mean, anyone of my generation will know we've traveled, we've seen the obvious destinations, so we're now looking for what's next, what hasn't been explored, what hasn't been discovered. So I think that's where the emphasis is, and I'm seeing, I mean, I work with a lot of ultra-luxury products today, and I mean, we're moving much more into smaller densities. 40 key properties are the norm now when you're at that very high tier. Smaller cruise ships, as we've said, in the luxury, it's bespoke experiences. It's all about personalization, and it's has to be invisible. So sustainability is a priority, but it can't impact the experience, the guest experience. They take it now as it should automatically happen.
Mm-hmm.
We're not paying a premium for you to talk about it. We expect it, but it can't impact the quality of the service or the quality of the experience.
Is there ever a trade-off?
I don't think it has to be. I mean, I think it was said very clearly yesterday. We've had the tools for a very long time. You know, technological advancements in terms of renewables have been there for the past 20 years. Now they are priced much more effectively, you know, through scale. There's no excuse for any business today not to prioritize that. So I think what I do with all of our clients is, you know, net zero is the minimum I would expect. I mean, we're working now on many projects that are net positive from the outset. And I think the challenge in destinations that have had a long history is retrofitting properties today to be more sustainable. It's far easier to build, you know, from the beginning. So I think as policymakers and governments, that needs to be a bigger priority, that we focus on how you build, not where you build. I think in Europe we're great at protecting areas, designating them, but ultimately the biodiversity still does not improve. So I think it's much more important that we build in areas, including sensitive areas, because I think David Attenborough is often quoted of saying, you know, we don't appreciate nature and the lands around us unless we experience them. And we do need to take people out into nature, be immersed in nature, and see how immensely important it is that we protect these areas. And that money also goes towards the conservation of these areas then, and it helps the local communities in these rural areas that are suffering from massive depopulation. So we need a new model of tourism, particularly in Europe, I think, moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Figen, from your perspective, you obviously know a lot about ports and, you know, you've dealt with cruise ships coming in and out. Tell me, how much do you think the two things are being aligned, sustainability and luxury?
Well, first of all, from the ports and destination point of view, we have to understand that these ports are places where the communities are living, are just enjoying their families, got married. So in a way, the word sustainability has totally changed over the years. And I think that the COVID era has been a wake-up call, not only for the communities, but for everyone in any industry. And that's the reason why, when we're looking at the reports of Virtuoso, for instance, the luxury travelers want to have and leave a positive impact, as you said, when they're living a destination. So 78% versus pre-pandemic, we were around the 50%. So it hasn't become an option. It has been really integrated in the way we are just approaching any place we are going, whether it's for business, it's for leisure, or it's just for a weekend escapade. So the thing which is really important also for the cruise industry is to think that, first of all, we are sustainable for years, because we are regulated, as you said, Rajan, by IMO, by MARPOL. So waste management, care of the planet has always been integrated in all our operation in any places we're going. That's key, just to underline. Moreover, the advantage of the cruise industry is that we plan 18 to 20 months before the ship arrival. I was the president of MedCruise Association, which is and I'm right now the honorary president, representing 150 ports from 22 countries, 11 EU, 11 non-EU, and 57% are islands. So when you're receiving these ships, you have to be prepared in a way. And we created an alliance with 5 other associations to understand what the community resentment was. And we really dived deep in numbers and realized that the cruise activities among all the tourists coming to the ports, the 400 ports we're representing, was only 10%. So it's really, but we got the 100% blame, right? Because all the ships, and I will finish with it, I can spend hours talking about it, I'm passionate about it, but 34% of the ships which are in the pipeline until 2027, and we're talking about 50 cruise ships, ocean ships, are weather luxury, like Le Ponant, which are integrating high-tech techniques that you just mentioned, and or expedition ships. So the flow is that luxury and sustainability is not only secluded, but it's really an integration.
It's part of the experience. Yeah.
Of a holistic sustainability, as I like calling it.
By the way, I think for this one, we haven't had it yet, but I'd like to get questions from the floor, if people want to ask questions, so I'll save some time for that, because I think it's one of those discussions that people have a lot of views on. I want to just touch on the different aspects of sustainability and how that's impacted by luxury travel. You mentioned communities, a couple of you, and how important that is. But isn't the whole point of, part of the point of luxury travel that it's exclusive and private? How much actual contact is there between communities and the luxury travelers? And this is open now. Anyone can, Alex, if you want to start.
Yeah, I would say from my perspective that, it very much depends on the experience. Some people really want that. Some luxury travelers, for them, that's something that makes the trip. They really feel like they're having kind of an authentic experience when they experience kind of, they go to local villages, or to my point before, the people, local artisans, or they're having that experience where they have that one-on-one attention. Some people don't want that. They just want to pay, have the experience, have a wonderful luxury time, be able to go home and say, I've made this fabulous memory, I've done something that nobody else has done. But I do think that's changing, and I think that's maybe more of a generational shift as well. I think, for people who've traveled for many years, to your point, who've done everything, they have a certain way of traveling. I think now that the kind of new generations are coming in, I think that they're really, they want that experience. They want to know that they are giving back, and they want to know that they are having that positive impact for them. That's part of why they pay for that experience. And I also would say that I think from an education perspective for the consumer, they now realize that these things are not going to last forever. The luxury sector have that option to be able to pay more, to give back to the communities, to educate the communities. A lot of government bodies, for example, can't afford to maintain the tourism and the natural biodiversity that they have. So, okay, luxury tourism isn't perfect, but it's giving the opportunity to actually, help the local community to understand the value of the biodiversity that they have there, why they should maintain it, and obviously giving them that kind of the economic benefits of kind of stepping up and working together with external partners. But I think it's a really interesting shift, and I think more and more, I think communities have to be involved from the outset, whether it's obviously or whether it is kind of more hidden in the background and more subtle. But I think,
Anything else? What's the contact like between luxury travellers and local communities? Clara?
I think we heard a lot yesterday about what consumers are looking for: authenticity, immersive experiences, things that you can't do anywhere else. And I think the programming is really where this happens. We see a lot of programs with some of the clients that we work with where there's coral restoration programs. So they're doing that with the local community. If they want to experience the culture, they don't want a fake performance put on. They want to see really what the authentic customs and traditions are in these areas, and they get an opportunity to do that, not as entertainment, but actually really going and visiting a local village, maybe seeing how, with some of the better brands in particular, how their money is being used locally for education, creating schools, other programs. So I think that is the added value that people are looking for as well.
I mean, can I just I'm going to throw this at you. You know the whole notion of the white savior thing, yeah? You're going into a local community, people much poorer than you. You're drifting in. You're coming in. Maybe if you're super rich, you've got bodyguards with you or something. You know, is that a slightly odd situation?
In our company, we have a scouting team. As you said, we have to prepare our itineraries 3-4 years before going there. So we have a special scouting team with different experts going to the destination and to prepare a lot of things like to the aspects of safety, of environment, and also the social aspects. They connect with the local association, and sometimes there are very small communities, and they spend times. It means like 2, 3, 4 weeks inside. They discuss with the people and they ask their needs, not our needs, but their needs, what they accept, what they request, what they need, what are the limits. And I have a lot of stories to tell, but I can give you some examples to show you that it is really specific to lecturing. In Bijagos, it's in the west side of Africa, in Guinea-Bissau. Our scouting team visited a village called Kere, and Kere didn't have a school for children since 2 years, in 2017. And they didn't have any education. So when they came back, they asked me about that, what can we do? And I asked for money to help them to build the school, not only to build the school, but also to pay the teachers, the food, the furniture, everything. And the project started in 2020. It means that when the COVID started, and it was the only project we funded, even if our activity stopped. We didn't have money, but our CEOs told us, no, we are committed to do that. It is an engagement, and we have to do that. Knowing that after that, we didn't come back to Bijagos.
Yeah.
We will come back this year, but during these 5 years, we didn't come back there. But it was our commitment, and we did that. In the East Greenland, the community asked us about fresh food. Why? Because during the winter season, from October to June, they don't have fresh food. They use only food from the freezer. So our vessel, or the first vessel coming in April, May, so we deliver fresh food to the community. And it's not a question of money. It's a question of relationship, what they are requesting. It is something very important for them to have this fresh food. So it is only example. I have a lot of examples to show, but it is to show that relationship with local communities, it is very specific, and you have to do it case by case.
Yeah.
And just to add, go first. I was going to say, I think the white savior thing is coming in and saying, we know best, this is what you should do. Whereas I think, to your point, that kind of the education and the understanding beforehand is really key. And just to add another example onto that, from a wilderness perspective, when they spoke to the communities about agriculture, because obviously tourism is great, but not everybody can be involved in tourism. And they said, look, we don't have a program for our young people who are interested in agriculture. We don't have the tools to kind of teach them. So this has an agricultural college, which now I believe has 90 students. There's a solar-powered abattoir. Everything has been considered from a sustainability perspective. And it's circular, so the meat that they are, they've got the skills now to kind of kill and cure their own meats, and those that are then being used within the wilderness properties as well. So I think having those discussions and really honouring kind of what is important to the community, just to add a different example to the mix, is incredibly important, and helps to avoid the white saviour complex to a certain extent.
Figen.
Just one point to continue on what Wassim and Alexandra said. I think that when we're talking about community, is something very vague, but it's something very practical when you're just developing some coastal cities or ports or infrastructure. Is not only to do a terminal building, Rajan. And when we're talking about the community, is the collaboration that we kept on talking in all the panels that we have listened to. It's to talk with the government, the policymakers, the associations as well. And in a way, these ports, in particular for the cruise industry, became like the bridge between the cruise lines, who are just naming what their passenger needs, and we are just also naming what our communities are naming. And one solution for all is definitely not the proper thing. There are many different examples. I'm just thinking about Costa Brava in the southern part of Spain. They are only working there with very small ships, and they don't go beyond 1,000 passengers. They have the capacity in terms of infrastructure, but they refused because the municipality, all the tourism board, everybody united, took the bookings, clearly said how many passengers would be coming, and they said, no, we want one ship per day, and the maximum. Same for Dubrovnik, which is a UNESCO destination, as you must know. Or Venice has been also the wake-up call.
Yeah.
And or Galata Port Istanbul, which is another animal, where I was a chief port officer, where we built the terminal building under the ground, 8.5 meter under the ground. It was in Architecture Digest as well, so that the local community could reconnect with a 1.2 kilometer waterfront, which was closed to the public for 200 years. So it's not only a physical connection, it's also a visual reconnection. So it's an amazing laboratory of collaboration, of discussion, of not getting along sometimes, of refusing big ships or just having smaller companies like Le Ponant. So it's a very experiential thing.
And just ethically, I want to ask all of you as well. I mean, part of the privilege of luxury travel is that you pay to go to places that other people can't go to. For example, Antarctica. They say, Antarctica, look, stop tourism here because it's ruining it. The wilderness, you mentioned that, I'm talking about safaris and going into wildlife there. I mean, you have situations, I know in Kenya, for example, where local farmers, local people are competing with the luxury hotels for basic things like water. And guess who wins? The luxury hotels. So when you have that, isn't there something just a bit questionable about the whole notion of luxury sustainable travel? Cara?
I can take this. I think it's a really good point, and I think we have had major problems in hospitality throughout the world in the past, and I think if you look at small island development states, for example, 95% of the income that was being generated was leaked. They're internationally owned properties. The food was being sourced from outside. So nothing was being retained in the local economy for local communities. Out of every $100, the research showed that only $5 was staying in the communities, which is not equitable. And when we look at sustainability, these are the key, not just the direct benefits to a destination, but also the indirect benefits in terms of supply chains and the wider benefits to the community. So I think the governments that I work with, the clients that I work with, these are things that we build in now from the outset. We have to be true to not only mitigating any environmental impact, but also ensuring that the money stays in the destination. And I think it's really interesting being in Europe because traditionally our infrastructure in tourism has been predominantly family-owned businesses right throughout all of Europe. And that is changing. And the issues are that increasingly then you have more and more leakages. So the benefits don't stay in the destination. So the big part that I have to do in the Middle East is we focus a lot on entrepreneurship, trying to educate local people about the opportunities in tourism so that we get local ownership of businesses, that we get people working in the industry, that they're sourcing food locally, that they're creating that ecosystem so that all of the benefits stay in the local economy. So I think increasingly in Europe, this is something, that we need to focus on more going forward to ensure that all of those benefits directly benefit the local communities in the areas where these businesses are operating.
You were going to say something, Alex?
I was going to say, yeah, and as you said before, it's not perfect. We are on a journey here, and I think there are always going to be things, unexpected or expected, like water shortages, that then, as climate change, happens, become worse and come to the forefront. But I think that this is another example of where kind of luxury properties can set themselves apart and really kind of be transparent about the issues that are happening. Nobody wants to see a tourist lounging around an infinity pool while people are queuing miles for water for basic needs. Of course, that's not going to look good for anybody, local community, or, the brands who are actually in destination. But I think, to the point that we made before, consumers are now questioning these things. They want to know before they go. They want to know what's being done. And I think that is what will set, different brands aside, the fact that they have taken the time to create boreholes for local communities, to kind of, attack these challenges head on, to work with communities and the government to find solutions. And if there isn't a solution, perhaps it's things like permits, for example, or there's other ways of kind of managing the kind of natural resources to make sure that it is sustainable moving forward. But I think there's always going to be issues, so I think it's naive to think that it's going to be a perfect solution immediately, and things will change, as I mentioned, from a climate change perspective, habitats that were once in one area are moving, so it literally is a movable feast, in terms of how people approach it. But I think luxury travellers, expect that will be taken into account, and they will vote with their feet and pay for the brands that are making those decisions up front.
One thing you want to say? Yeah.
Let me give you an example.
Yeah.
5 years ago, we decided to stop bunkering water because we were aware about the water stress in some areas, like even in Spain, the last years. So we decided to install new technologies on board to produce our own water from the sea water. We used to have that, but not for the drinking water. So we used to have millions of bottles of water, plastic and glass. But before doing that, we did a focus group. We asked our guests if we are able to do that, if they are comfortable with that. And 80% of the guests were not comfortable. But we did it.
Right.
Because they like Evian, the French water, everywhere in the world. But it was not correct, comparing to our image, to our philosophy. So we decided to pursue that and to do it. So we invested in high-performance drinking water systems, and we stopped the bottled waters. After that, only 5% of the guests was unhappy, and 95% was okay, because the taste was very good, the quality was very fresh, and it was only a question of mind and education when we explain things. So luxury is also this kind of education awareness. And the other point, it's about food. So we have a rule to encourage, to promote the local sourcing, but with rules of available quantities of each item. And we control that, depending on the availability, to make it available for the local population.
Okay. I am going to throw the questions out to the audience, so prepare a question if you've got one. Be ready. If you don't have one, I'm going to just point at somebody and make you ask a question. So there is one there. But before we go there, hang on. I know, is that Ben? Yeah.
It's Willie.
Was it Willie? Sorry, yes. Yeah, hang on 1 second. Before I do that, one quick question. I go to India every year and I do this luxury travel conference there, the ultra high net worth people, right? The people who actually decide where the people go are the travel designers. This is a big industry. Now, and you can imagine in India, the booming middle classes. They're the people, surely, that have got to be influenced on this. Is that right? I mean, are you experiencing that?
Well, definitely. Well, I can say that the travel advisors agencies are like doctors for most of the travelers. When you are coming from a background where you don't want to think about it, you have to have people who understand your needs, your key moments, and who can just collaborate to make these memories alive. And But it's not only planning the trip, it's also finding the best fit in terms of guides. Actually, I guided for years as well, and being on the ground with very elite persons, but also people who are just alumni of Stanford, Yale, Harvard universities, they're seeing the world in a different manner, and it's just like an exchange of values, of ethics, and beauty.
Okay. Yes, Willie.
Yep. Hi, good morning, everyone. Willy Legrand, professor in Germany. Thanks very much for this panel. I think it's quite fascinating, and it's great to see so much happening in terms of the luxury travel and sort of the community work. But I'd like to be provocative a little bit, if I may say so. So if we look at research, actually, and we look at wealth and travel and footprint, we know that an increase of 10% in wealth past $40,000 US is a 13% carbon footprint increase. So basically, the wealthier are more impactful in their travel. If we look at data from the Cornell Hotel Sustainability Benchmark, and we look at 5-star properties versus the rest of the other properties, 5-star properties have double the energy footprint, double the water footprint, and triple the carbon footprint than any other properties. So, and this is why I want to be provocative, to what extent are we kidding ourselves in saying that luxury leads sustainability efforts?
Okay.
So this is sort of more on the operational side. So that's why I'd like to see how do we reconcile these problems with operation, in fact, in luxury and sustainability.
How much are we kidding ourselves? Who's going to answer that? Go on then, was it?
I can only talk about our company. We decided in 2022 that 2023 will be the maximum of our emission, and we will decrease up to 2040. In 2022, we had 13 ships. Now we have 22 ships with less carbon emissions. That it was the decision to limit the emission. So we increased the volume, the business, but all the investments, all the fuels we are using have to respect this limit. We are not perfect. We are still having this issue, but we can improve the things. It is only our position.
Sorry.
I would say historically and even now, I mean, there's a huge amount of greenwashing, and this is something that the consumer is aware of as well. And the higher you go, the more awareness there is, because there's more scrutiny on those customers as well in terms of how they travel on their private jets and, you know, looking at their carbon footprint. So increasingly, the travel designers, as you said, for them to have value, they also have to have integrity about what they're doing. And their clients are looking for the highest standards now possible. And I think unless it's built in from the outset, and that does come at a premium. And I think traditionally, we have not placed a high enough value on some of our natural or cultural resources. You know, there are many UNESCO World Heritage sites throughout the world, or natural sites that have not been given the level of, you know, I think by governments or local agencies, sufficient care in terms of carrying capacity, in terms of charging the right amount. I mean, we can't any longer in this world encourage visitors just to go in and take your 5-minute Instagram shot and leave, unless that they really appreciate and respect the areas that they're visiting. We've seen, thankfully, in the minority, you know, situations where some tourists have gone to sites and desecrated them and damaged them. Some of that, those problems are irreparable. These are ancient sites. They're very sensitive biodiverse areas. So, you know, it always comes into this debacle, oh, do we only make then tourism available for the rich? No, but I think it needs to become more aspirational, that it's not an entitlement that we go to these areas automatically, but that we really place a value on the places that we're going to, and that we want to leave them better than ultimately than before. And we work with brands that do that.
Willie, I'm going to come back to you. Your point, though, is that the wealthier that you are, the more damage is caused, if you like, environmental damage is caused. That's a fact, right? These are statistics. how do we deal with that? I'm not blaming you for this, but, but how do we deal with that?
I would be really interested to know more about these statistics, number one, because I think, yeah, no, I'd love to see them, just because I think also it's so dependent on the destination, about kind of who's working there, what the impacts are. I'd say, from a luxury perspective, I feel like, yes, of course, private jets, things like that, are always going to have, a huge amount of impact. But actually, moving forwards, I think working with governments to understand specifically destination-specific things that we can do, I think is the most important thing, because without digging down to the greenwashing point, we have to be aware of these and be able to move forward and kind of work together to understand how the luxury industry can deal with this. Because at the moment, from what I'm seeing, for example, from the client side, there seems to be so much more that's happening from a positive perspective, but then you hear this, and I think statistics can always be misleading, so I always like to dig down into where they're from, kind of to understand a little bit more about it, because you can say 40% or 60% or whatever it is, and also in the last 10 years, has that changed would also be a question that I would ask in terms of, what baseline are we using for this? Is this something where's this research from? Is it from the last 10 years? Moving forward, of course, we want to do more, but as a baseline, it's a bit difficult to comment on because it's one statistic.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would like to totally echo that. And I think I'm always very concerned about research. And I think we had on the last panelists yesterday, because you can manipulate the numbers. We've all done research.
We have all these, and these are scientific papers that are being quoted all the time. I mean, they have been published in peer-reviewed journals. You can trust them. We have that. It's no problem, and I'll be happy to provide all of those actually back afterwards.
No, I'm not saying that I doubt research, but it's how you gather, and it's very easy. It's like now that we say that all Gen Z are very concerned about the environment, but their behaviors are not echoing what they're saying. You see that, so you have to drill down at an individual level and look at your own carbon footprint, and we see that. I mean, increasingly, particularly for the ultra-wealthy, we're seeing so much more consciousness around wellness and longevity. These are people that have been vegan or vegetarian for many years. You have to look at every single aspect of your own carbon footprint. So I do worry about stats, because when we consolidate data, deciding, how we want to make a point about something, you can skew the figures in a certain way.
I think we're going to park that one, because I think we can carry on forever on that specifically. Any other points? Yes, Ben.
Hi, thank you. Ben Lynham from the Travel Foundation, and thanks everyone for the discussion. I was just trying to work out sort of almost like how you blend luxury, sort of high-end tourism in the tourism mix, really, because I've heard both things in terms of it's important to be kind of restrictive in numbers and to be quite exclusive in that sense, and that's been sort of described as a good thing, and I think that's right in many situations. But we've also heard from you guys that tourism is growing exponentially, and we're having billions and billions of more tourists. So I guess we can't you can't scale up luxury travel without causing all sorts of problems, which Willie's kind of alluded to. There needs to be some kind of mix here, and I'm just kind of curious as to how can luxury experiences be part of that overall solution? Where should it be applied, and by how much?
Anybody want to take that? Wasim?
I mean,
okay. Yeah. No, Figen, go on.
Your question is, I think that we shouldn't limit this to luxury, although this panel is about luxury. And it comes to the point where anybody and everybody in an inclusive manner wants to discover new places, sometimes by paying premium, and sometimes by finding other ways of spending their money. But the most important thing is just to have an agreeable experience, not only for the travelers, but the places where they're going. So I can give you hundreds of different examples where the destinations are navigating in creating a controlled activity and control arrivals as well from the cruise perspective and from the ships and maritime perspective. So I wouldn't like to limit it to luxury, to be honest with you, and have a more inclusive.
But Ben's point is that luxury relies on exclusivity. If tourism numbers are growing and growing and growing, that exclusivity is going to be harder to find. Is that kind of what you mean as well?
How can luxury and exclusivity be part of the solution when we're talking about this growing tourism world?
Yeah.
They are still
No.
places. Well,
From my perspective, everything we're doing now is the focus is on regeneration and net positives. So we're building that in from the outset. How we design, how we master plan, how we engage with the local communities to make sure that they're part of that journey, and making sure that there is an economic benefit to the regions that we work with. Because as I mentioned at the outset, right now in the world, tourism is concentrated in a very small area. The footprint is very small. There is so much potential for tourism to be a force for good and really benefit areas that really need it. And not just in developing countries, in Europe as well. What we've seen over the past few decades is traditional tourism areas in the UK that were popular for family holidays are no longer popular. People started to go towards other destinations that have suffered immensely from mass tourism. So we need to redesign from the outset and build in and measure so that we are being completely transparent, that things are being independently audited, that they're being certified to be 100% authentically sustainable and regenerative. So this is how we can change things for the better. And I think there's excellent examples. And I think, you know, again, sometimes I would say aviation gets a very hard, is criticized a lot. One of the recent pieces of research on the Antarctic, for example, in terms, it has the highest carbon footprint of any region in the world. The expectation was that fly cruise passengers were going to have the highest carbon footprint, but it actually turned out to be some of the longer expedition ships that, because of the number of days that passengers are at sea. So these are the things that we need to drill into, and every single destination that we work in, the dynamics are different. It may be water in one destination, it could be something completely different. So we need to drill down, how do we best support these environments and economies?
Okay, thank you. Next question.
Hello, I am Lerina Ago, the regional manager of Europe at Planetera, the global non-for-profit that uses tourism to uplift local communities. Thank you very much for sharing your experience and success stories. For us, community tourism are tourism experiences or products that are owned, led, and managed by local communities. And since you all were mentioning the importance of having a positive impact in local communities, I was wondering, how do you measure that the local communities have agency and control over the experiences or products that you offer in all your value chain? Thank you.
Yeah. Maybe I can give you our methodology. Since 3 or 4 years, I thought about that. How can we measure the impact of our initiatives? Because it's not the same thing as environmental indicators, where we have physical indicators, how much water, how much energy we consume, or how much carbon footprint we have. So for the human impact is more complicated, and we didn't find any international methodology with a global scoring or the methodology to measure the impact. So we started a postdoc with the Centre National de Recherche Scientifique, National Research Center of France. It's well known, CNRS, a postdoc for 3 years, only to create a new methodology to measure that in 3 areas, in Caribbean areas, in Greenland, and French Polynesia. And we did surveys with local population and independent company to ask the local population their perception and to measure the impact of each action we are doing locally. And now we will show the results of this methodology in December, and we will share that with all the industry.
Thank you. Got time for one more question? Yes. Can we use the mic? Sorry, just we can't hear.
Yep, I work in an environmental firm, Danish Foundation, but my question is, isn't there a need to incarnate this new way of luxury traveling? We do hear a couple of initiatives, Wasim was mentioning a couple of them, but to have the typical luxury traveler, instead of going for himself and just traveling in the best comfort as possible, suddenly being interested in impact and communicating around it, just not for him, but then I had this impact on this region in the green overseas. I want to share this and be an example for other travelers.
I didn't get the question.
Sorry, could you just say that? Just the last bit of your question. What's the actual question? Yeah.
Just have the rich travelers, those using those services, incarnate the values, the positive impact they have for environment or social communities, and talk about it. Like, be a model for other travelers, just not keep it for themselves.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're seeing today in the industry. I think, you know, wilderness is a really good example as well. You talked about business models previously. 11% of the ownership of one of Wilderness's properties is owned by the local community. So I think now, I mean, storytelling is so important in all destination marketing, and I think the more and more that's what consumers are looking for. They want to see not only how this product is unique, but also through the storytelling, what is it that's authentic, how are you benefiting the local areas, what are the positive things that you're doing. And I think Successes has been an excellent example of that over the past decade in looking at some of the destinations that it's been involved in, but the question will be now that they're moving towards a more urban model, can they still have the same impact in the destinations that they're moving towards? But yeah.
I would also say as well on that, I think, for example, with the polar expedition side of things, you know, the fact that more ships are going there obviously needs to be managed, but it's also an opportunity for research. So for many people, for example, for high net worths who are going, to your point of kind of wanting to showcase what they're doing, that's something totally unique that would be hugely expensive for many people to get to those areas of the world from a research perspective. They wouldn't be able to afford it. So actually by kind of having researchers on board, by kind of having experts on board, and by, you know, creating space on these types of ships for people to go and do this specific type of research, you know, that creates a totally unique angle that, you know, from a storytelling perspective, that is what every luxury brand wants to do. They want people to come, they want them to take pictures, they want them to share it on social. And I think it's an amazing way of getting the word out. But I think, again, it's really important that it's not just kind of someone taking a picture in front of a lion being tagged or something. It's, you know, kind of really encouraging people to get underneath the surface of it, to interact with it, which I think more people are. I think traditionally they haven't, but I think that's really starting to change, and people are utilising that as a part of what they do on their trip, whether that is educating themselves and then their communities when they get home on these incredible experiences that they've had. So I think, yeah, it should absolutely be a part of what's woven in. It doesn't necessarily have to be a brand ambassador as such, because sometimes the best brand ambassadors are people who've gone and experienced that for themselves and then shared their own personal stories and memories. And the research shows that these days, memories and kind of those experiences are what the high net worth are looking for more than anything, more than the tangible, you know, things that they get in their rooms.
Fast cars and
yeah,
big yachts.
Exactly.
And whatever else. Yeah. Last point from you, Figen.
Just to say that the crew members are also actually the ambassadors, and it's integrated in the excursions and the experiences, which are just sustainable oriented. So it's not only going to a site, but it's also a whole environmentally friendly and community engaging excursions, experiences which are created hand in hand, not only with the travelers, but with the crew members as well. And we are all ambassadors in a way, like you said.
Okay, fascinating topic this, I think. Anyway, it's raises so many interesting questions, and ethically too, but also the fact is that these people can massively help local communities. They can be a win-win situation, I think. But there's a long way to go still, I suspect. Can we please thank our panel for this? Thank you very much. Take a seat. Okay. Moving on. We are now going to talk about practical strategies for advancing sustainable travel. So, why does it always get so noisy after a panel? So what is the state of play right now with advancing sustainability? Is it about what's inside our heads as much as what's out there? What are newer hotels achieving in terms of energy efficiency? How much respect is paid to local communities and their involvement? And are there enough sustainable options for tourists? So in other words, what does it take to turn sustainability from an ambition into action? So leading this panel, I'm delighted to bring on stage Jess Matthias. Matthias? Matthias.
Thanks, Rod. Is this on? Yeah. Yes. Hi, everybody. Hello again. I was here yesterday as well, so great to be on stage again. As Rajan said, I'm here to talk about practical strategies, how we can turn ambition into action. And I'm glad we were debating stats in the last panel, so I was going to kick off with a stat. And it was that famous one on the say-do gap in travel. You've probably all heard about this. It's that phenomenon that 70% or so people, travelers, want to book more sustainable trips, but only around 30% of them actually do. That's a stat from Booking.com. So I always thought it was a little bit unfair to place all the blame on the traveler. So that's why we're going to talk about the industry today. Various different perspectives. Got a fantastic panelist. Selection of panelists with me today. So can you please welcome to the stage first Rika Jean-Francois, who is founder of Mission Respo. So Rika. Thank you. Yeah, just there is fine. And then we have Pierre Maillard, who is CEO of the energy efficiency company Helio. Hi, Pierre. And Thomas Armit, who is Senior Manager of Climate and Biodiversity at Planeterra. Welcome, Thomas. And last but not least, Gillian Dickens, who is Head of Destination Stewardship and Private Training at the Transformational Travel Council. So welcome, everybody, and thank you so much for joining me. It's going to be a fantastic panel. And to kick things off, we're actually going to hear a little bit more about what our fantastic panelists do, because we're going to start with a case study from each person, talking about practical strategies in action. So we've actually got some slides to accompany our case studies. There we go. So we're going to start with Planeterra. And Thomas, can you tell us a little bit more about the work you do at Planeterra and how that specifically relates to case studies? Can you maybe pick out a couple of examples of the impact that you have?
Sure. Thank you very much. So just following on from the previous panel, and I think this has been echoed throughout the conference, is that customers are looking for experiences over standard kind of products and services that we have. So unique and genuine experiences. They're also looking for connection. I think as humans, more than ever, we are looking for more of those human connections, but also those connections to nature. We also mentioned throughout the panels that markets are ever more aware of the impacts of their trips. And so when they go on vacation or holiday, they want to know that the tourism companies that they're going with are having a positive impact. And so I think community tourism can play a big part in ticking those boxes. When we talk about community tourism, we talk about community-led, owned, and managed enterprises that can be successfully integrated into the tourism supply chain. This can be meal experiences, this could be accommodation, this could be transport enterprises. It doesn't have to be customer-facing. It can be a service that is behind the scenes, that's offering a sewing and washing service, for example. The point is that enterprise is having a positive impact to tackle a challenge in that particular destination. So what we do as Planeterra is that we work with social enterprises, not-for-profits, with community-based organizations to develop a tourism product that offers an amazing experience, because that's why people go on holiday, but at the same time provides a benefit for the community in the area. So one example of that is Saka Cabs, which is a women-owned, led and managed taxi service in New Delhi. And they provide the transfers from the airport to the hotel for one of our travel partners, G Adventures. So every single customer that G Adventures sends to New Delhi will use this taxi service. And this taxi service not only is providing employment for women, usually these women come from challenging backgrounds, but also provides them with the skills and the self-respect and also the dignity that a lot of women do not have access to in an environment in New Delhi which is very male-dominated. So that's one example of how tourism can not only provide an amazing experience, because imagine if you're a solo woman traveler going to New Delhi for the first time, and the first thing that you have is a taxi with a man in it, and he's taking you to your airport, and you're a little bit stressed. But if you have a woman who is providing you with that service, then you feel a lot more relaxed, and your start to your journey is much more pleasant.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So really powerful examples there of community tourism in action. So I want to just move on to you, Gillian. We've got the next slide. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, and thank you so much for having me. So I have a theme in which I'll be sort of looking through the lens of throughout this panel to be as helpful as possible for practical strategies for advancing sustainable initiatives, and it's around nurturing inner capacities. And at the Transformational Travel Council, that's what we do. We guide destinations and operations on integrating inner development and inner capacities, our abilities and strengths as human beings, and transformational design into sustainability strategies. So one example I wanted to provide is a pilot project that we did with adventure guides in Ecuador and in the Galapagos. So we worked with these guides to teach them to share with their travelers a reverence and a respect and a connection with the land and the place that they're visiting. So beyond going through their typical speeches and their welcoming process and the way that they would typically operate their guiding, to dig deeper, to take space and pause for reflection and meaning making when their guests are traveling in these sacred places and these natural spaces and visiting the communities, and what we've been receiving since this pilot lots of video and images. We can see here one of the images of the one on the left, I think it is, just being sent through our WhatsApp. Like this, we've been experiencing this, sharing our community and our place in a totally different way. And the impact we've heard back so far has been pretty profound, which has been increase in donations from the travelers who have come back home and increased their donations to the places they visited, and had an increase in repeat visitation to these places. And the guides themselves are now incorporating more of their own practical strategies for sustainability efforts, like, not using water bottles, increasing storytelling, local storytelling, sourcing locally and working with community storytellers. So there's a nice ripple effect. So we're looking to use connection and reverence to place to increase the champions of sustainability through the travelers themselves and the guides with this particular pilot project, because the guides are so important in increasing respect and reverence for place and sustainability. They're often missed in the chain.
Thanks, Gillian. And we're going to speak a little bit more about inner development later on in the session. I think it's fascinating. Before we do that, let's move on to Rika. What's your example of a practical strategy in action?
Yeah, actually, hello. Thank you for having me too. I'm very happy to be here. As you might know, I'm doing Mission Respo, but I'm also wearing the hat of being the global hat, actually, of development and public relations for Queer Destinations, a company, a startup, really founded by activists who really try to do something for the LGBTQ plus community. And I myself, I have a background also with diversity and DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. And I'm one of the founding members of the Roundtable for Human Rights in tourism. So my aim was always to really connect sustainability with responsibility, because in a lot of panels or sessions wherever I go, people talk about the environmental issues, but they really forget the social issues. So that's I totally embrace what you've been saying. The social aspects of tourism play a huge role as well. So I choose Ascadi, which is the Basque Country, actually because they are one of the best practices of how, as a destination, you can really develop a code of conduct yourself. So Queer Destinations has a national strategy for Spain. And one of the Basque Country, being part of Spain, decided, okay, we will go for it in a very elaborated way. So they have a code of conduct, which is really, if you look on the side, which is really, of course, it's based on the UNWTO Code of Ethics, and they really embed from the very beginning the people living in the country, and they also asked to develop this. They ask all the players, the local players in tourism, and for them, if you look at it, it's really great how they really talk about dignity of the place, of the culture, and of the people, so that people can own this code of conduct. And there's 6 different pillars, and one of the principles, the second principle actually, is also about diversity. And it's equality in diversity. And I think it's an interesting thing, because there's not a clash of culture, because you might say it's a Catholic country, why do they also embrace LGBT diversity? It's exactly because it's part of their understanding of who they are. They want to be a welcoming people, a welcoming destination. So, and by now, with Queer Destinations, they have already more than 200 companies which are working. It's either the boats, it's either the restaurants, it's either the hotels, and they all work together to make Basque Country an outstanding example of being welcoming for everybody.
That's fascinating, thank you. And some really great examples of community and social strategies in action and proving the benefit that they have. So I want to now move on to energy efficiency. So Pierre, you're coming at this from a different point of view, but this is equally important. Like, what kind of infrastructure do we need, and what can destinations and travel providers do to increase energy efficiency? And you're going to speak about a case study as well.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, sorry for my English. I'm typically French, and that's my life. Not sorry for that, but thanks a lot to A World of Travel for this the organization of this event. And we had a great dinner yesterday night, and so thanks a lot, and thanks Jessica for this panel. At Helio, what we do is we assist any kind of companies in finding the best solution. I mean, technical solution and financial solution in order to reduce the energy consumption of a site, of a transport accommodation, any kind of product. in terms of travel, but in any kind of company as well. Why I say technical and financial is because, of course, we work in sustainability domain, let's say sector, but there is a lot of greenwashing in this sector. But I really believe that we can do sustainability effort, sustainability. We can have some sustainability impacts really on the field, and we can find some solution to reduce the energy consumption, reduce your carbon emission, just by really concrete and practical works on your site. For example, so what we do at Elio, we are 400 people. We reach 200 million turnover, mainly in France, but it's on the field. I mean, we go on site, we make some analysis of your site. How do you consume the energy? Where do you consume it? When do you consume it? From what kind of energy? What for? Etc. And our point is to find and to make some analysis, to know where we could work with you, to help you to choose the best investment, giving a return on investment on this topic. For example, what we did is Hilton at Hilton Strasbourg. We work on the heating system, air cooling system. On our commitment, we engage ourselves to give some warranty about the energy efficiency that we could reach. It can be 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%. The point is just to know that when you do some investment with some link to the energy, you can do it with a good return on investment. For example, there we reach 6 to 8 years return on investment. It's not so good, I mean, but that's it without any calculation of increase of the electricity cost. So right now, if we compare, because that was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, just because of the increase of the electricity cost, right now, the return on investment of this project is divided by 2, nearby 2. So it's 3.5 to 4. And that's, I mean, it's just finding on going on the field, very concrete action, and it's not just ideas or it's added value on your assets, because it's as well we increase the comfort, your comfort, the comfort of your customers, and at the end, of course, you will get some reduction about your energy invoice. That's the initial goal as well.
Perfect, thank you. So those are our case studies. That's a few examples of practical actions that travel companies can take right now. So we're going to now just discuss some of those points in a little bit more detail. I want to move first or back to the topic of community-based tourism and really making sure there's a local benefit of travelers visiting destinations. So we heard some great examples there from Gillian, Thomas. Gillian, can you first explain, what are the kind of missed opportunities or dangers of travel companies not involving local communities in their strategies?
Yeah, I love the way you present that as a missed opportunity, because the community participation isn't just ethical, it's an advantage, it's intelligent design in your experiences. Some of the missed opportunities would be the obvious ones, inauthentic experiences, lack of real depth in the experience, lack of diversity across experiences in a place. And then also, of course, like the degradation of the economic benefit and value that tourism brings to a place without bringing in the communities, or if you bring the communities in early on the decision making, and I guess late as well, it's better late than never, but early's best. There is going to be I want to go back to I want to go back to the fragile trust, that if you are not bringing in your communities to connect with the communities on what the experiences will be, what they want to showcase to the people that are coming to visit, when they want to develop, when they want to have experiences on offer, if they want to have off seasons, because off seasons can be so important to places. It shouldn't always be on necessarily if a place doesn't want that. There can be growing resistance to tourism. So involving communities early creates that shared stewardship and cultural continuity, which is really important that's what the tour operators want. That's what the destinations want. It's good for the whole value chain. And then long-term resilience through ownership is a huge benefit. And then just because I'm here talking about inner development, the inner development link, the kind of the skills to cultivate when working and co-creating with communities would be humility and listening skills. You need that for co-creation.
Thanks, Julian. It's clear there's so much that travel companies can do right from the start to make sure that travel follows that more sustainable path. So then moving to Thomas, like you've shown some fantastic examples of what's possible through Planeterra's work. So what practical advice do you have to other travel companies to embed community benefit into their offerings from the start?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the question. First of all, I'd like to make a distinction between community-based tourism and what we term community tourism. We use community tourism as a way of describing experiences that are owned, led, and managed by communities. Community-based tourism, in many instances, is not owned, managed, and led by communities. It can be a tour operator, travel agency, taking their guests to a community, but the communities don't have agency or control over that product whatsoever. And I think the point of control and agency is such an important thing for that experience to be genuine, to have that true feeling of connection rather than something that's staged. So that's the first point I wanted to make. In terms of integrating these experiences, these benefits into travel company itineraries, products, and services, I think the first point I'd like to make is that this isn't charity. This is still business. We're still talking about suppliers to the supply chain. We're still talking about a service or a product that can add value to your supply chain. So first and foremost, what I would say is start by assessing your supply chain. Start by looking at those experiences, those products and services that you feel you can swap for a community-led, owned, and managed enterprise. Whether this is a non-profit, a social enterprise, a community-based organization that is providing, let's say, a coffee experience, a meal experience on a part of your itinerary that you feel that would add value. One thing about working with these non-profits, with these social enterprises, to develop these amazing experiences, because let's not kid ourselves, it's about creating amazing experiences for your customers, is that they're working on issues, they're working on challenges that are contextual to that particular destination. So we're not only adding value to our business, but we're also addressing some of those key challenges that our supply chain is facing. For example, climate change impacts, for example, loneliness, for example, homelessness, for example, economic leakages. And so community tourism, I feel, takes a model where we're not just saying we're giving a hand out, we're not giving money. It's more about giving a hand up so that communities can reach their potential and have agency over how they reach their potential, using tourism as a tool to be able to do that.
Yeah, okay. And Rika, the EU might be here to help in terms of, helping people to adapt these strategies in the travel industry. Can you tell us a little bit more, because you know a lot about this, the tools that are available now from the EU to help destinations, to help travel companies adopt these more sustainable practices, things like cutting emissions as well, adapting infrastructure. Are these tools available for people to use now?
Yeah, thank you. Just adding to what Thomas says, I think we always come back to the by now famous saying that try to make places for people to live and to embrace how to live there, and then make business with it. So that we have to create destinations which are good for the local people. And exactly that's what the European Commission also really starts doing. They have had these programs quite a long time, and some of the propositions could not be realized, could not be done because of the local governments who stopped it. So, but still, I think with the new commissioner, we really have somebody who's really supporting us, Mr. De Costas. So the European Commission has already now, in August, they have published new tools how everybody who is interested in a destination or in a business can really give it a start, because I think sometimes, I mean, GSTC tools, they are there. They have been developed. They are the best tools, actually, because they are so comprehensive and they have everything in. So people think of, how can I get certified and so on. And there's a barrier where people suddenly think, oh, am I ready to do all this? Because it is a holistic approach, which is the right approach. We have to be holistic. But we have to start somewhere. And this is why I also love, for instance, green destinations, what they do. They pick out some of the destinations who have a best practice and celebrate them for what they have achieved. And I think we need to do it. And these tools, which just came out from the European Commission, are tools where they give like practical examples, how to work with social media, how to educate your travelers, but also 50 best practices. And I think this is very good, because you, from different, from hotels, from restaurants or whatever it is, or just destination management in general, where you can pick up one of these best examples, get inspired, and see, okay, let's start. Even if I don't have money now to invest a lot, because of course we need investment if we talk about climate change. All these tools cost money, and digitalization costs money. But even if you're a small tour operator and you start to rethink tourism, you can achieve something, because it's a start. You look into your operation, you look into your associates. How do they feel? Is there really diversity? Are people, is there inclusion? Can I make them happier maybe if I'm inclusive, so that there's even a huge benefit for the company? Because if you have people working in a company who are happy and motivated because they share a mission, you can get somewhere, even without a big investment. But this is all about also education, but we will talk about that later, I think.
Okay, thanks, Rika. I mean, it's encouraging to know that there are tools out there, particularly if you're a small business, to try to get started.
And for next year, and I think it was a very good move from the European Commission as well, that they ask all the stakeholders, including small local players, everybody could give their opinion, and it was like an open setting. It just closed now in September, and next year in 2026 there will be the first sustainability strategy from the European Union. And I think it's very important that we all work together, especially with all the backlashes we are experiencing from other countries, you know?
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely. Thomas,
yeah, because we're talking about practical implementation to business. I think it's also important to recognize that some companies may feel that this might not make sense for their business from a bottom line perspective. And so it's important also to take into consideration the expectations of the businesses to be able to integrate these amazing products and these amazing benefits into the supply chain. A lot of companies think that goods, so good experiences that create good impact for destinations may cost the earth, that it's going to cost the business more. Well, actually, what we found in the last 20 years of doing this is actually we can make it either cost neutral or actually cost less to have a more positive impact, but still to retain this amazing experience, but also add value to the customer experience at the same time. And I think the proof is in the pudding, where we now have 7 travel companies that we're working with from different parts of the tourism industry, all-inclusive, mainstream tour operators, adventure tour operators, who are now engaging with community tourism because they've seen how this is good for their business. And I think it's important to recognize that it's all about business.
Definitely. Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, like you said, we're not charities, so we need to make money, and that helps us to be able to invest in being more sustainable. So really good point. I'm getting time warning, so I want to move on to the next section of the discussion and talk a little bit more about carbon reduction and infrastructure. So Pierre, I just want to go to you, because we're talking a lot about what smaller enterprises can do, but what about like big infrastructure changes? What do you think, from an energy perspective at least, like what can destinations do, or what's the most urgent thing that a destination needs to address at the moment?
I think first of all, the problem is not to decide. The problem is to know and to have the good data to decide. It's very easy for general manager, for any technical director, any energy manager, or any hotel director to decide. But having the good data, the good knowledge to be able to choose a good investment is very complicated. Deciding is not the problem. We were talking about the money, making money, etc. The problem is not making money, is what we do with the money. It's the same in the investment. Why should we invest in this sector, in this domain? Why should we invest in the energy efficiency, in carbon emission reduction? And when you can combine that this investment is profitable, and secondly have some positive impact, and have some added value on your offer, on your product, and has some add some value as well to your asset, because it's asset, for example, an hotel with a energy monitoring system that is controlling air cooling system, heating system that is efficient, etc. And if you invest, for example, on a solar panel on your site, and you are able to produce, let's say, 20, 30, 40% of your own production, on consumption, of course, the value of your asset is different. For big companies or big infrastructure, let's say in years to come, it's, for example, Harbor. Many new investments are related to electrification. We are talking about cruise, etc. But the time of, I don't know, maybe Poland could help us, but when we go to an harbor, you can see some big ship, and they just use their genset system for a long time just at the harbor itself. On Rhino, we are discussing with many harbors to be able to connect directly with some electricity system, directly the energy output of the harbor with a ship when it's just waiting. So you don't need to use your genset when you are not on the sea. But that you need some investment. So you need to make some calculation about, is it profitable or not? What is the payback period of my investment? When you can combine what I just said, yes, of course you will just decide to do that.
Okay, thank you. And just want to move to you, Julian, as well. While we're talking big picture, like Pierre mentioned, I just wanted to mention the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Like, there are big global goals across all sectors in terms of energy and carbon reduction. And you mentioned earlier the inner development goals, and those potentially being a practical framework that businesses can apply in order to support the broader Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. So can you tell us a little bit more about, you touched on it earlier, but how these inner development goals support the broader goals of the UN?
Yes, so the Inner Development Goals were created to help advance the Sustainable Development Goals, which have had they're a beautiful set of goals, poverty reduction, not just carbon, it has the social aspects. It's very well comprehensive, but it's stalled, and most of the goals are not going to be achieved by 2030. And one of the factors the Interdevelopment Goals Foundation argues is because of the lack of the human foundation for sustainability, incorporating or activating the human capacities that we have, those beautiful skills, those soft skills, as Sid mentioned yesterday, that are needed to bring forward these very ambitious and important goals. So specifically with carbon reduction, and I wanted to mention that all of the inner development, the practical strategies are complementing every strategy that the panel has mentioned. It's in concert with not meant to be alone. So specifically with carbon reduction, how can you use the Interdevelopment Goals for that? Well, some goals or some skills that you would need would be, first of all, long-term thinking, complex thinking, beyond being able to see beyond short-term ROI. You also have to have courage. You have to have courage to make decisions that are difficult, sometimes unprofitable. You have to have some courage to lose some money sometimes as a leader, which is a really big deal. But if you can know that in advance and harness that ability, that courage, then you'll be able to do it more often and more consistently. And then collaboration and empathy, that's been something that has come up so much in this conference. And this is an inner skill. So acknowledging that there's a shared responsibility across the supply chain and with competitors even to collaborate and to empathize. And then finally, presence, the ability to, and the awareness to feel impact beyond metrics. It's just a difficult thing to appreciate, I think, but sometimes the positive benefits or negative benefits you can just feel instinctually, and those things are often ignored as within sustainability specifically. So without these frameworks, we can think of the tools like carbon calculators, mitigation, et cetera, to be surface level. So one quick example about what the TTC does, we embed reflection and purpose in our training to help leaders feel the why behind these decisions that they're making. And then that inner alignment when you have inner alignment, it makes sustainability become instinctual rather than something you need to sort of mark off a box.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to just move on to measurement and communication of some of these initiatives as well before we finish up our panel, because I think that's very important, especially in light of what we were discussing yesterday with all the political headwinds around sustainability. Like, you can make all this progress involving communities, brilliant social projects, carbon reduction initiatives, but then there's this real fear. That's only part of the challenge. There's now a fear about how we responsibly communicate what we're doing as an industry for fear of sustainability hushing, or greenwashing, sorry. So Thomas, just wanted to get your perspective on how companies can communicate their efforts and progress without triggering backlash or greenwashing allegations.
Yeah, well, there's different audiences for communication, right? As a company, you need to communicate to your shareholders, you need to communicate to your customers, but you also need to communicate internally to your staff. We need to motivate our staff to do the work that they're doing. So I think there's different ways to do that, but fundamentally, when we're talking about positive impact, it's important to have a robust data collection framework that holds water and that you can use to back up what you're claiming that you're doing. Right? Yeah. So it's important to work first and foremost on developing that framework in order for you to be able to collect the data that makes sense, not only for your company to be able to show the amazing work that you're doing in destinations to increase the positive impacts for people and nature, but also if a journalist comes knocking, that you have, this is where I collected it, this is how I collected it, this is who I collected it with, and being able to systematize, to organize that data in a way which you can then easily access. So we use our CRM system with our the data that we collect from our annual impact surveys and the quarterly reporting that we do with all of the work that we do and have to report to our travel company partners to.
Yeah.
I think it comes down to you can't manage what you don't measure. So it's very important to be able to measure the impacts in order to be able to communicate them in an appropriate way. Yeah. I think the point is that we also focus quite a lot. I've heard today a few statistics all about quantitative data, but let's not underestimate the power of qualitative data, of those personal stories of how the impact is being perceived in that destination. Yeah. Those personal stories of how tourism has had a profound impact for that community because they've been given agency, control, integrity. They've been able to send their kids to higher education when they've never been able to do that before. Yeah. Those are the stories that resonate with the customers. Mm-hmm. And lastly, the point I'd like to make is about customers. If you're able to have your customers experience those positive impacts that you're having through your tourism for those communities, those are going to be the ambassadors for the work that you're going to do. They're going to come back from holiday. They're going to be posting on social media, telling their friends and family about the impact that you're having. Yeah. And they would have experienced it firsthand.
Absolutely. I mean, love your point about data as well. I mean, we talk so much about data, but stories, like real life stories, really bring that to life. And then your last point about the traveller themselves. I wanted to move on to you, Rika, to speak about travellers, because I mentioned that at the beginning. Like traveller intentions are great, but how can we really, as travel companies, educate these travellers to understand the complexity of sustainability, and how can we encourage them to actually make sustainable travel decisions?
Well, that's not so easy because I think there's always people are ready to be sustainable, but they're not ready to pay. And this is there since many, many years. But it is changing. And I also believe that Gen Z is going to think a little bit different because they understand that their future is in danger. So there is a shift already. But I think we can also, if we are ourselves sure that we really want to be a sustainable business, we can help to persuade, in a positive way, of course, our clients as well. And all these certification programs, they help, because if you communicate all the time that this hotel has been certified and it's not a greenwashing certification, but here is a profound result, then the clients will also start to, if they hear it all the time, they will really start to say, okay. And if you also address all the groups of all the travelers, because this is another thing which is not happening. We normally address only the white average couple or whatever, but we do not all parts of society. So this is where diversity comes in again. But if you see yourself reflected in an ad and you hear about sustainability, you will support it because you see yourself reflected in that ad as a black person or as a gay person or whatever. So I think we need to really try to, with policymakers, we need the policymakers to support it. Like Brussels, they said, we want to be a welcoming city for everybody, so we will pay for this certification to make hotels welcoming. Yeah. But this is not happening everywhere. And if you go to destinations which are not interested in sustainability because they ignore sustainability, then you have to go to the privates.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we all need to cooperate, I think.
Definitely. So really good points. And I'm sorry, but we are out of time. So if we could just finish on literally one word of advice, what is the top practical action any travel company could take? Could you do it in a word or two or three? In 5 seconds.
Why this place? Just reflection. If you're making decisions, think about why, what the purpose is, and that impact matters.
Yeah, so purpose, great, thank you. Thomas?
For me, the word is reciprocity. I think that reciprocity is what makes life sustainable on this planet. And the travel companies that want to sustain their businesses, that embed reciprocity as a concept within the core of their business, are going to be the travel leaders of tomorrow.
Okay, perfect. Reciprocity. I can't even say it, but brilliant word. Pierre?
I think that sustainable investment has to have a really quick payback period. That's very important. Otherwise, you will not do it, and you will not develop that. And just to point about the image impact, sorry for the time, but it's very important to know that in France, for example, there is a new regulation, and the new regulation decided to launch the name and shame. And if your hotel doesn't reduce your energy consumption by 40% before 2030, the name of your company will be published on a government site saying that you didn't achieve your energy efficiency commitment.
Perfect. So name and shame, I like it. And Rika, could you give us a one-word answer?
Yeah, also to awareness raising. We need to continue to do awareness raising, and we need collaboration, and we need compassion.
Okay, that was 3 words, but I like them all. Thank you so much to our panelists. Brilliant. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jessica and panel. So interesting. You can't manage what you can't measure when it comes to communities and the impact, as Tom said, both quantitatively and qualitatively, and I can't say it now. Reciprocity, it's a great word, difficult to say, is key. Okay. Now then, I've been waiting for this. I hope you have too. It's time for a spotlight session. Travel addressing two-siderism while educating and stabilizing. This is about a company founded by Palestinian and Israeli partners who make it their mission to present travel to destinations where there are 2 or more sides to consider. Who we have here today is Aziz Abu Sara, who is a Palestinian peace builder, entrepreneur, and author, and now TV director, he tells me, who co-founded Mejdi Tours. I think Mejdi means honor and glory. Where is Abu? You there? Honor and glory? Yep. He's also a National Geographic Explorer and TED Fellow, known for pioneering the dual narrative method, which uses storytelling and cultural education to bridge divides between different groups, particularly Palestinians and Israelis. Now listen, I worked and met Aziz in Jerusalem before COVID and in Bethlehem. We were making a travel show program together, BBC program, and I saw how he bridges communities in that region where conflict, sadly, has been so much a part of life for decades. He's an incredible character with a fantastic story to tell. And all I can say now is please welcome to the stage Aziz Abu Sara. Before you start. Oh, yes.
Hello, everyone.
I'm going to stop you right there. Because we have... Do you want to present this award? Oh, Frederick's going to do it. Yep. We have something to tell you before you even start. I know.
So...
Microphone is there.
Just explain, Rajan. So we wanted to recognize you as a thoughtful leader for everything you have done and achieved. And I have asked Rajan to explain why we are delivering this prize, this award, special recognition award, for you, for everything you have achieved, but specifically for one thing.
Which is? This gentleman nearly won the Nobel Prize. He should have won the Nobel Prize for Peace. This is the second best. Exactly. Yeah, and yes, we did want to precede your talk by giving you this, and I know it's not the same, but hey, value it.
I forgot my cards, and fortunately, I put it here, so if you want to get in touch with me, I'll have it later on. Thank you so much. This is so special, and I'm very grateful for the word. Very, very grateful. Usually, should have maybe waited until after I talk, just in case I say something offensive, dumb. No. So hello, everyone. Good morning still. My name is Aziz Abu Sara. I'm from Jerusalem. That's where I grew up. Anybody heard of Jerusalem before? It's a small city, actually really a small city. Less than 1 million people live in Jerusalem. That's where I grew up. I'm a peacemaker. This is what I've been doing in the last 27 years now. And I started in this journey of peacemaking, of how can I connect people together, have traveled and worked in about 80 countries around the world, worked in media, worked in academia, worked in war zones, conflict zones from Afghanistan to Colombia to Iran to Syria to pretty much anywhere you can imagine. I have been and worked there, both on education projects, worked with National Geographic in education, all these places. Now, I mention all of this because that's not how I grew up. Peacemaking was not something I even could imagine when I was a kid. If you asked me when I was 10 years old what you want to be, peacemaking was not going to be the answer I would have given you. And I think, here we go. Yeah. I'm the little kid here. This is me when I was probably 5 or 6 years old. That's back in the days when, as my mom says, I used to still look good. So things don't work out as well as we get older sometimes. And next to me is my older brother, Taysir. I'm the youngest of 7 children, and I'm the youngest by 9 years. Taysir is 9 years older than me. I'm what you call the oops child. It was not planned for, and which doesn't really make much sense to me because my parents are very religious Muslim. They don't drink wine, and I think for an oops, you do need a bottle of wine to be involved. My assumption, I don't know. But my brother Taysir was killed when I was 10 years old. He was tortured by Israeli soldiers, ended up dying as a result of it. And you can imagine being 10 years old, your brother being killed, how would you respond to that? I'm going to ask you to join me. Answer at me if you want to even ask questions, if you're comfortable to do that. How would you feel if somebody kills your brother? Anger. Revenge, right. How many of you, if somebody punches you, if I walk down here and I go, bam, and I punch you right in the face, what would be your reaction? Punch back. I love it when people are honest. You have no idea how horrible when people go, I'll do nothing. I'm like, you're right. You will punch back. How many of you, if somebody punches you in the face, your first thought is, let me take a few steps backward and think about this logically? That's not what we do. We punch back if somebody hurts you. And especially when you're 10 years old, that's the only thing you think about. And so I grew up with that mindset. For 8 years, revenge was the only thing I could think about until I was 18 years old. And this is when travel started changing my life. I was 18 years old and I realized that I didn't learn Hebrew because I refused to learn the language. It was to me the language of the enemy. And you don't go learn the language of the enemy. But if you live in Jerusalem, you don't speak Hebrew, it's a big problem. You're not going to work, you're not going to study, you're not going to do anything in life. And so I started looking for the best place to learn Hebrew, and it's a place called Ulpan, which is where Jewish immigrants go to learn Hebrew to Israel. I signed up. I was the only Palestinian in that classroom. And I felt very uncomfortable. Now, I lived in Jerusalem. This class was in Jerusalem. The difference in distance between where I lived and where the Hebrew class was, 15, 20 minutes walk. And yet, it's a neighborhood I never went to. We didn't see each other. We were divided not by distance. We're divided by walls of ignorance, of fear, maybe of hatred, and didn't see each other, didn't talk to each other. So when we talk about travel, we so often talk about how far can we go. But the truth is, for me, the most impactful trip in my life was a trip that was just down the street from where I lived. And it was in that Hebrew class that the first time I met Jewish, Israeli people. We ended up becoming friends, we ended up working together, and that's what launched me into this piecework I was doing. And I realized at that point that when I was a kid, I thought I had no choice. If somebody hits you, you hit back. And then I realized that's not true. When I was in that Hebrew class, I realized I was being a slave to the person who killed my brother for those 8 years. Every time I chose hate, I chose revenge, I chose my rage, I was being a slave to the person who killed my brother. And it was doing the exact opposite that liberated me. Realizing forgiveness wasn't about the person who killed my brother, wasn't because they deserved it, it was because this is my choice. And so I set myself in this path that wanted to use whatever I do to cross boundaries, to connect people, to create a reality where people get to know each other. And that's how I ended up doing all the work I've been doing the last few years. And I started looking at stories from around us. Anybody knows who's this? The Medusa. And I started looking at stories. You know, these stories we tell on tours. If you've been to any place where there's a Greek mythology, this is one of the stories we often tell. And then realizing so much of our conflicts is we tell many stories wrong. And this is one of those stories. You know why the story of the Medusa is being told wrong? Often, what do we think about her? She is a monster, right? But she was not a monster. The Medusa was a beautiful girl who was serving in the temple of Athena when Poseidon decided to go and rape her. And instead of being given justice and support and help, she ended up having unhealed trauma, and Athena punished her for being raped. And so we think of her as monster. And one of the things I believe is really important for us to realize is that the only way to humanize a monster is the opposite of what we did to Medusa. The thought was, if you look into her eyes, you become stone. And I think it's exactly the opposite. We humanize monsters, or whoever we think is a monster, the moment we start looking at them and see them for who they are. People who are traumatized, people who have gone into unhealed trauma, people who have suffered and in need of justice as well. This is what helps change the world, is we have to start telling a different story than the popular ones. Now, I know I worked as a tour guide. We often used to joke that we don't want to ruin a good story with a fact sometimes even, but this is unlearning and relearning is something powerful. And revisiting some of our stories is really important as we talk about how the travel industry can change the reality in the world around us. We live in a world today where we are divided into teams. In this case, red and blue. This is research that was done where a group just like this, people who knew each other, were divided into given red t-shirts to one side, blue t-shirts on the other side, and within a millisecond, people start seeing each other as the other. Even though some of them were friends, they were in the same classroom. And then they even went beyond and said, what if we take a couple of you with a blue t-shirt and we give you a red t-shirt and move you there? And immediately this group became your enemy. And so there is that construct of us versus them. And I don't think it's possible to completely eliminate that. So what I propose in a lot of our work is that instead of seeing us versus them, Christian versus Jewish versus Muslim, white versus black versus brown, whatever, liberal versus conservative, whatever divisions you want to think about, I propose that the only division we have is those of us who believe in equality, who believe in justice, who believe in sustainability, who believe in peace, and those who don't yet. So yes, there is a division, but that division is not permanent. That division is not based on things we can't control. It's a division based on values, and so we all can be part of the same team. We all can be of the same tribe. In the last 2 years, I've been working with an Israeli, who you see him in this photo with me, Maoz Inoun, whose parents were killed on October 7th. He's an Israeli. He also comes from travel industry. He was the founder of the first guest house in Nazareth as an Israeli Jew, Nazareth, an Arab city in Israel. He told me the story of how he did that. And he said he went traveling around the world, went to South America, met indigenous people everywhere, went back to Israel and realized he was 30 years old and didn't know any Palestinians, didn't have any Palestinian friends. And he decided, I'm going to go and start a guest house in a Palestinian area. The biggest city, Arab city in Israel is Nazareth. And it was there that he started building those relationships. Now, eventually, as I mentioned, 2 years ago, his parents were killed, and the two of us came together because the two of us understood the power of travel. Both of us have traveled around the world. Both of us ended up entrepreneurs in the travel industry. And so we thought, let's bring our experience as travel entrepreneurs into our work in peace building. And the first step for me, the first thing that we have to internalize, those of us working in the travel industry, is travel is an act of peace building. Think about this again. Travel is an act of peace building. And as we started doing that, we were very grateful to be recognized by Pope Francis before he passed away, where he talked about to us, he told us, conflict is something normal. Everywhere in the world, you're going to have conflict. It's not about whether conflict will exist or not. It's about how do we deal with conflicts. Humans are the only species who can deal with conflict by talking to each other instead of killing each other. Such a powerful, powerful experience. We recently met with Pope Leo, who told us the same message. And he said, peace takes shape from the ground up, beginning with places, communities, local institutions. That speaks about tourism. That speaks about the industry that we are doing. 1.5 billion people will be traveling internationally this year. That's a significant number. That means literally every person almost in the world will interact through travel with somebody from a different culture, from a different place, from a different reality. And if we create the opportunity through travel to bring people together, to have that exchange of ideas, imagine what kind of world we can have. When travel is beyond only going to historical sites, archaeological sites, all of, beaches, and I'm not saying we shouldn't do that. I enjoy it. I do all of this. I went to a Bible college in Jerusalem. As a kid who grew up in a Muslim family, I wanted to give a heart attack to my parents, I guess. And I enjoyed studying archaeology. I love those kind of things, antiquities, going to old sites. But that's not the only thing we can do. If we're able to create a connection, much of the problems that we face in the world will be able to be solved. Much of the problems. Because it's through connections that we solve problems. It's through stories that we solve problems. I said the other night, my favorite quote is travel makes you speechless, but then it turns you into a storyteller. But many times we can travel all around the world and come back home without a story to tell. To me, that's a worthless travel. If you went 5,000 miles away from your home and you spent 10 days somewhere on a trip and you come back home and you don't have a story of somebody you met, a connection you created, then there's something missing. And we're missing a massive opportunity as a travel industry. I think there's no industry in the world that can affect change and create new facts on the ground like the travel industry. There are research in sociology that says 3.5% of a community can change, 3.5% of any population, any country in the world, can change the social and political structure of that country if they are politically, or if they are committed and active in that work. 3.5%. We have way more than 3.5% who travel with us. That's the power of what travel can do. Way more than 1.5 billion, somebody can do the math for me. What, 15, 20% of people are traveling internationally every year. Way more than that travel within their own countries. Change is possible. Now, I know I mentioned travel is local, but sometimes when we travel internationally, we are able and willing to do things we wouldn't do otherwise. This is my father. Me and him argue. I can tell you this. I'm really patient, very good in peacemaking until me and my dad start talking. He can push the buttons that nobody else can. And he's 88 right now. He came to visit the States a few years back. His first time in America. I can write a whole book about my dad just being in America. Doesn't speak English. He's like, this country is weird. And he's right. And then he arrives on Tuesday and he goes, I want to go to the mosque on Friday. I'm like, okay, I'll set you up. Somebody take you to the mosque. And so I found somebody who will take him. He goes, comes back, and I ask him, how was the mosque? And he said, well, we didn't pray in the mosque. I'm like, well, what do you mean you didn't pray in the mosque? That's where I sent you. He said, we got there and it was too full. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, it was winter. Did you pray outside? It was too cold. I'm sorry. And he said, no, we went across the street and we prayed in the synagogue. I said, prayed in the synagogue? I'm confused. Muslims, by the way, just in case you're not as confused as me, don't usually pray in synagogues. And he was very excited. And it dawned on me, my dad grew up all his life in Jerusalem. And I said, have you ever been to a synagogue before? And he said, no. 80 plus years in Jerusalem, and let me tell you, Jerusalem has quite a few synagogues. And yet, his first time ever walking into a synagogue, it took him going 6,000 miles away to the United States so he can do something he could have done home, but was less scary when you do it far away. We can push ourselves out of our comfort when we are traveling. And he got so excited, he started calling my brothers, my uncle, my aunt. And he's like, guess where I prayed today? And they're like, it's Friday. You prayed in the mosque. And he's like, no, I prayed in a synagogue. He was so excited about it. And they all go, Aziz, did you convert our dad to Judaism? No, that's not what happened. But this is the stuff tourism can do. Hope, as we see issues around the world, one of the biggest questions I always get is, how do you have hope seeing so many wars, so many problems, so many issues, conflicts, massacres? I mean, you watch television or social media, it is terrifying. I have friends in Israel, I have friends in Gaza, I have friends in the West Bank who are suffering on a daily basis, but I have friends all over the world, from Sudan to Congo. How do you have hope seeing so much pain? I say, hope is something you don't find and you don't lose. Hope is something we do. Hope is something we create. If you sit home doing nothing, you will never have hope. But the thing about travel industry, it's all about action. We all go, we all do things. And so there's no industry better than creating hope than what we do. Hope is about creating something together. And the cool thing about travel, it's most of the times people coming together, traveling, meeting others, doing activities together. And you can do so much with that. You know, it also inspires things you never thought are possible. There's a quote that often attributed to Kafka that says, by believing passionately in something that still does not exist, we create it. In believing passionately in something that still does not exist, we create it. Because the non-existent is whatever we have not sufficiently desired. So when we go around and we think something is impossible, and then we meet people who are doing it, it changes our perception. You go to a place like Egypt. Often we also see the world as first world, second world, third world. It's not true. There's always something you can learn wherever you go. And you go to Egypt, you go to a place like Garbage Collector City, which I have to admit, when I convince people to go there, the name doesn't help. But you go to Garbage Collector City, and it's one of the best examples of recycling on earth, where over 85% of the garbage is recycled, where 70,000+ people work in recycling in that area. It's a Christian neighborhood. It changes your whole mind about Egypt. Yes, the pyramids are important. You got to go and visit them. Abu Simbel is amazing. To me, Garbage Collector City is one of the most inspirational places, because even if you're European here, you go there and you learn that no European city does better recycling than Garbage Collector City. Nowhere in Europe, nowhere, I think almost in the world, does better than that. So you see the impossible happening. But often we think, oh, do travelers really want to go there? And I argue they do. This is the whole concept of what brought me to travel, is that travelers do want to do that, do want to see a different world, do want to have inspiration. Rajan mentioned my work in dual narrative travel. And the idea came is that what if we bring two people from different backgrounds and have them guide together? But even let's go a bit more. What if we bring two people who are enemies and we make them guide together? Now, in this photo, do you see two enemies? Anybody? Do you see enemies? Do they look like they hate each other? No, they don't. However, once upon a time they did. This is in Derry, Londonderry. And Ann Walker was an IRA fighter. James was a fighter on the other side. He spent 5 years in prison for blowing up a coffee shop. The two of them, if they met 30 years ago, would have killed each other. And yet, look at them today. And so I brought Anne, who ended up doing theater and trauma and dealing with the trauma of her life through theater work, and James, and asked them if they want to become tour guides. And so brought them together, we worked together, and now they are two of our best tour guides in Northern Ireland. And when people come, they expect them to fight and argue and, oh, what's going to happen? And when they leave, they're like, are you a couple? Because they're so good together that people are not, they can't believe that they're not actually a couple. And on the tour, you get to learn how divisions exist and how people can bridge those divisions. And when I spend a day with them, I leave believing that in my own conflict, Israel and Palestine, that we can solve it. Because if they could, we also can. There's an inspiration that comes from this kind of relationship. Now again, we'll do Giant Causeway and we'll do all of that, but to me, this is the part of the trip that changes my life and changes the life of everyone who comes on that trip. And she guides as well. One of our guides is a former British soldier. One is a former reverend who's a peace activist now, and so on. But that's that dual narrative. In Israel and Palestine, tiny actions have lasting ripples. And I love this saying because we often think, oh, but this is so small. Okay, two people do work together. It's not. Small actions make a huge difference. Look, my teacher did a small action when I went to study Hebrew. She came to me and realized I was afraid, I was uncomfortable, and she just welcomed me with the only 2 Arabic words I think she knew, and had a big smile. And that's why I'm standing here today, because of one person who decided to treat me like a human being. Small actions make a huge rebel effects. And I'll give you another example. This is two tour guides from Israel and Palestine, Hussam and Yuval. Both met through working together on our trips there. Hussam is Palestinian, Yuval is Israeli. I'll give you small examples of the ripple effects. Hussam, being a Palestinian, can't vote in Israel. So Yuval told him, what if I and we can start this thing saying, since our politics affect you, I'm going to ask you, who do you want me to vote for? And I'm giving you my vote. And it ended up going from 1% to 100% to 1,000% to thousands of persons who did it in that year. And started from this, from two people doing work together. When Yuval decided to get married, him and his fiancée at the time, Alicia, both Israeli, both Jewish, guess who they asked to officiate their wedding? Not a rabbi. They asked their Palestinian friend, the tour guide he worked with for the last many years, Hussam, who came in and basically became the rabbi. And you have a Muslim rabbi officiating a wedding of two Israeli Jews. These are the stories that are missing in our media, that we don't hear about, that we think don't exist, and it's because of it we think there's no hope in the world we live today. But you can imagine every traveler that goes with these two, what kind of faith and what kind of hope in humanity and what kind of action it would inspire in them. And so when I share these stories, I'm sharing them to say, there's so much potential in what we do, so much potential. And I can go on and on many examples. This is in Vietnam. One of my fun things to do is I love to go and develop these kind of trips. This is in Vietnam, where I tracked down the first Vietnamese pilot who shot down an American plane. And he himself was shot down. And I learned later that he became friends with the person he shot down and the person who shot him down. They found each other and became friends. And so I asked him if he would talk to our tours, and he did. And in this photo, you have an American vet who fought in Vietnam with a Vietnamese pilot who also fought. And again, you look at them and you don't see enemies. You see a reunion. You see an amazing conversation happening. And this is in his home, where he hosted us for coffee and tea and some fruits, and learned about his life, talked about war, talked about why war isn't the answer, and so on. And those experiences make a big, big difference. But it doesn't have to be only, it's not only changing the travelers, it's also changing the realities on the ground. I don't have the photo for it here, but one of my favorite places I worked in is Colombia. And I went to Colombia right when the peace dialogue was going on, negotiations, worked a little bit around that. And one of the things I worked on too is, how do we integrate former militants to become part of the society? And the first industry that came to my mind, tourism. You bring tourism into the midst. These are people who knew areas in Colombia that nobody else knows. Let's take them and make them tour guides. And then we thought, this can go beyond just militants, maybe even gangs, maybe even other neighborhoods that we can do that. And one of my friends that I met there ended up reaching out to a gang in Bogota, in a neighborhood called Egipto, and convinced the gang there to basically quit being a gang and become all tour guides. This neighborhood used to be the most dangerous neighborhood you can go to in Bogota. So much so that the guy who ran the gang told me, if you came in here, our claim to fame, you will never leave with your phone or your wallet. And now, everyone is a tour guide. Everyone's working in tourism. And I asked him, what makes you more money? And he said, no, stealing definitely makes more money. But doing the work I'm doing now in tourism gives me a peace of mind. Gives me the ability to sleep at night. Gives me the ability to not to worry about my kids and what future they're going to have. So tourism transformed the whole society, a whole community in that neighborhood. And it's one of my favorite places still when I go to Colombia to visit. Now again, I share all of this, and I always get back to the point I'm making here, because people will continue always to tell me, oh, but our travelers want to have fun. And this, I don't know. I said, I do too. I'm a photographer. This is an example of my photography. I spend hours trying to take photos. I literally spent about 4 hours for this photo, waiting until the sun hit the lion in the right spot, until he looks towards me. I had to convince him, negotiated with the lion. Much easier than negotiating with the humans sometimes. So I love those moments. But to me still, after every trip, when I ask people what made a difference, what is the one memory you will leave with, it's always the people they meet. This is the photo I'm most proud of in my life, I think. It's a Vietnamese woman who was 90 years old, and we ended up in her home and with her husband, who was 92 years old when I met them. And they were still farming, still working, made us some tea, sat in the farm. And by the way, I asked what's the secret to long life, and they told me, this is just between us, it's beer, apparently. That's what they said. Not wine, I'm sorry. But in Vietnam, it's beer. In France, it's wine. And she told us her life story. She told us where she comes from. She told us through the war, where they hid. That's the stories that lingers. And until the day I die, this is a story I'll never forget. These are the stories that stay with you and change you, change who you are. These are the moments that are unforgettable. And this is in the changing reality of today with AI and with there's a lot of conversation. Is AI going to take away from us what we do in the travel industry? A lot of stuff will go away. A lot of jobs might disappear. But here's the thing. AI will never be able to do this. AI can't find these people. AI will not. I'm working now on a trip, designing a trip in Japan. The way I'm working on it, I found a friend who I met at National Geographic named Ari. And Ari his grandfather was on the plane that dropped the nuclear bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. He was on both. He's the only person who was on both. And he ended up growing up, going to Japan and looking for victims of that bomb and building relationship with them and doing this work against nuclear weapons. And he found these people, and especially one woman who her grandfather was one of the people who was a victim of both bombs. He narrowly escaped Hiroshima, went to hide in Nagasaki, ends up being hit again with a nuclear bomb. And so the two of them became now the most outspoken, very famous people in Japan. They going all over, talking all over the world about why nuclear weapons are not good. They designing the trip for us in Japan. Google can't do that. AI can't do that. This is the future of where the added value of what we humans can do that no AI can do. And so I'll end with a couple of stories, if that's okay. Do I have time for? Do I have a lot of time? Then I can keep going on. There is an Israeli author named Yehuda Amichai. And Yehuda Amichai has this story that goes, it's a poem, I'm paraphrasing it. He says, basically, sitting at David's Gate in Jerusalem, he says, I see a tour guide with his tourists, and he's like, I was with my fruit and vegetables for my family, and I sit by David's Gate, and the tour guide uses me as a moving target. And he says, you see that man there sitting with fruit and vegetables? He's not important. But up a little to the left, there is a Roman arch. That's important. It's 2,000 years old. And then he goes, redemption will come when that same tour guide will say, see that Roman arch? Leave it aside. But a little bit to the right, a little bit down, there sits a man who has fruit and vegetables for his family. That's what's important. And you know what's, to me, incredible is I started reading more and more peace work, and I keep finding the intersectionality between tourism and peace building. And one of my favorite poems today is a poem by Samih al-Qasim, a Palestinian poet. And he says in it, the day I'm killed, my killer rifling through my pockets will find 3 traveling tickets, 1 to peace, 1 to the fields and the rain, and 1 to the conscience of a humankind. So I beg you, my killer, do not waste such a thing. Take these tickets and travel. And I love that connection, is that travel and peace building so connected together. There is no way we can separate them. So when we look at the world and we see so much division, we see so many problems, don't think what others can do. Think what is it that me, in my company, in my organization, how can we add one activity of peace building to the work we're doing? How do we make one connection? How do we bring voices? There are so many people wherever we travel. And by the way, not only in Egypt and Israel and Palestine, Colombia, here in Europe as well. There are so many voices that are not given the opportunity to speak, the unheard voices. And I remember speaking to a very high executive once of one of the biggest travel companies in the world, and he was English, and he said, this dual narrative thing works, but not in London. We don't have multiple narratives in London. Like, I don't know, what London did you live in? Because the London I've been to has so many narratives and so many voices and so many stories that we don't know and we don't hear. And so what if that travel industry can actually bring those voices, can actually be part of that change? And don't think, how can I change the whole world? Because that's usually what makes us feel indifferent, because we think, I can't change the whole world. And I'll end with this story. I was working in Syria with a colleague of mine who was much younger, studying conflict resolution, my program, and we get into Syria and I meet thousands of children who not going to school, being injured, who you can see the suffering on their faces. They internally displaced kids. And I had a nervous breakdown. I never felt more powerless than that moment. And I ended up eventually being hospitalized for it. It was such a painful moment to just see thousands of kids and say, I can't help them. And this younger person who I literally was teaching her goes, you're thinking about this totally wrong. You're thinking, what can you do to help 5 million kids? Don't think that way. What if you and I come back in the summer and we invite a few of our friends, if anybody willing, and we do a summer camp for these kids? Just us. And we see who wants, we might get 20, 30, 50 kids. We'll help 1 kid. That's what matters. And so we go back, we get 9 of us, and we set up a camp, and we have 450 kids show up. 9 people, 450 kids. That is exactly when I decided I will never have kids of my own. Those kids drove me crazy. Like, I love working with kids for a week and then be able to leave. But out of that program that started with 9 volunteers, we paid ourselves for the whole thing. Didn't have any donor, didn't have any foundation. We just ourselves did it. Ended up starting a school in that area. That school ended up becoming another summer camp in Jordan. That summer camp in Jordan became a school in Jordan. Then we started summer camp in Lebanon. That summer camp in Lebanon became a school in Lebanon. Started another one in Turkey. That one in Turkey became a school. And suddenly, and all done by volunteers and all funded by us. No big donation, no big foundation, no anything. And until today, I'm in touch with these kids who back then they were 12, 11, 10, who are now in college or have finished college. And I look at their faces and I think, okay, I couldn't save the whole world, but if we're able to change one person's life, whether it's a traveler with us, a local where we're able to go, that is in reality how we change the world. Thank you.
Wow. What an inspirational speech. Absolutely incredible. I'm slightly lost for words. Travel is a force for peace. The whole joy of travel is meeting strangers and sharing stories and celebrating what differentiates you, but celebrating also how you have so much in common. We should take away so much from that. Aziz Abu Sarik, actually stand again. I mean, that was just astonishing.
This is very shameless, but I'm going to do it. Shamelessly, I want to say, Maoz and I are just about to publish a book. You can already pre-order. It's called The Future is Peace. Please go online and get it.
Whoa. How do you follow that? You don't. You have a coffee break. 10 minutes, we'll come back. Please take your seats. People at the back, please take your seats. Okay, please take your seats. Settle down now, please. We're about to start again, including you, Debbie. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Listen, I hope you've recovered from that amazing presentation. I think we can all agree that is just so inspirational, and I hope we carry that with us wherever we go. That attitude is just out of this world, as it were. Now then, we're now going to look at the very important difference between climate adaptation and climate mitigation. Now, what we've been doing up until now, much of our conversation up until now, has been about climate mitigation, reducing emissions, changing energy sources, and aiming for net zero. Today, however, we're going to look a bit more at climate adaptation, how destinations are responding to the changes already upon us. Now, independent assessments show that a large adaptation finance gap this decade has existed, with needs on the order of hundreds of billions of US dollars per year. Tourism destinations are on the front line, and their ability to adapt will determine their survival. So to set the stage for this discussion, I'd like to invite Nikolaos Golfinopoulos, every time, Global Head of Tourism at ICF, to open with a few remarks on what adaptation looks like in practice and where we are seeing real leadership around the world. Nikos.
Hello, everyone. I think you can hear me. Yes, I will be doing this session with Ben. You will see us on the stage together. But before we start, what I wanted to do is that I think it's very important to speak. Why are we focusing even on climate adaptation? Why is this something that we need to be looking at? Because as tourism, we haven't focused a lot on it. And is the presentation up? No, this is not the first slide. This is not the first slide, so here we are. Okay, so this is things that we are talking about. However, we are maybe missing some parts. So we're talking about sustainability. We heard about net zero. We heard about the carbon emissions. We heard about decarbonization. Just before, we heard about the SDGs. We heard about the importance of AI. The first session talked about sustainable aviation fuel. We also heard from net zero to net positive, and then how we are focusing on mitigation, how we are trying to make the Earth not become hotter than it is, how we are all getting together, setting targets, saying by 2030, this is our agenda to be net zero as an industry, be the aviation, be the hotels. We heard it before. Some very ambitious hoteliers from Radisson saying we want to have net zero hotels. But honest reaction, raise your hand if you believe that we are on target. If you believe that as an industry we're managing to reach these targets that we have set by 2050 or by 2030, please raise your hand if you say we are on track. One? Okay, so we have one, two. We have two people that say that we are on track. Unfortunately, we heard it yesterday from Lawrence, so I will not repeat the same things. We had the bad news on we are not on track, and we know what will happen by 2050. And what will happen by 2050 is already written and set in stone. What we are just discussing is whether we will make it worse or not. This is where we're at. And because working with this type of data that we did not used to do before as tourism, with satellite data, with anyone who is climate scientist here? Raise your hand. I'm not. We have one who somehow is, okay? All right, so here it's a tourist conference with one that somehow is a climate scientist. However, this is the area that tourism needs to collaborate with in order to respond to the challenges that we have. And this is important because we need to adapt to what is coming, because we know that it's coming, but we need to adapt before it comes. And when we're thinking about investments, for example, you never do an investment for 1 year or for 5 years ahead. When you do investments, you look into 10 years or 20 years. We are just 25 years before 2050, and we know what will happen by 2050. And I will just give you 2 examples of what we see happening in a destination, and then how other destinations are trying to adapt to it. So this is the first one. Anyone knows from the map where we are? We are in Andalusia, we're in Spain, right? So what you see here is what is happening right now. This is the present. So in the present, what you see as more reddish shows how many heat waves, each one lasting for 3 days, that it's from 38 degrees and above, we are experiencing today. So climate science has different scenarios, and I will use 2 of them now to show you. One says that what will happen by 2050 if we manage to mitigate a little bit more than what we do now, and what will happen by 2050 if we do not manage to mitigate. So first scenario, if we manage to mitigate, by 2050, this will be the heat waves in Andalusia. So here you see how much greater the impact is in Córdoba and Sevilla, and this is if we manage to do some of the mitigation. And if we don't, even worse. So this is what expects, what we should be facing as destination planners, as decision makers, as the ones who want to secure a sustainable future. But who is doing something? Does anybody work on it? And the answer is yes. And I will just give you one of the examples of the work that we do. And here is how we are dealing with these issues. We need to adapt to the new seasonality that we will experience. We also need to work on the redistribution of the tourism flows. You saw before that some areas will be heavily impacted, but some areas would not. And that means that we need to redistribute the tourism flows to the areas that will not be so much impacted. On the other hand, we might need different product development, because during the very, very hot months, maybe indoor experiences will be more important to sustain the tourism flows that we have today in the future. So we are going to have issues of health and crisis management. We will have the need to tailor the marketing activities that we have, and also who we are attracting, because maybe as a destination during certain times of the year, we will need to attract a different source market than what we do now. And in general, how do you plan for it? We need to start planning for it now, because the adaptation process, it's long. The investment that it will require, it's a lot. So we need to have a plan that says, today I'm here, tomorrow I need to do this, the day after I need to do that. In a year or in 2 years, I need to have achieved that place, until we reach 2050, where we know what is happening, but we want to be resilient by 2050. And an example here that I want to show you is Prince Edward Island in Canada. And I'll be in Canada in 2 weeks' time to present one of our works that we do there. So here are some KPIs that we're looking into. It's not only the rising temperatures. We're looking to post-tropical storm, heavy precipitation and flooding, coastal erosion, heat waves, what does it mean to have a longer, warmer season and a shorter winter season, especially if you're thinking about destinations that might be more wintry, right? What does that mean? Wildlife and smoke, wildfire and smoke, sorry. And we are the stage where we will present the risk and how we calculate the risk. We see the likelihood of an event happening and what is the consequence of that event. And together we understand what is the risk. And on the risk, then of each different climate KPI that you see, we have to to contrast it with the different industries in tourism that we have. So how much a risk of wildfire will impact accommodation, or a tour agent, or a tour operator, or the marketing activities that we do, or where the people are coming from, or the health system that we need to have, or the crisis response. So as a tourism industry, each one of these climate indicators will need to be filtered from all of our fragmented sector. So I will leave it here, because then I have Ben, who is also working on the topic, and we will gonna have a very interesting discussion. Yesterday we bonded very well, so I'm looking forward to it.
Thanks, Nico. Yeah, we met yesterday, and it was good fun at the gala. So, I mean, I'm meant to be responding to what you just said, and I think, firstly, it might just also be worth asking the audience. So, the first question was, how well do you think we're doing in terms of mitigation? Are we going to be able to reach those 2050 targets? I think if I could ask another question, which is, how many people here already think that climate change is affecting tourism and affecting themselves, maybe even in tourism? So I think that's just the other thing to kind of flag here is that, and I think you did that with, even showing, Spain today. We are having these, weather events, and they are impacting on us. They're impacting on our own decisions in terms of where we want to travel. They're also impacting on the destinations themselves, the people who live in those places. And so this is an issue that we can take seriously now for today, as well as to plan for the future as well. So I think that's kind of just something to emphasize. I think the other thing that we've discussed before is, I guess there's differences in the room here in terms of your situations. For some of you, you might have businesses where you can choose which countries, which destinations you send your clients to. Some of you might be more heavily based in a place. It might be your speciality to focus on a particular area. Some of you may be based fully in a place with your own assets in that place. You have sort of physical presence in that place. And that difference will sort of matter in terms of how you see the future and the threat of climate change. And so I think it's kind of helpful to kind of understand that. And we've sort of discussed how, certainly for destinations that are planning their own tourism, adaptation is far more important in a way than mitigation. I think that the control that you have in terms of how you manage tourism as a destination is much more around how you will develop tourism for the future than it is maybe about the impacts that you can have on greenhouse gases. I mean, that's not to take away the huge importance of mitigation, of course, but I would probably, if I wanted to, I'd put that much more onto the businesses and potentially the international businesses, potentially the airlines, potentially the et cetera. I put that, that's where those guys have to focus really. For destinations, I think it should all be about, well, nearly all about adaptation. And of course, as part of adaptation, you've got to be thinking about your exposure to high risk, high carbon activities. So it kind of still ties into the idea that you need to move away from those sorts of bits of tourism. And just one more thing before we get down to, because I think we've got some questions then. Nico kind of mentioned this really useful way of understanding risk here. He's given some hazards there, some example hazards, this formula of how you understand what risk is. We've been doing some work around risk too, trying to develop a methodology with some universities in Holland, and also RiskLayer, which is a kind of risk consultancy. I think I find it really useful when we understand it as the assets of a place that are at risk. So if you are, I don't know much about this Prince Edward Island, I'm afraid, but it's an island, so it probably has beaches. Maybe people go to the beaches here. I don't know if that's true.
They do.
Okay, so they're at risk.
It's a summary destination of Canada.
Okay, great. I should do more research. So these are assets that are at risk. And so that's possibly the most obvious one for us as tourists, tourism industry, right? We know that, we sell the place, and if some of the assets in that place are going to be at risk in the future, you won't have that coastline in the same way as you have it now. That's maybe the most obvious one that we can get to understand. The other one is the operations, and again, you mentioned those, so the operations, how will it affect the workforce? Will you still have a workforce in 2050? Will they be willing and able to come to you for the tourism that you're offering? What will your supply chain be like? Will it be robust or will it be fragile? There will be issues there. What will the costs be like? I don't think people are thinking about that. It's like the costs are going to go up. Tourism costs will go up. It will cost more to travel. It will cost more to insure. And people aren't really kind of factoring that in. Is your future tourism viable when costs go up? And then the last point really is the one that you mentioned as well around demand and maybe competitiveness compared to other destinations. And just thinking that through, because clearly, you're going to have to think, I would say here that anyone who's growing their long-haul travel, I would ask you, maybe you should reconsider that high-risk strategy. So let's think about, where will the demand come from in the future for your tourism that you're developing, and how will your destination compare to others that your audiences will be thinking about? But that's just to echo what you said, really, Nico.
So how about we take a...
Yeah. Now I'm going to interrupt this a little bit because we're going to break this up in the spirit of Eric yesterday, who I thought was auditioning for a Saturday night TV show as a host. We're going to now do a kind of TV quiz show because Laurie, our great producer, has come up with a series of questions. These two guys don't know what the questions are. If you believe that, you'll believe anything. But anyway, I'm going to throw them randomly at you, and you have to answer. Yeah. Do you want to sit down? Yeah.
Where should we go?
So, the first question is, to each of you, please provide 2 concrete examples across these contexts. Either coastal erosion coastal erosion and rising sea level, mountains / winter sports destinations, heat waves and or wildfires, flooding and water management. And I'm going to ask Nikos to start, please.
All right, so this was everything in one question. But I will take the coastal erosion because it is what we saw before with Prince Edward Island. So the coast is being, of course, becoming impacted because of the rising sea level, and also it's being eroded. So what happens if you're a summer destination that this is one of your main assets for tourism development? So your coast is at risk, right, as a tourism asset. So when it is at risk, then you have to see, okay, how do I adapt to it? Can I stop the coastal erosion? The answer is no. You cannot really stop the coastal erosion. But from a tourist development perspective, what do we need to do? Where is the opportunity for us to pivot? And here is the challenge that the Prince Edward Island is now facing, because it says, okay, our coast is not that it's not going to disappear, but of course it's not going to be at the same level as we have it. So how we create the right tourism product and the right tourism experiences for the summer travelers that will be coming to us. And it's becoming even more important because the summer traveler is going to have more time to go to Prince Edward Island because the warmer season is becoming longer and the winter season is becoming shorter. So there is an understanding that more travelers will be coming. Infrastructure needs to be there to support more travelers. Considerations of what will happen if by 2050 I have more travelers coming to Prince Edward Island. That means that I need to be thinking of issues like maybe overcrowding in Prince Edward Island, something that it's not an issue at the moment. But here we're discussing about a destination that it's more of the, I have a risk, but then it can turn to an opportunity. What happens if you're a winter destination and then suddenly you don't have snow? Here you need to pivot completely. But I'll leave it to that and give you some space, Ben.
Okay, because I will choose a winter one. But just first, just to kind of complement that example, I mean, sometimes there are things you can do to try to stop coastal erosion, nature-based solutions. So I expect many of you will know that Iberostar has their Wave of Change program, and as part of that, I think they use 1% of the revenue from their coastal hotel stock, and they put that into things like reef restoration, mangrove restoration, seagrass, that sort of thing. And what I particularly like about that is that, yeah, they're doing that because it's a nice thing to do, but they're also doing it because they see the investment. They've worked out that if they put that investment in now, then the payback, is worth it. There are benefits there. They're even looking to see if they can connect that to insurance, to see if they can reduce their insurance costs based on this investment they have. But going back to winter, so we're working at the moment with 3 ski and winter destinations: the Dolomites in Italy, Colorado state, and also Queenstown in New Zealand. And we're doing something that's a very similar process to what you set out there, and trying to understand the future, understand the risks, and put that into tourism context so that people in tourism can actually feel like you can do something about it. Because like you say, you can't, if you're working in tourism, you can't particularly change the fact that climate is going to change. But and maybe you can't, put in flooding barriers, and that's not really down to you, right? But what can you do? I mean, clearly in these places, the snow is the issue, and if you're below a certain height, then really your sort of days are pretty much numbered from a ski perspective. But what's really useful here is that you can, these places are already trying to diversify. They're already trying to think about things like, mountain biking runs and that sort of thing, and sort of wellness experiences in the summertime and that sort of thing. If they can see the direction of travel, then this makes them feel much more confident that they should be investing in those things in the future. Now, for the future. Because, I mean, still now, skiing will be the most profitable sector for these places. It's kind of essentially their cash cow still, and so it's very difficult for them to sort of adapt, because this is where the revenue is coming from at the moment. But if they can see that investment in something that may seem small and insignificant at the moment will become, is basically pushing the right direction of travel, then I think that will give them much more confidence in marketing, in the investment, to make these things happen. So I think that's a good example.
But Rajan, who was before in the last year's session of A World for Travel? Please raise your hand. Of course, Christian. Okay. So what happened last year? We had Laurence saying the same thing, and then 2 panels later, it was all about snow tourism and the investors of how they're investing, like with a 10 years time, how they're investing on snow resorts. And then Laurence was saying we will not have snow in 10 years in places in the world, in some places of the world. Therefore, I mean, I think the main question for these destinations, even if they're winter destinations, is for how long will you be able to keep with the tourist product and any investment and the revenue that comes with that, and how you direct your efforts on not only product diversification, but also the infrastructure necessary to support the different product diversification. Because you might, if you don't have snow, you might need to create different type of infrastructure to support different type of product for the travelers. So it's complicated, what I want to say.
And it's the long-term investment.
Exactly.
That's where you start to see it. We're already seeing some hotel chains saying that they are not investing in places like Greece because they're concerned about the heat and the future. And I haven't really seen much evidence that the investment is dropping from some of, I mean, yes, some, so clearly some particularly in France, actually, some ski resorts are closing and already have closed. But elsewhere, I think the investment is still coming, but I think it's time-bound for, I think people see it as one more generation, basically. One more, we will get something out of this. We will make our money, but then, we will hand on to something else.
Okay. Time is short, so I'm going to ask you to rattle through these answers a little bit quicker, if you don't mind, just so we can cover all the...
Sorry, we're passionate about the topic.
Just so we can cover all the aspects. So the next question is about cultural dimensions. Does climate change and our responses to it affect the culture and identity of a destination's people? How do adaptation strategies interact with local heritage, tradition, and sense of place?
Will you go? Yeah.
All right. So the issue that we need to think here is the cultural erosion. So not only coastal erosion at the moment that we discussed before, but also there is an element of cultural erosion that might happen just because of some places suddenly becoming slightly more difficult to live in. And some others will be completely uninhabited. We discussed about some of the islands that will be under the sea, etc. So anything that existed there will have to migrate somewhere else. And there is a big risk of losing, of course, part of the heritage, be that tangible and intangible. Now, if we divide culture in tangible culture, so you will have the monuments, the statues, etc., they are, of course, impacted as buildings, as materials, as structures that exist. They are impacted by the climate change, the climate developments. But when it comes to the intangible part, the way that we interact with this change, this is whether we will manage to adapt. That's great, and we will manage to secure and continue living in the way that and secure the cultural aspects that we have. But if we do not manage to adapt to it and we are more responsive to something that happens instead of us preventing, then parts of the culture, of our intangible culture, would need to be lost in order to abruptly adapt to what has happened.
I understand.
Can I make a tiny... as you said before, every risk has an opportunity. And I'm kind of waiting to see, maybe they're out there, and I'd love to hear your examples of them if you've got them, audience. But the stories of adaptation, there'll be some amazing stories of engineering, there'll be some amazing stories of, if you think about even the wine regions here in France, how they are adapting and how they are bringing out new wine varieties. These are stories of hope and of communities, which I think we should sort of celebrate. We all want to understand these challenges and find how we will secure this great future that we so desperately want to have, right? So I think there's a positive side to it too.
Okay, last question, because we're running out of time. It's about the opportunity cost of inaction. So what are the economic and social costs if destinations fail to adapt? How could inaction reshape global tourism flows or accelerate climate-related displacement? So what are the costs of not taking action?
I think there are several, but I'll try to be very brief and tell you that there is an opportunity for you to take on now. But what will happen if we don't act now? So if we don't act now, we should expect that we will be vulnerable towards all of this climate risk as a tourism sector. We wouldn't have had the processes ready to react and adapt to what is coming. We wouldn't have secured the investments necessary. And I want to be clear, destinations across the world will be very competitive in order to secure these investments globally and try to reallocate these funds. So if you are one of the destinations that is the last one to join the party, then you're going to have less resources. And we're going to have a very big social risk of our communities not being able to have the economic value that tourism gives them now. And this is something that we don't want to do, especially for destinations that are very much dependent on tourism.
Ben, last word.
Just two things then. One is for every pound or euro you spend on preventative measures or adaptation and resilience, they tend to say that it will deliver 10 pounds or euros or dollars back within 10 years. And that's really, again, we talked about sort of solid research before. That's, there's many, many bits of research that sort of say the same thing. That was from the World Resource Institute, but there's many others. So I think we can say that's a truth. The other thing is just climate justice as an issue here, because if we don't act, it's going to be the most vulnerable communities that suffer, those that don't have the options to change. It's not that they are choosing to stay doing what they're doing now, it's that they don't really have the options to do anything else. And it's quite stark, really, if you look at where the main, if we're talking about unviable tourism, it's the global south, really quite clearly on the map. And if we don't think about providing a just transition for these communities and give them a livelihood for the future, then we're going to be in some serious trouble.
And these are economies, aren't they? The small islands, the little countries whose economies are totally dependent, virtually totally dependent on tourism.
And bigger countries.
And bigger countries too, yeah, quite. All right, well, I'm sorry to cut it short, but we've got to move on. Can you please thank Ben and Nikos? Okay, now, the speech before the coffee break was inspirational, and the next presentation, I think, comes from an inspirational duo. We've got one half of that duo here today. The actual idea for this, guess what, came from a meeting at an AWFT conference in Seville. And that then inspired what we're next about to hear about. Also, this dynamic duo actually started in the fashion business. That's what they were doing. Then they got into the whole notion of environmentalism, trees, that whole thing. And then, as I say, this chance meeting, and I love this story, I don't know if you're going to tell it, this chance meeting created what we have now, which is just so exciting. So we're talking about waste management and how it can deliver biofuels, new technology solving two problems at the same time, but we're still waiting. There's a slight delay. To tell you more, please welcome Elke Nicholas, CMO and co-founder of the Zero Group.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Rajan, for that lovely introduction. I will have to share that story of what happened in Seville 2 years ago, actually, on the train station after the event. Hello, everybody. So I'm going to start with a little video just to kind of try to summarize what we're doing, and then I'm going to dive a little bit deeper so that you can understand where we're going with this.
Life is about movement, going places, connecting people and businesses. But our movements are affecting our weather systems, our environments. Emissions keep rising, storms keep raging, the planet is warming, the balance is tipping. Something has to change, which is why we created Zero. Solutions exist, and you can be part of this journey. Imagine what our industry could achieve if we all worked together and we were all heading towards the same goal. Zero unifies industry climate contributions through joint ventures, shared ownership, shared success, a collective impact supporting nature, communities, renewable energies, and businesses. A holistic approach where everybody wins. But now our ambitions have grown even bigger. Imagine a solution that reduces emissions and reduces waste, helping to keep our rivers and coastal waters clean, bringing energy to communities and keeping the world moving, introducing Zero's new generation low-carbon biofuels, 81% lower in emissions than fossil fuels, drop-in fuels keeping our existing transport infrastructure in place, a scalable innovation, turning a problem into a resource, using sewage organic waste from food and agriculture through hydrothermal liquefaction, HTL technology, a circular closed-loop waste-to-value system for a cleaner, safer, more resilient planet, turning responsibility into opportunity, where positive impact brings lasting returns for communities, businesses, and our world.
So I want to start by sharing a quote by Robert Swan. He is an explorer, he's an activist, and a historian. He said, "The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it." I just want to rephrase that quote now. The greatest threat to our industry is the belief that someone else will save it. So the fact remains that if we really want to secure the future of travel, us, and I'm talking about the whole ecosystem, we need to work a lot harder on taking responsibility, especially for our emissions, because that, we are creating emissions as we're going to these destinations, and our transport systems cannot do this on their own. So we need to all come together to bring about these changes that we need, that we desperately need. So we've been using the word collaboration for, I would say, the last 5 years, quite a lot. And I'm really hoping that what I'm going to show you today will help you to take maybe that, or inspire you to take that first important step where we really could make a difference together. So Zero is proposing the creation of joint ventures where we're unifying isolated efforts, shifting from fragmented climate actions to shared industry-wide commitment. So one of the methods is through a simple climate contribution. With each booking, we will issue share points. So this is a kind of a loyalty point system, which we will then convert into actual shares of projects that we are developing around the world. This is a shared responsibility, shared success model. So Zero also believes that we need to look at the bigger picture, which is why we take a holistic approach to accelerate and scale up real-world impact, where we're combining support for renewable energies, biofuels, waste management, and nature-based solutions. So let's now dig a little deeper into our Zero Energies projects that we have identified as a remarkable two-in-one, globally scalable solution. This is an innovation that tackles two of humanity's greatest challenges, waste and emissions, producing ultra-low carbon biofuels and solving waste management issues at the same time. So these advanced biofuels, this uses a technology called hydrothermal liquefaction, HTL. This is a proven, patented technology accelerating Earth's process to produce oil, going from millions of years to just 15 minutes. Yes, you heard right. So this technology turns organic bio-waste into advanced biofuels using wastewater, sewage, agricultural, and food waste. This is a circular, closed-loop waste-to-value system producing biocrude oils that are a minimum of 81% lower in emissions than fossil fuels. These drop-in fuels integrate seamlessly with existing infrastructures, waste, energy, and transport systems, supporting a circular economy, driving energy independence, and keeping the world moving. Unlike other current biofuel production, HTL requires little to no precious resources, such as fresh water or arable land, and is not dependent on weather conditions. HTL also reduces municipal costs for waste management, and with subsidized costs, this helps make Xero's biofuels more affordable. So let me show you now a little bit about how this process actually works. So let's start over at the left. So as you've understood, we need to get the biomass into this process. Now, there are HTL units. They are literally around 10 meters by 10 meters. They're at the height of a shipping container. And they're able to be manufactured within 12 months and easily transported and installed at wastewater works. Now, each unit costs about $15 million, okay, which is actually, in the bigger scheme of things, it's not very much. We can also produce much bigger plants, okay? Now, the bigger plants will take 2 to 3 years to put together, but obviously they're not as mobile as these units are. The bigger units or the bigger plants as well, you're talking about 150 million investment. And just to give you an idea of kind of where we're at with this, for the bigger plant, we already have 2/3 of that investment. We're missing another 50 million, but it's out there at the moment. We have lots of discussions with countries all over the world, which I'll explain a little bit more a bit later on. So basically, the biomass, the sewage goes into this unit. 15 minutes later, out comes the biocrude oil that is 81% lower in emissions. Now, this biocrude oil also, the production of this biocrude oil will also have byproducts. Now, the amazing thing is the byproduct that comes out of this is, the primary one, is actually a safe crop fertilizer. Because of the process, it actually kills all the PFAS, so forever chemicals, that we find in sewage and in biomass. So this is a great byproduct to have because, you know, we can then use it for our crops, for our food systems, and we get rid of the forever chemicals, which is a big issue as well at the moment. There is also another byproduct, which there isn't as much, and this is a biogenic gases which come out, which we can produce green methanol and also even some synthetic aviation fuel. Now, obviously, the biocrude oils are going to need to be refined afterwards. Now, we have 2 options. So the first option is that we can actually have an on-site fuel converter. Now, this is actually really great because it means we can have fuels. For example, this would be great for island communities where there are lots of boats, for generators as well, because the biofuels that come out of here can also be used for generators for electricity. So that is one option. The other option is obviously that we would have to take the biocrude oils to a refinery. But the amazing thing is these biocrude oils, we can produce 4 different types of fuel. So we can produce biodiesels, 45%, 25% of that can be used to make SAF, and then we have gasolines, and then heavies is for our shipping and marine. So it's just an incredible process, and when we discovered this technology, we were just absolutely blown away and just thought, why isn't anybody doing this? And if they're not, then we need to do it. So that's why I'm standing here today. Now, just to give you a little bit of an idea of the output of this as well. So one unit can produce or can process 70 tons of wastewater per day, producing 5,000 liters of biocrude per day. Now, there's a saving of 10,000 kilos of carbon reduction per day. And just as an example, in 1 year, one HTL unit alone could provide fuel for 3,650 return coach trips from Paris to Nice. So I think you get the idea. These are just amazing, these units and this technology. And the thing that's really cool as well is this is so scalable. We can also put these on the back of a lorry. If somebody decides, if an island decides they want to have one of these, they can order it. Within 12 months, we can deliver that, plug it into the wastewater works, and we're away. And we can begin to decarbonize our transport. So, for wastewater companies, HTL is also a very promising solution to their increasing challenges. So with tourism, urban growth, and extreme weather, they are overwhelming our sewage systems, resulting in untreated wastewater increasingly spilling into our rivers and coastal waters. The environmental damage and the health risks to communities are rapidly increasing. These overflows are hazardous for both ecosystems and for recreational use. So waste management and the disposal of sewage sludge is also becoming much more regulated and complex. Sludge is often spread on fields as fertilizer, but growing research shows that toxic chemicals like PFAS are present and getting into our food. Now, the European Commission is currently taking legal action against member states for failing to adequately collect and treat urban wastewater. And in the UK, Thames Water, which is one of our largest wastewater works, was last year fined with a record £122.7 million. And Southern Water, just more recently, 90 million for unpermitted discharges going into our rivers and our coastal waters. And there are currently 81 investigations ongoing. So, access to energy and fuels. So obviously all our partners who will be working with us are going to have priority access to the fuels that will be produced locally or through a book and claim system when fuel delivery is not possible or efficient. So book and claim is a type of offset mechanism for sustainable fuels. And this uses a registry and public ledger blockchain system. So this allows our partners to claim the biofuels and the emission reductions regardless of their location. So biofuel revenues will help scale up the installation of more HTL units and bigger plants globally, which in turn will make the price of the biofuels come down. So I think we all know right now biodiesel remains costlier than fossil fuels, and this is mainly due to outdated production methods. So new technologies like HTL are changing this by using waste materials and qualifying for subsidies, bringing the price closer to fossil fuels. So as carbon penalties rise, biofuels will become more competitive. With strong demand from transport sectors for decarbonisation, scaling up affordable HTL production is now key. So we're also, just to let you know, Zero is an RSB member, so this is the Roundtable of Sustainable Biomaterials, and this will actually also enable the certification of our fuels. So I just wanted to also give you a little bit of an example of how this climate contribution model that we're talking about and its potential impact. So if we had added a mere, say, €3 per booking to 4 billion travellers, so that was actually a number that was predicted in 2024, but this, I think, ended up being closer to 6 billion, and then, say, split that between renewable energies and nature projects, we could have installed 400 HTL units, producing 750 million litres of biofuels, reducing almost 1.5 billion kilos of greenhouse emissions. But we could have also planted 4 billion trees and supported reforestation projects that help communities, ecosystem, and biodiversity restoration. Within the first 10 years, those forests could also draw down 656 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions. So this is actually what's kind of called the butterfly effect, where small actions can create and bring about massive, even systemic change. So we're not just going to rely on climate contributions. So our approach is actually having a blended finance approach. So, and this is what's really going to help us to deliver these HTL projects. And the main reason for this is it will reduce risk, and it also aligns diverse interests towards shared goals. So we're also talking to governments for grants, for subsidies. We're also talking to investment funds, so private and institutional. And then we're also, as I said, we're looking for climate contributions from the whole ecosystem of the travel industry, per booking with OTAs, tour operators. And we're also looking for fuel offtake agreements. So those are pre-purchase fuel deals with the airlines, cruise, and coach tour companies. And as I said at the beginning, we're actually talking to quite a few countries at the moment. These are all conversations, but these will hopefully result in some amazing partnerships. So yeah, about 14 of them, and so we need some great partners from the travel industry to come and join us in those countries. So, return on investment. I think you're going to be quite shocked at what you see up there, because when we saw that, that's also kind of when we decided we need to go full steam ahead with this. So here you can see the competitive use of biomass and green power. So HTL represents the only available technology proven on scale that combines low capex with high energy efficiency. So each region and country where the HTL units will be installed will generate slightly different return on investments. However, as an example, we have calculated that an average will be of 6-year return on investment at 18% per annum. But this really is dependent on the different offtake agreements of bio-waste and sewage feedstocks that we're going to have to put into those units, into those plants. There's also obviously the potential of transport, distribution requirements, and refinery costs as well that we will have to take into consideration. And then also local taxation, subsidies, and grants. So finally, Zero offers an amazing opportunity to take part in a joint venture to help decarbonize our industry. So just to recap, HTL is a globally scalable and circular model. It's foundational for a stable future and our world economies. HTL addresses two of our biggest challenges, waste and emissions. These drop-in fuels can be used in existing vehicles, ships, planes, rail, and infrastructure. The blended finance model reduces risks, and consistent climate contributions will provide stability and a steady stream of funding towards scaling production. This is a solution that brings energy independence to regions, islands, communities, as well as providing local employment opportunities in the green energy sector. Zero sustainability offer is not a cost, but an asset, turning responsibility into returns through the creation of sustainable, tradable, and profitable products. So travel industry, let's team up, let's scale up. We need brave, bold leaders who are going to help us. Our teams are ready, but we cannot do this on our own. You can send us an email right now and let's get this show on the road. Thank you, guys.
Elke, thank you so much. You can actually stay here because I think you're on the next panel, or we'll just come back in a second. But basically, as we've heard over the last 2 days, climate change is accelerating and the travel and tourism sector stands at a pivotal crossroads. From rising sea levels and extreme weather to shifting traveller expectations and regulatory pressure, the need for urgent, coordinated climate action is clear. So in this session, global industry leaders from airlines and hospitality to destinations and DMOs, they're going to share how they are moving from commitments to concrete implementation. To chair this panel, to moderate this panel, can I please ask to come up on stage Jessica Burke-Ross, Global Public Affairs from Finn Partners.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Joyeux Halloween. I just want to start by registering a small complaint. If we were in the United States today, because it's Halloween, I would be looking out into the audience and you would be dressed as witches and vampires. And so you demure Europeans, I'm just a little bit disappointed. I'd love to call up my panelists to the stage. Come on up because I know we're a little bit short on time, but please come on up and I'll introduce you. But as they're coming up, Sebastian is here. Oh, yay! I thought he was gonna ghost me. Here he is, Sebastian. I just want everybody to take a second before I introduce my amazing panelists to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and imagine that this stage is a time machine. And we're going to take ourselves back, way back in time, to the halcyon days of 2024. In 2024, I, and I'm sure many of you in this room, were at Climate Week in New York, and the mood was climate optimism. It was amazing. It was giddy. There were fantastic events, and it was an incredible time. And then in the U.S., if you can't tell from my accent and my terrible French, I'm from Washington, D.C. Then we had an election. We had an election, and the mood around climate changed very quickly. The plastics treaty failed that same month. The negotiations failed. And we began a very different mode. We moved from climate action to energy dominance. We moved from a mode of inspiring clean and green energy to one of regulatory rollbacks. And we moved really from a mindset of climate first, America first, to climate last. And that's kind of where we find ourselves in the US right now. And what that means is we have to identify where the momentum is coming from and what backfills. And that's where my esteemed panelists come in today. So delighted to introduce Sébastien Justin from Air France, and Dion Binder, who is from the World Sustainable Hospitality Alliance. And you've met Ben already. He's a frequent contestant on this game show. Tim van Hotum, who is from the Dutch university that I will ask him to say. and you've all met Elke. So I'm so looking forward to this conversation because it is an extraordinary moment. And I think we from 2 days of being at this session, I think we find ourselves in the interesting friction between adaptive optimism and constructive pessimism. So with that, I'd like to start with you, Tim. I'd like to you're doing extraordinary work, and I'd like to hear from you about how are you keeping that sense of optimism? How are you inspiring the next generation to move forward on sustainability.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me. I work at Wageningen University, very difficult to pronounce. But I would like to start to say I love traveling. I've been traveling in many places around the world with a Lonely Planet in my backpack. And well, one of the most beautiful places I've been was in Indonesia. I think it was almost 25 years ago. I was diving in Bunaken National Park. Well, if you see the coral reefs there, it's fantastic. But a few islands further, I was diving at the Gili Islands, and the coral reefs were totally destroyed by dynamite fishing. And if you look at, well, all the beautiful destinations I have seen, they're all threatened by climate change and impacted by climate change. And well, we know we are in a 1.3 degree warmer world. Climate change will increase, so we'll see much more impact all over the place. And even if we reach the Paris Agreement goals that we agreed on here in Paris, well, we have to deal with climate change. We were just talking about the importance of adaptation, really important. But all these alarming messages don't bring us into action. And I see a lot of people, also students at our university, that get depressed, don't believe in the future anymore, don't believe that we can fix it anymore. So what is actually missing is a narrative of hope and action and a vision for the future we want, a long-term vision of how a sustainable future looks like. So I thought I will write a book about that, and that book is called The Only Planet.
Clever.
Because I think at the moment we all need a sort of survival guide for the 21st century. So this is the climate guide for the 21st century. It's about the urgency, the climate and biodiversity crisis. It's about solutions, because we have the solutions already. We know what we have to do. We know what we can do, what are the scalable solutions. We just heard a fantastic one. But what we also need is a vision, an inspiring vision of how a sustainable future looks like. And well, the absolutely good news, and that is what keeps me optimistic, is that 80 to 89% of the world population wants more climate action. People are really concerned about the future. And we sometimes forget that, but a lot of people in the world want governments and businesses to do much more about climate action. But people are also losing track on where we can start, what we need to do. So this book gives some insight in that. And I think the biggest challenge for the 21st century is that people are very much disconnected from nature. And I think the most important message also of this book is that nature is our best ally in the fight against climate change. So that's the most easy solution we have, is just not destroying nature, but helping nature, restoring it. And that's what we need to do. So we need to reconnect with nature.
I think that's so important, and I think the message of continuing to communicate optimism is critical. And if there are any media in the room, we do have a news flash. We're going to work on turning Tim's book into a play that's going to debut off-Broadway. So we'll be holding auditions in the coffee break room after this session, if anybody wants to audition. Thank you. Dion, I want to turn to you. Maybe I started with my pessimistic opening, but I am an optimist. But what is interesting to me is if world leaders, or certain world leaders and policy, aren't the forcing function around sustainability, what then backfills? What fills the gap, and how do we galvanize community, and what does that look like to really continue the critical work when we don't have that all-important sort of agenda setting coming from places that we need it to come from?
Good morning, afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Jessica, for the question. I must say I'm very happy to see such a prestigious audience in my hometown. So it's a really pleasure to be here today, and thank you, Christophe, for making it happen. So we all know that the industry is at a crossroads. I mean, we all know about increased regulatory pressure, exponential growth of the sector, climate hazards, rising expectations of the consumers. And what it takes is really radical collaboration. And it's radical collaboration between all stakeholders as a responsibility to the place first, which is a notion that is very important, especially in the tourism industry. So how do we actually do that? And that's the role of the World Sustainable Hospitality Alliance. Our mission is to create a prosperous and responsible industry that gives back more to the destination than what it takes. And the way we do that is by accelerating the path towards net positive, by convening industry leaders, by crafting collective actions, finding regenerative solutions, and harmonizing metrics in the industry. So one point I wanted to make is like, at the end of the day, and to your point about the situation in Washington, the conversation is not about sustainability. The conversation is very much about common sense, about business resilience, about risk management. Sustainability is very controversial these days for good and bad reasons. Bad reasons, we know them. Good reasons is that, I mean, are we happy with sustainable? Is that what we're having? Is it good enough for us to be satisfied? So there's like a backlash against sustainability for very good reasons. But basically, just to put it into a context, and I'm sure you all have some figures in mind, but what's happening really is that on the one side, we have an exponential growth of the sector from 1.5 billion tourists to 30 billion by 2034. It means, how do we create 100 million more jobs in 10 years? How do we build 25 million more hotel rooms? I mean, that's a challenge. And at the same time, we have more tensions. We have tensions at the local level. The visitor to resident ratio is going to increase 50% in some location. There's a strain on natural resources. And mostly the industry is a very big contributor to CO2 emissions, to solid waste, to global energy. So I think we should be very mindful when we talk about sustainability. Then I just want to give you a few very concrete examples about how do we do that. And so the Alliance has been building coalitions and organizing consultations across the industry for many, many years. So basically the topics we work on are very much, I mean, come from the industry. It's not the Alliance who decides to work on anything. I'll give you two examples. One is about food. Why food? Well, the sector is 25% of global CO2 emissions. It has a huge impact on biodiversity loss. And the hospitality sector is very uniquely positioned to reshape the supply chain and to influence guest behavior. So what we did a few years ago, we basically started with a research. So we did a research with one of our members, Iberostar, with SMI, Sustainable Market Initiative, and a consultancy called Systemic, that basically showed that the global industry, global hospitality industry, can reduce food-related emissions by 30% by 2030, which is about 70 million tons. So this is huge. How do we do that? 62% comes from food sourcing, and about 17% from food waste, and actually about 2% from plastic. So what we did basically is like identifying solutions around, like in the ecosystem that could address this challenge. The startup that we're collaborating with, we know, is working with Iberostar and with Radisson, which is another of our members. With Iberostar, in 6 months only, thanks to this AI-powered food waste tracker, they managed to reduce their food waste by 28% and saving 1.5 million meals globally. Radisson, in the example in Bremen, in 2 years, they managed to reduce the food waste from 60% and saving 90,000 meals, that would have gone to landfills. Another solution in the food supply is Fresh on the Table, which is another company we work with that basically is a digital marketplace that connects farmers to hospitality for sustainable sourcing. The last example I want to give is about nature. Why nature? The hospitality relies for 80% of its goods and services on nature. And I'm not only talking about the rise of nature tourism, but really everything that is being done and operated in the industry is related to nature. So during COP15, the Biodiversity COP, we took a commitment with WTTC and UN Tourism to halt and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030. So how has that been translated? We partnered in March 2025 with OceanShot. And OceanShot is basically looking at embedding nature-positive solutions in terms of ecosystem restoration, coral reef restoration, mangroves regeneration into destinations and hospitality operations. So what is interesting is that we see that the Alliance is not only looking at internal solutions for the industry, but really working with the ecosystem to create those cross-sector collaborations that are absolutely necessary. I haven't mentioned one organization that we very much work with in hospitality, which is Zero, but you're hearing a lot about Zero today, but I mean, the solution that you presented, Elke, has a tremendous potential for the hospitality industry. So we're very happy to also help accelerate because that addresses the challenges we all face.
Thank you. So many important threads to pull there from, I love the idea of radical collaboration. I think that's incredible. But I think you also touched a little bit on sustainability fatigue, right? And certainly from the perspective of the US, the pressure's on for Europe as well as industry, because if we're not leading, I mean, we're not just backing away from sustainability, we're turning against it and weaponizing it in certain ways. But that's my pessimist lens. I'll switch back to optimist. Sebastian, Air France has been a real leader in sustainability with extraordinary commitments. And I want to sort of pull a little bit from you. What are you seeing in terms of industry guiding and leading industrial policy, industry out front, and what does that really mean when you're coming from an organization like yours?
Thanks, Jessica. Thanks for having me, and hi, everyone. Well, indeed, of course, as a group of airlines, we need to navigate through a paradox. Point one, this has been said, people love to travel and they want to keep traveling. We see that in all our trends, all around our network, and I think it's one of the major honor that we have to serve, that desire to visit family and relatives and so on. Nevertheless, we of course have an issue about the fact that we are a hard-to-abate industry, and we have today very limited options of highly disruptive technology, I would say innovation in the next years for civil aviation. So how do we lead and keep being pragmatic and try to show concrete proof of commitments and adaptation in this paradox? That's, I think, the main strategic topic that we have all from the bottom to the top of our organization, and also dialogue with shareholders. Maybe first to say that we start from our consumers. We are a B2C industry, also B2B for the repair of the airlines that we own or that we serve for third parties. And every type of sociology of travelers ask us, as an airline, what are you doing concretely? What are you doing as an industry? And what specifically are you doing as Air France-KLM? Because our main assets, our people, our aircrafts, our hubs, are in Europe, and mostly in France and Netherlands today. So we have this pressure from our clients, and also the regulatory environment, which is, of course, one of the natural drivers of our adaptation actions. And this, I would say, this request from customers comes from every type of flows. Just to break some stereotypes, we have made a study for the French market, one of our strategic markets. 43% of the travelers are under the age of 35. So we also need to deal with young people question and I would say interrogations. More than 40% of our flows are for employees, not for extremely wealthy people and customers, despite, of course, some of the maybe forefront marketing advertisement or products. So we need to really to address all types of interrogations. And climate change is, of course, the emissions, CO2, but not only. And I will maybe bring some examples. On the first stream, so how do we cope and navigate this paradox for CO2 emissions? Well, first, as a listed company, we try, of course, to be the most serious in terms of science-based targets and certifications. We need to show that we are consistent, report and disclose every figure or concrete actions that we do. And well, it's very basic for a company, but also it's a real, I would say, effort that we are now, I think, navigating with a high level of professionalism. Point two, we try to, I would say, stream all our financial and non-financial strategy towards climate change. Just to give you one example, on the financial side, we invest around 2 billion euros capex per year on the renewal of our fleet. That means that every you know, airlines industry is a small margin industry for legacy carriers like us. So we invest every, I would say, margin that we have, every euro or dollar, to the new gens of our providers. So that's, I would say, a very assumed priority in terms of trying to rotate our assets. Of course, this drives 25% of CO2 consumption down and up to 50% of noise impact. That's also one climate change, I would say, effect that is very important in an industry. That's for the financial part. For the non-financial part, I think that first we, of course, try to be very cautious when we select SAF technologies and sourcing. Many technologies available, more to come. That's very interesting to hear. We are very committed into that. We are one of the main world leaders in terms of procurement of SAF. So this means that it's not only, I would say, choosing every type of technology. We are very committed to dialoguing with upstream and downstream of the value chain, regulators, also regulations, French-based, Dutch-based, EU-based. So very concrete, I would say, corporate, mindful and mindset every day all throughout the organization. And also maybe coming back to your pessimism or I don't know, or optimism matrix. Well, first of all, our DNA in terms of, as I said, the corporate culture, footprint, expectations from our employees and customers is really to provide midterm and long-term visibility on concrete proof. And that's why, of course, we do it on our own. We also try to navigate through coalitions and alliances. This has been shared. This is very, very key for us. We try to, I would say, serve safe and reliable and comfortable service for our customers, but we also are embedded into hospitality industry, advertisement, industrial footprint for aeronautics. So we are really in the middle of the crossroads of all these topics. So that's why we work standalone and with others. So that's my point of optimism. I think that from our example, when we solve concrete interrogations with our partners, not only within the airline industry, but also elsewhere, we are more concrete toward customers, employees, and also public opinion. And that's why I try to show it today a bit, but we are still a lot of challenges to drive, notably, and that's maybe my final point on your interrogation, on the international global level playing field. You've talked about the position of many countries. Of course, we are a worldwide industry, little barriers. We need also to have carbon diplomacy at the multilateral level. And maybe just stopping here to also hear your thoughts maybe on that. I think it's one of the key topics. Is Europe and other countries able, we're talking about COP, it's going to Belém in a few days, are we collectively able to also tackle this type of industries to have common standards?
I don't envy the your stakeholder mapping. You really have an extraordinary amount of considerations as you're thinking about the sustainability imperative from your customers to your employees. And as an airline, literally the entire world is watching, right? So that's That's quite a feat. So it's terrific to hear you talk about the dedication there. I want to turn very quickly to Elke, because we talked about SAF and we talked about innovation. And Elke, I'm struck by the alchemy that your company is doing. If we could all turn waste, there's another word I want to use that starts with an S, but I won't. If we could all turn waste into gold, it would be an extraordinary world. Going back to that 2024 Climate Week, I remember hearing Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson say that we already have all the solutions we need, but they're just not, to paraphrase, they're just not evenly distributed yet. Do you believe that's true?
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. The technology to decarbonize is here. It's all around us. It just needs support. Yeah, the last 5 years, I've been to so many of these events all over the world, and they've been displayed, those solutions, and it really is time to step up, because, this week, what's been going on in the Caribbean? This is just going to increase, and we need to find solutions. We need to support the solutions that are going to help reduce the impact that is happening around the world, and we need to work together.
It is a dramatic moment of transformation. And
Yeah.
Ben, I want to turn to you, because how do we create mechanisms and consumer demand signals in a way that they can be interpreted by both industry, consumers, and regulators? And I know that your organization has done an extraordinary job of starting to create some of these frameworks. And we only have a couple minutes, so
thanks, Jessica.
lightning round.
So, I would just want to kind of agree with you, Elke, in the sense that, like, we hear a lot, don't we? We go to a lot of conferences where we talk a lot about sustainability, and then you get the sense that this huge juggernaut of an industry is getting bigger and maybe a bit badder. And so that's kind of like, now we need to get to the hope bit. And the hope bit, I think, is these big ideas that are actually going to nudge the industry where it needs to go. And I think, Elke, yours is one of those big ideas. If we can get behind alternative fuels, that's definitely one of the solutions. At the Travel Foundation, we've put out some other big ideas. We've been consulting on them over the last few months. And we will reiterate them soon at COP. But basically, it's around having a global risk register so that everyone can actually understand together what the issues are, and therefore that will naturally, hopefully, align people towards the solutions. Pulling together climate finance actually for tourism transition. There's a lot of climate finance that does go into some of these destinations that we're talking about, but it doesn't go through tourism at the moment. And so we think that that's a real missed opportunity to help, to help transition from some of these unviable tourism types to others. That needs support for the workforce, so there needs to be a big idea around that too. And the last one is just around making sure that every place where we develop tourism, one way or another, grow it, change it, do we know that we have a social license to do that? Like, can we be sure that the place is actually welcoming this? And I think that is one kind of balance that we all need to be sure that we're doing this right. Trust in the residents.
I love that, and look forward to hearing more. All right, we have to wrap up, but I'm going to ask us all again to close our eyes very briefly, and we're in a time machine, and we're sitting on this stage, and it's 2050. I've come up, of course, the hall in a pushchair. But if you were to say the one thing that is the absolute imperative that we have accomplished by 2050, and very briefly, Sebastian.
Very short, easy. My personal view is I still want people be able to visit their family, friends, and relatives all around the world using airplanes if they want, but with, I would say, a planet that is still able to cope with all this network and travel options.
I love that. Dion.
Place-based regeneration. and building up on what Ben was saying, the social license to operate. And at the end of the day, if we do this right as an industry, if we go on this, engage on this net positive pathway, we want local residents and local communities be happy about our presence.
Happiness.
And it's about having the humility to know that we are guests and making sure that it works for everyone.
Ben.
I'll second that.
Okay, Tim.
Well, then we feel connected to nature again, and we have nature and restored nature all over the place again. In our cities, in our food system, we have a society that is in balance with nature again.
Lovely. Elke.
Absolutely. I second that too. So I see in the future we're going to have airports with terminals with different energy sources, from SAF to hydrogen to electricity, but it's going to be the power sources. Those are going to become the terminals, and we're going to be part of that in the whole SAF department, which
I love it.
Because I just want to make one thing very clear. Right now, today, okay, there is only 0.7% of SAF being in the global fuel, jet fuel mix.
Good.
So we need to ramp it up, and pretty quick.
Thank you. And speaking of wrapping it up pretty quickly, I'm going to end this panel, first of all, thanking my guests for their speed. And Jane Goodall, because we talked about nature and the importance of nature, who just died. I listened to, I think it was the last interview she recorded before her death, and this is sort of what Aziz was saying, but Jane Goodall says that hope is a verb with its sleeves rolled up. So I leave us with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panel. Appreciate it. Okay, now then, we've seen how important a World for Travel Awards are already today. They rival Nobel, and we've got some more right now. Basically, these awards celebrate innovation, sustainability, and transformation in travel. And to present these awards, I am very, very pleased to bring up on stage the Secretary General of A World for Travel, Christian Delhomme, and the President of Eventis, Frederick Van Hout. Microphone.
So
Microphone.
I need the envelopes. Non, je les ai pas pris.
Vas-y, Christian.
So, to deliver the Startup Award, I call Gilbert Révillon, who is the president of the Digital Economy Commission of the French Foreign Trade Advisors Council.
Oh là là.
He is also, and it's very important for the following, the CEO village of the CES 2026 web free tokenization.ai. So there is a winner, and you are going to announce the winner and say what he wins.
Well, thank you so much, Christian, and Sebastian, and yourself, my friend Frederick. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present this award. It's an industry which I know a little bit, which when I knew Christian 20 years or 30 years ago, I launched the Eurostar train, the train that does choo-choo between Paris and London and our friends in Brussels. So I understand the industry a little bit, but I'm excited to present the CES Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas, which is the world-leading Innovation Technologies Award, within which, obviously, what we will be recognizing today is the importance of the environment, the importance of finding technology solutions to our problems today. So the winner will win one free entrance ticket to the CES 2026 in January from the 6th to the 9th, but more specifically a speaking slot on my village, which is Web3 tokenization fintech.ai, within which the CES does 280 billion impressions by itself over 4 days, which is twice as much as Olympic Games. So you organize events, so you know what it is, the impact of media and brand equity. My very specific village does 200 million impressions, which is 10 times more than the TV program on TF1, prime time. So that shows the impact of the winner to come to my village and address the audience on this winning. So I'm sorry I was a bit longer than was expected. Thank you so much. But I'm delighted to announce that Zero Group will come and join myself in Vegas.
Oh.
Yes. Well done. Great job. Yes. On the way from London to from the UK to Vegas. I give you my card, within which it says exactly what you just mentioned: the free entrance and the talk. Yeah, cool for you. I'm delighted.
Okay. Wow. Fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, for the Travel Tech Award, I call Emily Escoff, International Sales Director of SNCF Connect and Tech.
Hi everyone. Thanks. It's such a pleasure to be able to give this award, the Travel Tech Award, to the winner that for sure is like us, valuing the power of technology to change the travel tech sector. And so I'm really happy to call Luniwave as a winner for the Travel Tech Award this year.
Luniwave.
A wonderful Hollywood-style walk up to the stage there.
Hello, thank you. And I'm very happy to be here. I'm the new sales director of Luniwave. And we try to innovate, but we execute too. We are working with 4,000 rooms from now, and we try to get better. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Thank you.
Luniwave. Thank you.
So the third award, that's the Climate Change Award, and I call for this award Alastair Crossley, Head of Travel of AXA Partners.
Alastair.
Salut, monsieur. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be here to represent AXA Partners and to present this very prestigious award. So the winner of the Climate Change A World for Travel Award 2025 goes to the Travel Corporation.
Congratulations to the Travel Corporation.
Thank you so much. This is such an honor. I'm collecting this on behalf of the Travel Corporation. We're a group of 20 travel brands across the world. And this is for our Carbon Fund, which is an internal contribution that all our passengers contribute towards. We reinvest in our business to do things such as investing in biofuel, food waste management systems. So yeah, it's such an honor to be here, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci à vous.
Congratulations to the Travel Corporation.
Merci,
Well done.
thank you very much. So the fourth award.
10 remaining. Huh?
The fourth award is Environmental Impact Award, and I call Audrey Breyer from Pierre Vacances, who is not able to come here. So we are going to deliver the award ourselves.
So the winner of the Environmental Impact Award.
So the winner is...
Oh, yes, so good. So good. Hard to pronounce from French. Earthwatch. Earthwatch. Is that correct? Earthwatch.
Is there somebody from Earthwatch?
Is
I don't think so. So we will deliver the award because Earthwatch is in the United States, and I guess they was suddenly want to come. But,
I don't know. Okay.
But some days ago, and it wasn't able for them to be there. So, but it's a very, very interesting and very, very amazing solution.
And what is good, Christian, as well, is that you're proving that you're giving awards to people not just because they turn up, because they deserve it. Doesn't matter if they're here or
absolutely.
not.
Absolutely.
That's the
And
purpose of the
they did
jury.
it, and it was unanimous from the jury.
Yeah. Last one.
So the last one is I'm sorry.
The social development.
The Social Development Award. So for granting this award, I'm sorry, I'm lost.
Someone.
Someone. Ah, yes. Yes, yes. Let's make some...
No, I don't have any paper. I hate paper.
The tension is rising.
Yes. I'm sorry. It's Paris region. Yes, Paris region. Thank you.
Choose Paris. Where is
Paris
Amida?
region.
She's probably having
That's
lunch.
Amida.
No, she's there.
Hey.
Tiens, Amida.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to me to be here with you because I think it's the praise. It's very important for the comment on appelle, le lauréat, the laureate, and I give. Je donne le nom maintenant. I open here. Okay.
And you announce it.
Tu l'open, je lui dis.
The winner about the Social Development Awards goes to A&O Hostels. A&O Hotels.
Félicitations.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Very shortly, I would like to thank everyone. We are deeply honored by receiving this award, and we will be continuing our work towards a fairer and more sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to all the winners of the AWT, a World for Travel Awards.
Shall we go?
Hang on. Yes, 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 yes. I know you're hungry. Okay. Okay, so we're going to have a lunch. It's going to be slightly truncated. We have an early finish this afternoon as well. We've got 3 cracking sessions coming up. We're going to look at marketing, how you market the sustainable message. We're going to look at the regenerative travel concept and what that actually means. And we're going to hear from Gen Z, students from the world-famous Sorbonne University. Sorbonne. Okay, enjoy your break. What time are we coming back? Someone tell me. Half an hour. 30 minutes. Lunch is just there. You've got no excuses. 30 minutes. See you back soon. Welcome back. Did you enjoy the lunch, the kind of tapasy lunch with the sandwiches? I thought it was really nice, really good. Yeah. Right. Now listen, we've had a fantastic day and a half so far. It's been brilliant, but I want to just get a bit of a reality check in here. Sometimes I wonder about this. We all believe very strongly in sustainability in travel, but I sometimes wonder this, are we in a bubble? I've got lots of people on LinkedIn that are all in the same thing. I was talking to Ben Lynham about this earlier on. There's a danger that we all think that everyone believes in this idea of sustainability in travel. And the fact is, while traveler awareness around sustainability grows, the desire amongst customers, guests, travelers, to book travel accordingly, well, those desires are still not reflected in their booking patterns. There's a say-do gap. And the responsibility to communicate about it authentically and effectively has never been greater. So this next session dives into how destinations and travel suppliers can build sustainable marketing strategies that are not only credible and compelling, but also inclusive of the many dimensions of sustainability: environmental, cultural, social, and economic. So, get yourself ready for some sharp insights from creative leaders, real-world campaigns, and a candid look at what it takes to tell sustainability stories without greenwashing or simplification. And it's my great, great pleasure to introduce on stage to moderate this panel the commercial manager for the WTTC, Daniela Wagner.
What a welcome. Hello? Hi everybody. And thank you all for coming back after lunch, and thank you, Rajan, for that very kind invitation. I'm really happy to be here in Paris in this incredible historical building today, which was designed by Napoleon for an exchange of ideas and enlightenment. And I think that's what we're here for today. I think that's wonderful. And I'd like to start by congratulating Frédéric Van Hout and Christian Delhomme, who have organized this wonderful event and who've been working on A World for Travel for the last 6 years. I've followed this journey very closely ever since they started the first ever event during COVID, and we went to Evora in Portugal. It was kind of the first event after COVID. And I'd also like to thank Laurie Myers, who many of you know, who lives in Athens and who has relentlessly been organizing these amazing international events for the last decade, and who's worked really hard on the content. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here with us today, but there's been a great collaboration between the Global Travel and Tourism Resilience Council and A World for Travel for many years, and I hope it lasts for many more years. So, on to our session. Just by way of introduction, as Rajan has said, I'm the Global Business Development Director for the World Travel and Tourism Council, which for many years has looked at the economic impact and social impact of travel and tourism in 184 countries around the world. My colleague Nates, who is sitting somewhere in the back, is going to be doing a short presentation later on about the future of work. But what WTTC has done really is used kind of economic data and social measuring data to look at lots of projects on oceans, hotel basics, lots and lots of things to do with sustainability in all its different capacities. So I'm delighted to be here today, and I'd like to invite to the stage my three wonderful co-panelists. Eric de Groot, who is from Mind Meeting. Eric, if you'd like to come to the stage, and also Lottie and also Phoebe, and I'll do proper introductions from the stage. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Is it a them and us situation? One over. Don't be scared. Okay, so what we try to do with this session, Rajan gave it a really good introduction. How do you close the gap between what you say you want to do and what you actually do. So we thought we would invite Eric de Groot, who is consulting meeting designer from Mind Meeting, comes from Holland, and he works in the events sector. And actually, that's one of the sectors that we haven't really looked at that closely during the last couple of days. And we've got Phoebe Irving, who is Global Head of Group Projects for Gen Plus Group from Greece and UK. Although, do you live in Greece or in the UK? I wish I lived in Greece. Right. And then slight change to the program. We're delighted to welcome Lottie Norman, who jumped in at the last minute and who is the CMO of the Travel Corporation, the owner of many famous travel brands. So really what we've got here is somebody who's going to talk about events, somebody who's going to talk about the kind of tour operator perspective, and then somebody in the shape of Phoebe, who's going to be talking about destinations and hospitality groups. And I have to say, one of the things I've always really loved about the World for Travel meetings is that it creates this really interesting intersection between travel operators and people from the industry itself, and brings it together with the scientific approach that we saw this morning, and also the philosophical or sort of like more mindful approach and academia. So it's, I think, a very unique event because it brings together intersections of society and industry that normally don't talk to each other. So I think it's great that you're all here, and I'm going to ask you all just to say a few words, starting with you, Eric, as the only man on the panel, about what you are doing, and then we'll go into the case studies as the second round.
Yeah, okay, I'll do that. But first, I'll answer your question, Ryan. Yeah, we live in a bubble. Yeah, this is a bubble. And I live in another bubble, the event bubble, and that bubble is doing as bad as the tourism. So let's talk together. There are problems that we need to face, the reality. Let's wake up, guys. Events are not contributing to sustainability at all. And we have a long way to go. Now, my name is Eric de Groot. I'm a meeting designer at Mind Meeting, and we design meetings where there are no audiences. We have participants, people that participate, that contribute. That's what we do. So for a travel market in close to Barcelona, the IBX market, we asked participants to come up with an idea how to make travel, business travel in this case, make it more sustainable without losing something. So how to make it more fun to be sustainable. And they came up, a couple in groups, they came up with the idea to fight food waste and to turn that into compost. And compost will make your garden look nicer, so it adds to the fun.
But we're going to talk about how you did that on the case study.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'll explain that, yeah. Now, that turned into a startup. The startup received an EU grant to do the proof of the concept. I'm the mentor of this little gang of people, and that's why I'm here.
Perfect. Okay, great. Phoebe, you're here working for this agency. Tell us what this agency does and how it's making a difference for the industry.
Absolutely. So hi everyone, thank you. I'm really honoured to be here today. I'm Phoebe. I head group projects at Gen Plus Group. We are a global collective of 6 agencies delivering a one-stop shop for storytelling, and we specialise in destination marketing and destination storytelling. We're a global business. We've got our headquarters in London, but also in the Middle East, Europe, Africa, and Asia. And we work with many tourism destinations, tourism brands, hospitality groups all around the world, helping tourism boards and brands who have incredible sustainability strategies, sustainability aspects, and helping convert them into storytelling narratives and pieces of content which resonate with the conscious traveller. So that's why I'm here today, to talk about the power of storytelling.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Lottie.
Sure. So yeah, I'm Lottie. I'm the CMO for the Travel Corporation. So the Travel Corporation's a portfolio of around 20 travel brands. I look specifically after our tour brands. So our tour brand category ranges from our youth offering, which is Contiki, where we've done a lot in this space historically, through to our main hero brand, which is Trafalgar, right the way through to luxury and luxury gold. So yeah, we've had strong sustainability cred since sort of back in 2008 when we launched our not-for-profit Treadright. And we've done a lot in that space. And our vision as a business and then at a brand level as well is very much around make travel matter. So we're about obviously developing travel experiences and for the conscious traveller and also not for the conscious traveller, where it's about experiencing, you know, giving back to people, planet and wildlife. So that's kind of our pillars. We started off doing a lot in a Contiki space because that's what the data always told us, that youth is where, you know, they care more. And obviously then what we've done is develop that into much more of our every offering we have. So every single one of our tours has Make Travel Matter experiences. Every single one of our tours has is very centered in giving back. And we're really on a journey of trying to communicate it. So we have the strong science base and the foundation. We haven't done an amazing job at communicating it, which is why I'm here now.
Well, and that fits in exactly with what we're talking about on this panel. So I thought in the sort of second round of questions, we're actually going to just look at some case studies because there's lots of people in the room who are coming at this topic from different areas. So let's start with you again, Eric. I mean, you know, you slammed the event industry pretty badly in your introduction. Can you talk a little bit more about that specific project and what other things the event industry could do to market itself in a bit more of a positive light? Because it's true that all of us, we've traveled here, we all go to events. Next week we've got WTM in London, so tens of thousands of people are going to show up for that. But I mean, what can we do to sort of like make a more positive messaging around marketing the event industry?
Yeah. Well, an observation, I haven't come across a client yet that says, okay, we're going to organize this management meeting or whatever conference. We want to keep the planet alive, so the outcome of the conference need to compensate for everything that we do to the environment. That very basic baseline.
You mean like offsetting, for example?
Offsetting or whatever, even the outcome. The outcome can offset what you do, right? That basic idea is not in the heads of clients yet. They are interested in details, yes. They wanna use recyclable cups. They wanna see if the travel can be organized slightly better, etc. It's all details, but the overall concept of we have to compensate for what we do, that is not there yet. And as long as it's not there yet, we're talking basically about nonsense, in my eyes.
So coming back to the slide that we're all seeing here, just explain to us a bit more, because this is an event organizer who's taken this very seriously and who's asked you to do this. Explain a bit more about what's happened in this journey and, you know, has it made a difference?
It has made a difference, yes. It's a venue now. So the proof of concept of this Sobra startup is being done in a venue close to Barcelona.
And just go back to exactly what's happening.
And what they do is they said, okay, food waste is an aspect of being unsustainable. We have to do something. So we accepted it's a detail, but if it is a detail, let's do it good. Let's do it good. Make it visible. So we said to the hotel, can we come up with an idea how to process your food waste into compost? They have a nice garden, and they accepted this. And the reason they accepted it was it is visible. I mean, people come there, they have a good meal. The meal itself produces food waste. Everybody knows that. The food waste in this venue produces compost. The compost produces a nice garden, and there it is. So the loop is very, very small. You can see it. Guests appreciate that. And they know, okay, it is a detail. It is a detail, but accepting the detail, do it good, make it visible, And this venue strongly believes in that idea of doing a step. It's concrete. There's a result here, and that is what we do.
But I mean, obviously that's one example from Barcelona, but there's no reason why that couldn't be done by actually not only event organizers, but by hospitality organizations all around the world, surely.
I'm surprised, because in Lorette, where that travel market took place and where the idea was generated, the first step was to try to get all the venues of Lorette together and just collect the food waste of a whole tiny little city. It's not that big. And for some reason, thinking about competitiveness, they said, well, no, it's going to be difficult. I mean, so that is the challenge we have to overcome, to scale it up. We have to find the key to make people believe that we need to do this. It's not a question, can we do it? We need to. In fact, it's very simple. So why not?
Brilliant, thank you very much. Phoebe, coming back to you, you had some slides which you had shared on our briefing call, which kind of showed some really interesting trends that you've seen across your client group. Would you mind sharing those with us?
Absolutely. So if we move to the next slide.
If it doesn't work, we can.
If it's going to work. Sorry. Thank you. Yes, this is the first slide, so moving to the next one. So basically, as I said, I'm here to talk about the power of storytelling and what impact that has for destinations in terms of sustainability and how we can really connect with the conscious traveler. So the truth is that travelers want to make sustainable choices, but we all know they're not 100% following through, unfortunately. Why is that? The message isn't reaching them. Even if it is reaching them, it's not resonating with them. They're not getting it, it's not landing with them, and we need to make a change. What do travelers really want? They want vibes, and when I say vibes, they need to emotionally connect with a tourism destination or a tourism product. They need to feel emotion, they need to feel engaged, they need to be connected. They want value, and I'm not just talking about economic value, I'm talking about value in terms of what are the values of the destination that resonate with the traveler? What decisions are they going to make? What does value mean from them? And then stories is what they're looking for, because that's transforming values into action. So what stories they're looking at? They want to see human impact. They want to see real people. They want to see culture, destinations, who's making a difference. They don't want to read about it in a corporate report. They want to see it. So statistics show us that actually 76% of travelers want to be more sustainable and travel more sustainably, but only 43% are managing to do so. So many destinations, many of our clients are developing the most incredible sustainability strategies and ESG strategies, but they're not resonating. We need to connect and bridge the gap between that and what's actually happening with our travelers. So, as I said, 80% of tourism businesses now publish sustainability or ESG reports, which obviously we know is absolutely fantastic, but less than 25% of those are turning them into consumer-facing campaigns. So how are we expecting our travelers to travel more sustainable if they are not getting the message, if it's not resonating with them? So again, who's doing it well? Those who are doing it well are creating stories of locals, peoples, value, emotion. They're generating emotional, community-owned stays, connecting with the community, and they're showing the real people. They're showing the people who are making the impact, the live like a local experience, and they're generating that through the power of storytelling. Just on the subject of storytelling as well, it's not just the content which is important, it's the channel. How are we connecting with them? So 67% of Gen Z and millennials learn about it through influencers. We all know the power of digital, we all know the power of social, and storytelling itself increases messaging recall by 22 times. So it's really about this kind of, we say digital, but it's an ecosystem of influence. It's what people want to know, it's how they're connecting with content. So as a takeaway, messaging matters, as we said, with the vibes, the emotion. The platform matters. We need to be connecting digitally. We need to be, all these AI tools and techniques, they're what people are evolving and looking for. The tone matters and the trust, the credibility matters. People need to believe in you as a brand. So in short, the conscious traveler is ready. Sustainability work is happening by people, but the behavior is never going to change if people don't feel it, believe it, and connect with it. So that's my stance on it. Thank you, Danielle.
That's brilliant. Quick question. So on the 43%, I mean, that's quite a low number of people actually doing something about it. Have you got any feedback from your clients as to what is stopping them? If double the number of saying they want to do something and then only half the number actually do something, what is it? Is it price? Is it lack of information?
I think awareness is a huge piece in it, and education. Like I said, I think that, there's so many clients of ours and tourism destinations that are doing the work in terms of sustainability. The facts are there, the figures are there, they're leading in this space, but the messaging isn't connecting and resonating with the conscious, the everyday traveler. Some of them don't talk in that kind of language, they don't understand it. So we need to be creating these kind of consumer-facing campaigns where we create bite-sized content that resonates with the everyday traveler, not just with our corporations and governmental entities. It's something that really needs to be looked upon, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're going to come back to you for a bit more on case studies in a minute. But Lottie, so, you come from a tour operator that kind of started off as a mainstream tour operator, and as you say, you've been on this sort of journey of adapting your product since 2008. Can you give us some examples of how you've approached that, and either itinerary examples or destinations that you've worked with?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, totally resonated with what you say. That's definitely been the journey we've been on. We do a lot of content storytelling with Contiki, and do a lot in that space, but we've really struggled with...
Contiki is your youth tour operator?
Youth tour operator for 18 to 35.
Oh, you have to hold it up.
Sorry.
These microphones don't...
No worries. Yeah, Contiki is our youth operator for 18 to 35-year-olds. So we've done a lot because storytelling comes instinctively to that audience, but finding the right message that resonates has been the challenge, and I think with that consumer lens and not industry lens. And so, something we've really worked on is our partnerships approach. So working with destinations who also have the same challenge and want to do something in this space. So what we found is it can't just be a marketing campaign. It has to go through every aspect of the business. So, I'm standing in today for our Travel Experiences Managing Director. And the reason being is we have to work hand in hand as two entities within the business. So it's about the product we're doing and then how we're talking about that product. So the one case that I was going to talk about a little bit today is our partnership with Swiss Tourism and a campaign/project called Swisstainable. And what we did with them is we really looked at our product offering in Switzerland and what we could do to really develop that product to not be a one-and-done campaign. It was very much about having a 3-year program. And so we called it a program, and we're now doing this with Scotland as well, so it's sort of tried and tested. But the idea was taking our existing itineraries, not reinventing the wheel, not necessarily building something new and shiny, but taking what we do, looking at our supplier network, looking at the experiences we have, and how we can involve them. So Swisstainable as a sort of accreditation program by the Swiss Tourist Board is all about having, getting suppliers to sign up. We have a network of suppliers, so it was very important for us to redevelop our product and start to build in and have a meaningful story. So what we've done is we've actually been able to launch the industry's first Swisstainable tour in Switzerland. Swisstainable tour, and that's for Trafalgar, our hero brand. You can see our sort of portfolio of brands here. But yeah, we've launched this tour now, and it's had 150% increase in travellers taking it up. We've done a lot of storytelling around it, but not just from a marketing perspective. We've done a lot of work with our travel agents. We've done a lot of work with our suppliers, as I say, a lot of work with industry, so that we can take this model now and then replicate it to other destinations. So we're now doing it with Scotland, which is really exciting.
And is that funded by you or by Scotland, or is it a co-funded
Co-funded.
initiative?
So equal shares, everyone puts everything. There's a real vision, a shared vision of, we launched with Switzerland, we launched it in 2021, and the view was to bring travel back post-pandemic, but sustainably. And it was a shared vision, and it's a shared vision from our Treadright team, the marketing team, and our product and experiences team. And that's the key thing, making sure everyone's singing from the same hymn sheet.
That's amazing. Thank you very much for that. Apparently, we've only got 7 minutes left, which does seem like I think we've been cheated on time. But I want to come back to you, Phoebe, because we talked about talking about partnerships, a really interesting program that you were going to share with us, which was started by UNWTO, now UN Tourism, which is exactly around partnerships. Could you just share a bit more information about that, and then we're going to play this very quick video? But
yeah, 100%. So we've been so delighted to work with the UN Tourism on some of their great initiatives. And as part of the Tourism for Rural Development program that they do, there's the Best Tourism Villages initiative. As I mentioned, the power of storytelling, we were really blessed to work with them on creating an amazing hero-telling, emotive video of all of the villages that were based and took part in this initiative. They now have 180 villages and 250 members as part of this initiative, and they all basically look after everything to do with the sustainability. They look after their culture, their heritage, preservation. They're all about inclusivity and diversity. And the video will speak for itself, but the power of showing people and human stories and human truth and how these people in their cultures are really making a difference and making a difference using, the rural tourism to generate sustainable development is really what this is all about. So it's an honor, and I'm sure when you watch the video, I always get quite emotional when I watch it, because it's, actions and creation speaks louder than words. So I'm excited for you to watch it. Thank you.
They say that no one is an island. We were never meant to be. Community is our currency. People are our power. We follow each other up mountains and villages and towns, locals pulling us up higher and higher. We look at the world in our hands for a brighter tomorrow. And when it gets dark, it's the spark in the people's eyes that keep us going. Let's embrace the strength we share in every settlement with love and care. Steeped in culture and heritage, it's your right to be heard. It's our duty to protect these places for the people, their land and their bases. Diversity is difference, and different is what makes us alive. Rural runs through our veins, but only together can we make a change for the better. With every new footprint on these lands and every shake of a new hand, your faces, your smiles, your smaller places, they make the biggest difference to our nations. Home is where the heart is, and although we may say goodbye or roam, we always know where our heart lies, our home. Today, it's you we celebrate, and with you we create while the future awaits. This is a tribute to you who contribute to our world. It's your spirit that keeps us spinning. This is humanity. This is harmonization between generations. Here is our story. Here is your story. As we turn that page, the next chapter reads, Change for a New Age.
That's an absolutely beautiful campaign and story. And actually, it was born in France, because in France they have this scheme called Les Plus Beaux Villages de la France. And I think it was that which inspired UNWTO to create this. And I think it really encapsulates the whole thing about partnerships and storytelling and people, real people. You didn't actually see any marketing for a specific village, which shows that we can all do that. I think we're really going to be out of time, so I'm going to give each of you 1 second, because Eric has a small thing that he would like to share in his farewell to the panel. And then I'd just like to ask each of you, it's clear that it's not about how many dollars you spend on in a nice advert or TV clip, but it's actually how you tell your story. So if each of you could just give me like 2 words on how you see the future. Apart from Eric, you're allowed to do something else.
Okay, good. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, of course. Yeah. So you're asking me final words now?
Yes, final words.
Okay, final word is listening to all the presentations over the last 2 days. My conclusion was, if you need a measurement methodology for your sustainability, it's probably not going to work. it needs to be visible, it needs to be a story, it needs to be tangible. And talking about marketing strategies, if we have more than 70% of the people want to take sustainability into their choice mix and they just don't do it, something is wrong. Now, I'll introduce you later to someone we need to talk to find the solutions here. Is that okay?
Not now on stage.
Oh, yeah, I can do that, yeah. Now, the idea to overcome that problem is we need to talk to participants of events. We need to incorporate them in finding the solutions. We need to talk to people, to our consumers, to understand why they just don't follow their wish to take sustainability into account. And most of all, we need to talk to the workers as well, to those individuals to do the actual sustainability work. What are their ideas? Now, to overcome that, I brought one of these workers today here, and I want you to give that person an applause. This is someone who's working under the radar, is not asking for any compensation, is just addicted to being sustainable day to day. And give that person an applause. I'll introduce it to you. Worm. I brought it from the Netherlands. It's a live worm. The worm lives under the ground, is totally sustainable, is making our soil healthy on a daily basis. And this is an individual that needs a loud applause. So do that, please. Yeah? And
Thank you, Eric.
And this is probably the first time in the history of Paris that a distinguished crowd applauded a worm. It makes my day. Thank you.
Thank you. Lottie.
Sure. I don't know how I follow a worm, but I didn't.
Read the briefing papers?
What have we got? Like,
I'll give you that worm.
A few final words, I guess. Biggest thing from a marketing perspective, I think, one, everyone is so scared of getting called out for saying the wrong thing. I think we're all absolutely petrified as marketers in this space. And so I think the biggest thing I think we can all take on board from a marketing perspective is it's progress, not perfection. So I think talking to consumers that we're trying, we might not have done it right here, we want your input, we're on a journey, it doesn't have to be perfection, we don't need to wait until we've got a little bow we can wrap around it. Progress, not perfection, would be my final words.
Thank you. Just for me, and I think what resonated, Lottie, what you said as well, is it's not just about the marketing, it's all the stakeholders that are involved. Like for me, it's number one is communication. Amazing that you're communicating internally, but you need to work out your strategies about how you're creating and communicating externally. And I'd say when you are creating externally, just really think about who you're targeting. You're targeting, the everyday traveler. What do they want? What do they need? What do they need to understand the message? And I think that's the takeaway that I'd say. Like, really think about who you're talking to. You don't need to brag about all of your statistics and everything you're doing. You need to provide bite-sized content to really, resonate with the traveler. So that's what I'd say. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, sorry, we've run out of time. I did actually want to talk a bit about case studies on hospitality and destinations, but we need to go on for the next session. Thank you for your attention. It's been a pleasure to be with you, and thank you so much. Thank you to the panel. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yes?
Yes. Shh. Rajan, we're listening.
Maybe it's gone. No, there we go. I'm going to ask you a favour. Earlier on, Jessica complained that we weren't paying attention to a massive festival, certainly in the States, and certainly in many parts of Europe. And guess what? We actually thought about that. And so, Daniela, I'm going to ask you to put this cape on me.
love dressing up like a witch.
Ooh, that's the hood. That's the other way around, isn't it? Oh, it's that way around, is it? Okay, right, go on then. Yeah. Okay, yeah, yeah.
Luckily, we know each other quite well.
I've got to say, I'm quite pleased that I'm not back in London, where this it's so huge. This you got it. Yeah, go on. Oh, I got the hood as well.
Now I need a photo. Sorry.
I've got to say, I'm glad I'm not back in London, because I'm like one of those Scrooges who, you know, when the kids come around and knock on your door, like every blinking 10 minutes on Halloween night, asking for trick or treat money or whatever, I hide behind the sofa because it's just relentless. But I'm glad to say, to counter the post-lunch slump, to give us some energy, an energy boost, it's trick or treat time. And can I ask somebody here to hand round the sweets that we've got here for the audience in order to enjoy? It's time for a sugar rush. Good. Oh, what? Yeah. I'm not sure how long I'll keep this on for, but anyway. Yay. So good, refreshed and buzzing again. We're going to carry on for the next 2 sessions. Now listen, we've just been talking about marketing, and this industry is brilliant at coming up with snappy buzzwords: responsible travel, experiential travel, sustainable travel, transformational travel. And now this one, what we've all heard about, is regenerative travel. You can't really hear me? It's not, is it my fault? Or is it my fault? Yeah. Regenerative travel, can you hear me? Yep. That's the one we're going to talk about today. But what does it mean? Yes, sustainability is evolving, but into what? While some see regenerative travel as a natural progression from sustainability, others argue it demands a radical paradigm shift. And this is especially visible in luxury travel, where guests have the time and the means to engage deeply. Now, regenerative travel may involve travelers helping scientists in data collection, participating in reforestation, or choosing resorts that invest profits into landscape restoration. The idea is that travel can have a net positive impact. Yet beneath all these actions lies a fundamental debate. Can regeneration be standardized, or does true transformation resist rigid frameworks? To have that discussion and to chair that discussion, I'm delighted to bring up on stage a man who had an accident recently, which is why he's going to hobble up on stage with a what they call it again? Walking, what they called again? Yes, that thing, yeah. Please welcome on stage Dr. Willy Legrand, who is the Department of Tourism, Hospitality and Events Professor in the National University of Applied Sciences. Well done. Well done, Willy.
All right, check. Yeah, first and foremost, thanks very much for the intro. You've all got Haribo candies, I think. And not wanting to do so, but you've actually helped my region a lot. I live in the city of Bonn, and Haribo stands for the founder's name, Hans Riegel, Haribo for Bonn, and that's where the headquarters of Haribo are. And you've just helped the community there with your little eating of snacks, so thanks very much for that. The second thing I'd like to mention is, travel is probably the only thing that makes us richer. Unless, of course, you travel by bike, which is usually what I do, and then you slip. So now you're not richer because the MRI are very expensive, and so is the hospital. But generally speaking, yes, travel is something that makes us richer. Having said that, I think it was very interesting today. I'm just going to do a quick intro. I think it was very interesting today what we were talking. There was a lot of discussion around climate, in fact. Tim was the one that actually brought this a little bit to nature, and I was quite happy with that, actually. Because let's face it, on the climate front, you were talking whether we're in a bubble. On the climate front, I would urge you to have a look at the Stocktake report from the Tourism Panel on Climate Change. This is 200 scientists from around the planet. It's real science. And if you look, we are nowhere close to any of the goals we set ourselves. No destinations, no subsector. If you look at cutting the emissions by half by 2030, which is the Glasgow Declaration on Climate Change, we are nowhere near that goal in any sectors. So I understand that we want to pat ourselves in the back, but actually we need to roll our sleeves. That's really what needs to happen. We need to scale big time. I'm going to move this away from climate, however, in this session, because around climate is something which is, I think, quite fascinating in its nature, and its nature-based solution, in its restoration, and it's a story behind regeneration. This is what I'd like to explore with you. You know, there's a famous saying from a German author, Hans Selsberger, you probably know it, tourism destroys what it seeks by finding it. Right? So the question is, can we turn that narrative around, is what I'm looking at with this session right here. There's a couple questions that we want to go through, and one of the questions is regeneration a luxury, question mark? And as you've maybe heard this morning, I like to be provocative as well, and can luxury be regenerative? We were talking about sustainability this morning, let's kick it up one notch. So this was a great session, by the way, about the travelers, and I think we're going to hear a lot about that in this session. And I have three extraordinary experts. I'm really, really happy. It's an all-female panel. May I please ask to the stage Cara Curran, whom we've heard earlier. Thank you, Cara, Managing Director, Sustainable Tourism Consultant. Here we go. Thank you. Can we please ask for Florencia Alo Moreno, General Manager, Western Europe, Intrepid. Florencia, please come up to the stage. And somebody you must know, it's Amanda Ho, co-founder, CEO, Regenerative Travel. Come up. Great. Okay, so I'm going to ask you for a quick intro about what you do in life. And then, but also to get started right away on regeneration. Because we talked about luxury this morning, and we'd like to bring luxury and regeneration together. If you could finish or complete that sentence. Luxury travel used to be about ... but now it's about ... Cara, tell us a little bit about you. I know you were on the panel, but still, for the audience, a little bit about what you do, and then luxury travel used to be about ... and now it's about that.
I think it's a really great segue from the last segment, and I think on Daniela's point, I will be bringing in case studies on destinations. For those of you who don't know me, I have spent 30 years in tourism. Most of my career was working for tourism boards and destinations for governments in developing destinations and managing destinations. And Ireland was one of those unique destinations. We didn't only market our destinations, we also developed and managed the products. So I've been in the Middle East for the past 10 years, and obviously I've moved to some of the largest giga projects in the world, which has been an amazing opportunity, not just to show best practices from other countries that I've admired over many years, but also to accelerate some of the changes that we're able to make. Some people say, oh, it's easy there, they have deep pockets, and I would argue I've never had less money to work with. So I'd like to also deal with that bias sometimes, that it doesn't need to cost more and we can do things more effectively. On luxury, luxury used to be, is it? Okay, luxury used to be about indulgence and conspicuous consumption. But today it's all about measurable impact, transparency, and leaving destinations better than they were.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. Great. Yeah, well noted. Florencia.
Yeah, so I'm Florencia, and I'm the Regional General Manager for West Europe at Intrepid Travel. I'm based in Valencia, which is where we had the head office for West Europe. And I've been at Intrepid for a little bit more than, actually today is my anniversary, 3 years. But I've been working in the industry for quite a while as well, in different parts of the world, in Asia, in Latin America, and now in Europe. So to answer to your question, and from an Intrepid perspective as well, I would say that luxury travel used to be about status, about big brands, luxury in the sense of like massive, status and big brands and first class flights, big hotels. And today we're seeing a trend into luxury actually being about experiences, about people actually trying to connect really with the communities where they're traveling with, to travel slowly, to actually get back home and be able to tell something that maybe not everybody else could see on their traveler. So it's a little bit about that exclusiveness, but from an experience perspective.
Very good, thank you. Amanda?
Thank you, Willie, for having me here. It's an honor to be here in Paris. I'm Amanda Ho. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Regenerative Travel. I started my career as a journalist, actually, and a brand strategist, and ended up falling sideways into tourism. But about 9 years ago, I co-founded Regenerative Travel as an organization that really aims to, I think, transform the nature of travel. We really believe that the future of travel needs to be regenerative. I remember knocking on doors in 2018 talking about regeneration, and pretty much no one really knew what we were talking about, but now we've really grown into a global association representing hotels, tour operators, travel agents, DMCs, nonprofits, and other stakeholders that really believe in this mission. We do marketing for all of our members, really helping them communicate their impact across social and environmental work. We also do education. We have our own training program that really aims to help anyone implement regenerative principles into their operations. And we also work on events and community building for all of our members.
And
oh yes, last question.
Yeah.
Luxury, I think, really used to be about, I think, corporate luxury. So as you mentioned before, like big brands, also exclusivity. But now it's really about, I think, boutique, independent offerings that are truly hard to find and really steeped in nature and place.
This is all very nice, but I have to say that when I travel to some parts in the Middle East, I like to come back to this. There is still plenty of conspicuous consumption. I mean, the brands are there. So I like to revisit this, but before we do this, I want just to pick up on what you've just said, because that regenerative travel, I mean, you have been tracking what affluent travelers look for quite a few years. So what has changed since 2018 to now with those affluent travelers? What has changed in the mindset? Why has the conversation changed? Is it because we're bored with everything that we have, and so we're looking for deeper meaning? It's almost like Maslow's pyramid. You all remember this from your university days. Like we're looking somewhere on top for meaning. Is that what's happening, Amanda?
I think travelers, especially since COVID, are really looking for an opportunity to be transformed. I think hotels and any hospitality provider has truly the best opportunity to really create that shift within the traveler and also the guest by getting them a little bit outside of their comfort zone. So I think that is the true opportunity in terms of luxury, to really create that experience that is authentic and immersive, and it doesn't have to be anything that's performative. I think long gone are the days of wanting to go to Kenya and have the traditional Maasai warrior dance, but it's really about something as simple as a village walk, really getting out there in the community and being welcomed by a local family or a local host. And it's really about really not commodifying any experience.
Is there a base, though, for the properties that you have, a base of, I don't know, an understanding of what luxury is at the property, like a base that everyone can work with, that your luxury travelers say, I will not go to that property because it doesn't have XYZ service? Or is there a certain understanding? I understand the authenticity and so on, but is there, like, I don't know, do they need certain brands of water, or do they need salmon at their breakfast buffet? Or is there things happening like that still, despite the fact that they're looking for new meaning?
I think all of our properties really are, one of our metrics is as everything to be sourced as locally as possible. So I think the true meaning of luxury is to really not have to go and even bring a Coca-Cola or orange juice if that's not available within the region.
Got it. Okay, very good. So Cara, let's turn to you because of the work that you do, which I find quite fascinating, in different continents, and you've talked about the Middle East before. So do you see that consistent, that shift that Amanda was talking, do you see this consistent across the globe? Or not? Or are we talking about a pocket of wealthy people that are in that frame of mind, but still we have plenty of conspicuous consumption going on nevertheless?
Yeah, I think it is not universal. I think the Middle East for me is a very interesting place to be based because we have 200 nationalities. and the diversity between the motivations and drivers from all of those different segments of even the local market are very different. When we design projects, if it's for a Russian customer, it's very different to what we would offer a European. And I guess anyone that's worked in destination development and marketing previously knows that. We segment our audiences, we understand the motivations and drivers, and irrespective whether you're an English-speaking visitor, a British visitor is very different to an American visitor. You know, we look at what their needs and wants are. So I think this is, I think the US is definitely a big base for this. I think Europeans are far more conscious. I think it's different things, and I think actually Wasim mentioned some of this on the panel previously. For the Australians, the Kiwis, you know, it's something else as well. So you do have to adapt your product to the markets that you're dealing with, but I think overall we have to move rapidly. There is no longer time, and I think if I can go back one step on something, I'm going to, the Dutch and Irish are very direct people. So I'm going to, I guess for any of us working, you know, we've been talking sustainability and tourism technically since the Earth Summit in '92, but more so since 2002 when we had the UN Year of Ecotourism. I have done amazing work with the industry from a government perspective where in 2007, 2008, you know, we were showing the industry how to change to be more environmentally sustainable. And it was so easy when you showed them the cost-saving measures. You know, I tell you, if you don't wash your towels, it's going to save you X amount. If you change to LEDs, you're going to save X amount of money. So it's been a no-brainer dealing with the industry and trying to transform the easy things, but getting them to make a commitment that's one step further that actually incurs costs is where the real issues are. And so we really rapidly need to move now from pledges into hard data, measurable impact, and meaningful change. You know, we've had a lot of pledges with the very big brands that we all know in the world, and it's fantastic to say that by 2050, 2080, you expect, you know, your portfolio of 500 assets maybe to be net zero, but we don't have the luxury of time. So for me, we need from immediately, you know, I think the design guidelines that we set, I know in the Middle East on the new projects I work on, we set minimum LED gold or platinum as a building standard. We integrate sense of place, authenticity into the product. I mean, I nearly cried when I arrived in my hotel room here because I see a book telling me about all the things to go and see and do in Hungary, and then the design is a geisha and something else. I mean, I'm in Paris. I haven't been here in a few years. I want a sense of place and authenticity. I want it to be localized. The food is amazing. I had French food. But, you know, these are considerations, and it's really important that we address these things. So.
Yeah, so sometimes we're a bit stuck with our own processes. I've got a very good friend of mine who audits hotels. A lot of them are resorts on islands from the Maldives to Southeast Asia. And he's just reported to me 2 weeks ago, he says, how do we get the chains to, in their purchasing policy, to stop forcing the locals to have farmed salmon from Norway on the buffet halfway around the planet, simply because that's what they have to do, probably because that's what consumers demand, whereas there's local fish. The story goes on and on like this. It's the same way. I've got a colleague who did 6 months of research on local food in Fiji. He's a chef. He went to cook at some of the five-star resort. He says, I've never cooked so much fish and chips my whole life, because most of the tourists came from Australia and asked for fish and chips. So sometimes I'm just wondering to what extent we're stuck. I understand, Amanda, what you said with sort of there's a certain part of luxury that's this, but let's not kid ourselves either to the fact that there is a large portion that's perhaps, maybe they'll tell you that they're looking for authenticity and so on, but you know, around the corner, maybe I can get a burger. I don't know, you know?
No, I agree completely, but I think equally Wasim made a really good point in that. If you ask the consumer what they want, they'll go back to default. But sometimes you have to actually push that change and only give them what they don't think they want.
Right.
I mean, it's a bit like the Apple story. Steve Jobs said if you ask consumers, they wouldn't tell you, you know, and so he went and did it and changed it.
Right.
And I think sometimes if we're really being authentic about what we were doing, you don't. I mean, this is something, I mean, the Middle East is interesting. You know, I've worked in the Saudi, for example. I'm probably advancing going ahead here, but
okay.
you know, a destination that was a blank canvas, which is fantastic on so many levels. Ironically, you would think a place that was never visited previously wouldn't be damaged, had no environmental impact. But what we're seeing is plastics that were washing up on pristine beaches from all around the world, because these problems are global, irrespective whether visitors have ever gone there or not. But what we have is getting that ecosystem in place, which takes time. So yes, there can be a sourcing issue at times in sourcing food to bring it into a destination. But for me, it's about being transparent about that and trying to mitigate that as much as possible and look at your supply chains, make sure that you're building using local materials. All of these things that we know, but just building them in as key indicators that we measure.
All right, thanks so much, Florian. At Intrepid, you traditionally, I guess your travelers were the more sort of conscious type of travelers, but now you're attracting actually a lot of these luxury travelers. Am I correct to say that? So again, maybe from that, like, are you seeing a shift as well, going in line with what Amanda was saying regarding the luxury travelers that are seeking your tours or your products?
Yeah, definitely. I think that first, I'm going back to the definition of luxury. Customers are actually choosing to come with Intrepid because they know that they will get a very different experience of what they will get on their own, or if they are searching on Google, or if they are looking into travel books, or if they will be actually traveling on their own in their countries and their destinations. So we actually do have a premium product that we call Intrepid, which could be connected to the luxury traveler. But this premium product is not because of being at a very five-star hotel or being a very luxury service. It's more about the exclusivity of the trip and of what we are offering. So all about the experiences that they're actually going to experience when they're on the trip. In fact, year on year, we are actually seeing a 19% increase on interest in these premium trips for Intrepid customers, with Egypt, for example, being the top one destination, followed by Sri Lanka and Japan. But, you know, at the end of the day, when we're building these trips, when we are taking travelers into the different destinations, we really try to connect them to the local community. So I think, Ara, you were saying something very interesting now about the local supply chain, about how you actually work together with the community to build this really authentic and positive impact experience for them on the trip. So it's really, when we talk about luxury for us, it's not really about the luxury traveler actually wanting this very premium product, but it's more really about what they will experience on the road, which is why they choose us, and that's how we measure that increase on demand on that 18% year over year. More about the experience that we're offering rather than being known as a luxury tour operator.
Got it. Okay, let's move to regeneration, because that's what you want to hear. So that traditional luxury, sort of bespoke everything, me approach, I mean, obviously that's gone down the drain to a certain extent. Amanda is actually writing a book. She's going to be coming out with this in March. And I'm writing a book. We're both writing books parallel, actually, but you're writing a chapter for my book. And it's all about regenerative tourism, regenerative hospitality, so that's all in the works. So tell us a little bit about regenerative tourism. Is there a little bit of a tension with this idea of the luxury traveler whose approach is very self-centric in many ways? I understand they want to experience it, but why do they want to experience something authentic? It comes down to them, like it's me, I want to have something, so it's me. But in regeneration, it's, if I understand this right, it's community first, it's place first. It's not about me, it's not about you. So tell us a little bit about how you deal with this tension. Tell us a little bit about how at Regenerative Travel you interpret and apply regeneration.
I think it really comes back to this core principle that regeneration starts from within all of us individually, on how we want to interact and also see the world, and also as a traveler, how we want to experience our trips. It's really about being, not extractive as a tourist, but really this idea of reciprocity, really being able to give back, learn, also be able to share your knowledge and also experience with the community itself. So I think with this mindset, it really affects how we all interact with the places that we're going to, how the tourism provider also curates and also creates the travel experience. So I think it really comes back to these core principles of whole systems thinking, which is one of the first principles of regenerative tourism itself, that everything is connected: land, people, wildlife. So everything that we do.
Worms. We just saw worms as well.
Everything is interconnected and affects one thing after another. I think we talked about honoring sense of place. So we look at architecture, working with local artisans. So that, of course, also really affects the travel experience. But then again, I think when it also really comes back to experiences itself and how that is facilitated. So I think this concept of regenerative travel, I think, everyone is, I think, criticizing or really looking at the difference between sustainability versus regeneration. But we really believe that this is a deep movement, but also conceptually in terms of a holistic practice, that it's inherently ingrained in how we want to interact and also build a travel company and experience that to be more giving back in terms of reciprocity and not just extracting.
So there's something very restoring about it.
Active process of renewing and restoring.
Renewing, restoring. So in fact, I mean, I've been thinking about this. We all go on with sustainability, but in fact, I'm super critical. I've been writing about this for 20 years, and I find that sustainability has been really badly applied in our industry to make it the least possible worse somehow. I would argue that we need now regeneration ahead of sustainability. We need regeneration, and we can have sustainability afterwards, once we have regenerated. Do you see what I mean? In some ways, we're looking at this differently now. We sort of think, oh, we need to sustain, but maybe then regeneration. But in fact, that paradigm shift needs to happen, possibly, right?
I think it's the way I think all of our owners and members also do business. There is a fundamental belief that there can be aligned profit and also like people, planet, profit. There's an opportunity to also not isolate one or the other. And the way that they do business is that we have to also keep everything in terms of the community in mind. So there's not isolated decisions that may override, okay, we have to scale, but leave behind regeneration and sustainability.
I'd love to have the discussion about whether we can move the capital towards regeneration rather than extraction, but I think that's going to be for beer after this thing. I'd like to move, Florenza, to you again. How would you then describe, along perhaps similar line, I would imagine, to Amanda, that regenerative experience? And then more importantly, perhaps, is can you scale this regenerative experience? I mean, can it be mass almost, I feel like saying, regenerative experience? Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually think, again, Intrepid is a good example about that, because we really operate over 1,000 trips to 120 countries. Yeah. And we can talk about Intrepid actually scaling quite a lot in the last 35 years. But I do feel that you need to find a balance in that. And if you do this by implementing a similar framework into every place that you're going, as a big business that's expanding, I think it's possible to actually ensure that you are respecting the regenerative experiences and travel within the destination. So just to give a few examples, when we go into a new destination or when we are developing a new trip for a country that we are already operating trips, we really take that community-first approach. We think, how can we actually come into this destination and do really something good for this destination? We talk to tourism boards, we talk to local NGOs, we work with local suppliers. In fact, 87% of our suppliers globally are locally owned. So we really try to make sure that the community is involved in every single step that we're doing when we enter into a new destination. And this is like the framework that we implement in every country that we go. When I started at Intrepid, I was in charge of developing Europe, West Europe. And 2 years ago, I opened the office in Spain. This year, I'm opening the one in Italy. And we are growing quite quickly. We are coming to France in just a few years, next year probably. So when you do this and when you're growing and expanding, you just have to make sure that the community is a key element of your plan, of your business plan. And one really good way to actually do this is that when you're entering into a new destination, in the case of Intrepid, for example, again, we ensure that we have a local team. So in every destination that we go, we have a local team, someone that already understands the values, the culture, respects the local country, you know what to do, what you cannot do. So already having that helps you to actually respect that community, and you make sure that entering into that community is actually creating both parts are winning, the local community, the business, but as well the travelers, because they're going to get something that they probably won't be able to get on their own again. So I think it's possible to scale, but you definitely need a good framework that you can implement in the destinations, but always ensuring that you put the local community first and the destination first.
Are you worried about the authenticity claims? I mean, there's a lot of businesses now that provides authentic whatever. Is it the same worry that you have with sustainability claims, like authentic this, authentic that? But how, isn't that in the eye of the beholder a little bit, this authenticity? I just don't know how to get around it. I'm just really worried. Same for regenerative, by the way, as we know, about the claims around authenticity.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that word is used very frequently and lightly, yeah. And I think it's good to define that, same as with luxury. I think you need to define that depending on the travelers and what you're doing in the business as well. But I do really believe that there is definitely a way of actually being able to put together these authentic experiences for the travelers. You just have to, as I've mentioned earlier, make sure that you're doing this in collaboration with the local community, because if you just come from the outside and you want to do it, it's not going to work.
It's not going to work. So regenerative claims, since you're traveling the world and you work with all those hotels and so on, are there red flags for you that you see right away of a company that claims to be regenerative and you say, oof?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be calling out any individual
examples,
but there are many. I mean, as I said earlier, you know, I mean, there was very high-profile cases that you all are aware of in the media where mistakes were made by OTAs or others in terms of how they gave green certification and other things, and I think they're really making up for that now and doing a fantastic job and really being more robust in interrogating whether these individual businesses are really doing something in a meaningful way. And I think we can't lose track. I mean, I'm of the view and been around long enough to have heard all of the multiple new terms, and it can be a distraction. And even now within the academia, there isn't consensus about what regeneration is. I think it's really important that we always balance all of the triple bottom line approach to what we're doing, because yes, the community should be the fundamental stakeholders and absolutely endorse everything that's happening and be co-creators in what they're doing, but we can't lose sight of the environmental impact or the importance of money. I mean, at the end of the day, we need that money to reinvest in the destinations where we are. I think for me, why it's scalable, I guess my focus for as long as possible, I mean for 20 years really, has been how do we use technology to really advance in a credible way what we're doing. And there's so many effective solutions that enable us to do that at scale. I would say, arguably, to be truly regenerative, it's much easier in a rural setting. Outside of urban areas, you can have a greater impact in terms of what you're doing. I think that's going to be something that we'll have to look in the context when we talk about the principles of regenerative, what that looks like from an urban perspective. But I think anyone that is going in and master planning a greenfield or a brownfield site today has to be really rigorous from the scientific analysis before you ever do. And there were really great examples yesterday that would be parallel with what we've done from the French examples. The master planning, the planning that goes into some of these destinations takes 10 years before you ever put a foot on the ground. When I worked on Expo 2020, for example, the World Fair, we were very conscious of the mistakes that mega events had and the non-legacy aspects. You know, I was really pleased to see on the news the day I arrived that the Winter Olympics, the accommodation that they're building, has already been earmarked to be used for student accommodation post the Winter Olympics here in France. So this is where that legacy piece in an urban context is really, you know, a good metric as an indicator of what you can do. But when we look at nature-based solutions, that's much easier in non-urban locations.
We heard this morning, what you can't measure, you cannot manage. Famous quote, I think from Drucker, or I don't remember. Yes, we've heard that. So I want to pick this up because in regeneration, Amanda, you said systems thinking, and if you think about natural systems, measurements. I mean, you don't measure, animals don't measure themselves. You kill the animal measuring the animals. So in systems thinking, so how do we go about measuring our progress? I mean, we know that operators want the metrics and the KPIs, and the owners want to see a return, the travelers want to see impact. So all of that screams measurement. screams in some ways standardization and KPIs. Is that how regeneration is going to go down the line? Do we need this, or are we too stuck in our thinking when we actually needs to be systems thinking approach? I don't know who wants to pick this up. Amanda, do you want to go for it?
I think there definitely needs to be a baseline for understanding, of course, your environmental metrics of like waste, water, and energy. But then I think what's more interesting and what we really focus on regenerative travel is really looking at community impact. So I think Fogo Island Inn has a really brilliant system called the economic nutrition model, and it's a really wonderful way that really shows how much money stays in the local community. So per bed night, they've been able to calculate, okay, 65% of this bed night is actually staying within the island itself, and then they also measure regionally versus state, and then also in the broader context of the country. So I think as a traveler, that's what I would want to know. Am I supporting a business that's international, and I'm traveling to India, and then the money is, being sent elsewhere? But if I'm actually going to travel and support this local business or project, and the money is staying 90% within the region. So I think those are the more important measurements around regeneration that we really believe are important.
So it's actually driven, like place-based driven, in
Place-based,
fact.
yeah.
So, okay. Cara, and then Florenza, please.
I think for us to be credible today, I mean, there's been a huge amount of greenwashing, and I think now more than ever, not only consumers but the media, everyone, the level of scrutiny is really critical. I worked on setting up the Red Sea project in Saudi, which some of you may have heard of, and from the outset, the site, just to give you some context, is the same size as Belgium. So technically a site the size of a country. 70% of that was earmarked from day one for conservation. So there was agreement that they were only ever going to hit a cap of 1 million visitors in total by the time the project is fully developed, but it also regeneration was built in from day one. So we set a target of 30% net biodiversity gain as one of the KPIs that needed to be measured. And one of the other really critical components is the Red Sea is actually one of the only environments in the world right now where coral is thriving. So a big part of the work that we did was with universities and scientists to understand that, but also so that shared learning could benefit other destinations as well. But what is really important is that it's independently audited. It's not good enough for any destination, and more so, let's be real, people are going to doubt certain destinations. There's always, the media has a definite negative focus when it comes to the Middle East. I'm acutely aware of that. So it means you have to be even more credible and really independently have your KPIs and indicators, measured, and you report transparently on what you're doing.
Very good, thank you. Florenza, I'd like to pick up with you. Are there regenerative outcomes that you also measure? And perhaps you can answer the question, you or anyone else, is there anything that is beautifully unmeasurable that we should also embrace? Go ahead.
So to the first question, I totally agree with Amanda, by the way, which is that community impact that you can actually measure. And it's important to see how much the local community actually gets in return from and benefits from the tourism activity. When it comes to things that are beautifully unmeasurable,
yes.
sorry, in there. I would give two examples. I think the first one, it's definitely, you cannot measure the pride that a tour guide or a tour leader actually feel when they are sharing their stories to travelers that come from all over the world, and they are, they're feeling so proud of their country and having this, audience listening to them. So that's something that you will never measure, and I think it's beautiful because it's what actually keeps the tour leaders and the tour guides continue loving their job. And the second thing that I think it's amazing that we are not measuring as well is we do a lot of experiences at Intrepid that we, for example, in Morocco, we take the group to the house of a family where they cook together. In the Basque Country, we take them to a fishing village and they talk to the woman, which is the head of the family, and she shares all these stories with the group. And the group, they never imagined they would actually experience that. And what they're feeling and that intercultural connection is something that we will never be able to measure, but it's beautiful that it's not measured. So those are my two examples.
Wonderful, thank you. We're coming to an end. I'd like to just ask you one quick thing. I'm going to design two paths. I love binaries because it forces people. If you find a third way, then be my guest. Path 1, you choose and then you tell us why, 30 seconds. Path 1 is a standardized frameworks that scale globally for regeneration. That is unified metrics, shared principles, consistent implementation across continent. Boom, so that we know what we're talking about. Path B is authentic local solutions that resist standardization. Each community defines regeneration to its own term, deeply rooted in space or place. Amanda, which path?
I think we definitely have to think local as possible, because I think there is no, I mean, of course we have to look at global standards, but every solution really needs to be truly local, and also add to their other question of things that are unmeasurable is resonance of a destination. So I think that can only be felt on the ground.
Very good, thank you. Florianza.
I actually think a combination of both, because at the end of the day, we definitely have to keep the community in mind first, but if you're growing for scaling, you also have to have the word went out from my mind, but you need to have like a standardization so you can actually scale, but keeping the community first approach. So I would say a combination of both.
Thank you. Cara?
I agree completely. We need to standardize the principles and the frameworks, but we need to localize it based on every destination, based on the dynamics of what's needed. Everywhere has different challenges and problems, so it needs to be localized.
Thank you so much. Being better travelers, better citizens, and better humans in a process, I'd like you to please say thank you to our fantastic panelists. Thank you so much. Amanda, Florence, Cara, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Take your time, Willie. Okay. So I've still got this on. Okay, if I could just get your attention, please. This is the last session. Yes, I've still got this cape on. I'll take it off in a second. Willie, don't you use you're a professor, don't you use these kind of capes? Yeah. I'll give this to you afterwards. Yeah. Right, we are now at the last session, and I would possibly say the most important session, because it's about the next generation. The next generation of people who are both going to be travelers, but also working in the travel industry. Now, we know there's been a huge problem with recruitment of young people into this industry. The next panel is very much about tackling that, and also getting the views of students, young people, about the legacy that we have given them. Because we have been responsible for the planet they're inheriting. We've been responsible for the travel industry they're inheriting. And I really want to find out right now what their analysis is, what their judgment is of how we've done. And to enable this, I'm pleased to welcome that perennially young man, Christian DeLong.
I would say boo, boo. Yes, it is a very important session, by the way, because we are speaking about future. The future, not our future, but their future. Because we're working not only for you, for ourselves. We're working for the next generations. And they are not separated from us. We say Gen Z, we say Millennium, Gen Z, Generation Alpha, but they're all the same. We are not to split them. They are all together in the same team. And it's my pleasure now to ask Nech Jews to join me, because WTTC, who is, Nech is the head and director of research of WTTC. WTTC has realized a research about the workforce, and we want to hear some lessons from them that we can use afterwards with the panel. Please, you can go there if you want, or sit if you prefer.
Is there a clicker? Is there a clicker?
You have the click? Yes.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is still awake. It's been a long day. It is a very last session, so... it is a very last session, so I'm glad to see quite a few people still here. So I'm delighted to present to you today our latest report on the future of work in travel and tourism, a very hot topic for the sector. So this report examines the trends related to the future of workforce and opportunities, drawing on global survey, interviews, as well as data modeling. The report was a great collaboration between the Ministry of Tourism of Saudi Arabia, Couragio Group, Mars Partnership, and the Hong Kong Polytechnic University as well. So our sector is a global powerhouse for growth. In 2024, it supported 357 million jobs, 10% of all jobs globally. And over the next decade, the sector is set to create 91 million new jobs. That's 1 in 3 of all jobs globally. But in order to capitalize on this opportunity, we have to solve challenges with regards to skills and labor. But before I delve in some of the results, just some of the context first. During COVID, our sector was devastated. 70 million jobs were lost in 2020 alone. This then led to staff shortages in a period, post-pandemic period, when businesses were ready to hire again. And even today, when employment levels are back to the pre-pandemic levels, we are seeing staff shortages in many industries of the sector, including hospitality, for professionals such as chefs, as well as housekeeping staff, for instance. Then another challenge, which is specific to advanced economies, to higher income economies, is aging and declining working age populations, which is having an impact, a negative impact on the available labor supply. In addition, tourism growth is outstripping the overall economy and the available labor supply. And then there are, of course, technological advances, rapid rise of AI, and our survey result shows that there is a significant gap when it comes to technological and digital literacy skills amongst workers. As part of our research, we conducted the forecasting analysis looking at demand and supply projections for labor until 2035 for the next decade ahead, trying to determine the gap between the two. And the results are striking, alarming in fact. We are projecting over 43 million job vacancies, which are also opportunities over the next decade, representing a 16% gap between demand and supply. 20 million of these 43 million will be for lower skilled jobs. And some of the key reasons behind these shortages is that travel and tourism growth is outstripping overall economy, as well as available labor supply, therefore creating gaps, as well as then we also have aging population, which I mentioned before, which is having an impact on the overall labor supply. As part of our survey, we asked respondents what they thought were key skills in terms of the importance for the next decade, as well as what they think are the biggest gaps. We looked at 3 different types of roles. We looked at managerial roles, customer-facing, and operational roles. And you can see some of the skills here. Creative thinking, for instance, critical thinking, analytical skills, resilience, flexibility, and leadership and management as well. And common thread across all types of roles is the lack of technological and digital literacy. There are opportunities for the sector, but in order to seize these opportunities, we have to tackle labor shortages and skills shortages. We need to attract young talent by promoting the sector. We need to provide leadership programs and clear promotion pathways in order to boost retention. We have to harness technology to boost productivity. And we have to enhance labor mobility across borders and within borders by, for instance, providing favorable visa regimes. We have to tackle skill shortages by strengthening links between education and business, expanding qualification, and providing lifelong learning for all the employees. So our sector is a powerhouse for global growth, and it provides opportunities for millions of people around the world. With the right forward planning, as well as by investing in skills, labor, and technology, we can ensure that our sector remains resilient and future-ready. So I'll pause here for now. I think I was in 5 minutes, hopefully.
You're marvelous. Thank you
Perfect.
very much. Thank you, Ned. To comment these figures and these insights, I'd like to ask Anne Lotter, who is Executive Director of the GTTP, and Jean-Michel Chapuis, Dr. Jean-Michel Chapuis, who is Professor at the Panthéon-Sorbonne, to join me. But my first question would be a follow-up of your research to Nedj. I'd like to see and to know from your research more precisely what are the skills and how can you quantify them that you have seen in your surveys?
Sure. So I think on one of my slides I showed what the key skills are for different job roles.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the common skills emerging were resilience, lifelong learning, flexibility, critical thinking, problem solving, and these are some of the skills that have to be taught from a very young age. And I think GTTP here is doing a great job in teaching those skills, and I think that's great. And also, and then we also have digital skills that are needed amongst all, across all roles.
It sounds like these skills are not belonging to the travel and tourism industry only. And what strikes me, most of them are very, very close to the skills demanded by the care sector. So it's interesting to see that there are bridges between different sectors.
Travel and tourism really is a combination of different industries. I think there's a common misperception amongst, amongst other people about travel and tourism just being about hospitality, but it really offers jobs for engineers, lawyers, chefs, economists.
So we can consider maybe that tourism and travel and tourism is a lab for the other sectors. Could be. It's not the position we have taken. We're not the lab sometimes. So I have now a question to Anne. Anne, how do you feel education systems are teaching those same skills or not?
Yeah, I think this is a very poor area, and we focus on 16 to 19-year-olds because when you think about when is the cycle starting of somebody considering getting into a job in travel and tourism, it's not actually at 18 because by then they're inundated and they possibly have even chosen their route into work or into further education. So we start at 16 with them. And when I go to schools and I look at what they deliver in schools, what is really evident to me is so many of the structure of teaching travel and tourism at school level is poor. It's often around geography. It's very heavily focused on data and information, and it's not really about the sector at all. And when you ask the teaching staff, where have you come from? What is your origin? Often they're from elsewhere, and they've been asked to come in and teach this sector. And I think there's a lot we can do, actually, at high school in the education system. And what Nate was saying a moment ago, we ought to be teaching every single young person these skill sets because they're very transferable, and if we get those right, they will take them into whatever industry they choose to go in further on down in their career.
What strikes me is also that these skills are not carried from one part of the travel and tourism sector to another part. For instance, from hospitality to the airlines. There are similar skills needed, and nobody's really think about joining one or the other sector.
No, so we have a core program which is called Passport to the World, and it's an introduction to travel and tourism. And we try to introduce our students to every sector. For us, it's a very complex eco sector that we all work in, but we have an understanding of it. When they come at 16, they have no understanding of it. So by introducing them to those different sectors and cross-fertilizing that learning and the soft skills learning, those kinds of skills that they can take on with them, I think is valuable at any age earlier in the education process.
One question to Nedj. Are the sectors cooperating within WTTC on these purposes, just to share the skills?
Is to share what, sorry?
Skills and people and employees. It's a
trying to
question for you because you are in WTTC.
So what was the exact question?
The question is the different part of the sector, I mean airlines, cruise, hospitality, hotels and so on, are they cooperating together to develop these skills and to share them?
I think we should do more of that. I don't think there is enough.
Mike.
Sorry. I think we should do more of that. I don't think there is enough. There are certain initiatives in place. We are collaborating, for instance, with GTTP. We are supporting them. And I think we need to see more of that in order to attract youngsters into the sector, but also to make them future ready for the careers.
So, Anne, how does the GTTP help bridge what's missing between schools and the professional world?
Well, we are a Business and Education Alliance. We work very closely with industry, and I think one of the things we can do to really engage these young people and make them think a little bit more laterally, perhaps, than they are, is the way we educate them. It's very experiential, so they go out and they look at the industry and they find out how it works and they experience it for themselves, and I think that's very enriching for them. We also look at the teachers, because so many of the education staff, they've just been asked to teach this in their schools, but they've had no training themselves. So we train our teachers in delivering our curriculum so they have a better and a broader understanding of what it's all about and how they can deliver it and how they can excite these young people. It's a fantastic industry to work in, and we've got to get that message across to our youth and to show them what it's like. And using role models, using people who can really show that pathway is very important. A part of
you can check it?
Pardon?
You can check it afterwards?
Well, I try.
Jean-Michel, I've said you're a professor in the Sorbonne. So among all academics disciplines, how strong is tourism education in volume and recognition?
First of all, Christian, thank you very much for having me in the panel. Just 2 seconds to introduce myself, because I'm newcomers for this panel and this society. I define myself as a tour operator for educational tourism. It means, like, as a professor with the student and we are creating learning experiences, co-creating learning experiences. And as professors, we do have the science arts to do and finding new things. For what I see, what I feel is like we get something like couples of 10,000 students per year in the higher education in France, in hospitality, about the same thing in tourism. The recognition is quite good from the Ministry of Education, for instance, and all the national entities. Perhaps the weakness I can see is tourism science does not exist by itself. Basically, it's application of many different sciences from management, marketing, sociology, geography, and so it means like it's difficult to get the budget specifically for tourism and tourism education, at least for France.
So have you seen an evolution in the profile of students joining your master's programs in background, motivation, skills?
That's a good question. Evolution there was, evolution there will be as well. Probably what's common from the past up to the future is that like tourism is attracting people, attracting talents who both want to travel for life as well as getting a job locally, which is, I think, it's one of the big markers for the industry. The second one, for the master degree, it means like the motivation is pulled by the willingness to work in team. Probably the main characteristic I can see within the students. The main challenge we see all together nowadays is about the skills. Some of them we know how to learn to make them get used by the user. For example, critical thinking or leadership. That's quite common for decades. The problem is like the mixed skills we will have to develop with AI and hospitality, AI and tourism, or for example, controlling people in distance with cloud computing. So that's a big challenge for the future.
And which competencies you develop in tourism courses that could serve the other sectors?
Good question.
I've mentioned one, care.
Yeah. At master level, from what most of the students I can see is growing from operational background, most of them, and merging them, crystallizing them was more IT skills, understanding about the infrastructure, the value chain of the industry, and digital actors. I think that's the point in the future, as well as the one you've mentioned, of course.
Yeah, okay. And could early year tourism students that you are caring and you are looking at, could they curriculum evolve to better prepare them for advanced studies and for industry needs?
Yes, most definitely it could. I mean, I think we start at that earlier age group again, but we put in core competencies. You know, sustainability is such a big part of the industry and it's not taught very often in school setting. So ensure we've got those core competencies covered and ensure that they get out and they actually visit the industry and they experience the industry, because that's such a positive thing for them to do. And I think also how we measure the outcomes rather than putting them through a set of exams. For example, I know in France, our GTTB students in France, they put together a portfolio with some reflective skills in there, some critical thinking skills in there, and that all helps them prepare for their next stage, should they be going into further education rather than, but also if they're going straight into work, I think those skills can transfer into the workplace as well.
Good. And Naj, could this better alignment of education and skills help address the global shortage of work for the sector, for tourism?
Yes, absolutely. I also want to say one of the key challenges that came out from our interview process for the research project was that employers don't think that youngsters have enough practical skills. So we have to work on internships. You know, I met this girl in the reception today when I left the hotel, and she works 2 days a week in the reception, and she studies for the rest of the time, which I think is a great combination of, you know, getting real-life exposure to hospitality, but then also, you know, learning skills at the university. So we need to see more of that. And also updating curriculum is very important, as you mentioned, with the latest skills and trends.
No, thank you. Now let's hear from those who embody the future, and please welcome our 2 Sorbonne students.
Zoé and Alexia.
So, first of all, I want you to introduce yourself, and we can go with you first.
So, hello. Yes. My name is Zoe Rischuker. It's working now. Okay. I'm currently doing a master's degree in tourism and hospitality management. I'm passionate about sustainability in hospitality, and this is why I'm doing my studies at IRES.
Hi everybody, I'm Alexis, I'm 21. So same as Zoe, I'm doing a master's degree, but in the first year in hospitality. And the past 4 years I was in data and finance, so it's very interesting, I guess. And I would like to create my hostel somewhere in the world, maybe more hostel, but I will see.
You have ambition.
Yeah.
That's good. First of all, we'd like to see a video that you have prepared with your fellow student, and then we can show the video first.
I think that tourism can help us live better together. Tourism can educate people and create bridges between people. So
role of tourism is connect people between them.
The tourism will never stop.
C'est un véritable avenir. The tourism will play an important role in connecting cultures and supporting local economies.
I believe that tourism can really help us to improve our understandings about our world, our environment, and of course, each culture and each other.
Pour aider à prendre conscience de la crise climatique. Today we have the power to change the mind of the tourists.
It will focus more on sustainability and helping people discover the world in a respectful and responsible way.
We have the key and we have to change that.
Alors moi j'imagine le tourisme de demain comme une force positive.
I think that the future of tourism will be full of promises and challenges.
Et évoluer de plusieurs manières.
With the data managing, especially with the AI. With the rise of social networks and artificial intelligence.
Government and industry professionals will work together to build a more sustainable model.
People will travel and stay in the place longer.
One point important is why we go so far. Maybe we have to encourage the tourism of proximity.
Why do I want to work in the tourism industry? Yeah, it's really simple.
I wanted to work in the tourism industry because I enjoy meeting people from different places and making their experience memorable.
I want to work in tourism because I want people to feel like they're at home, even though they're away from home.
It's because I love my islands, Tahiti and its islands, and I would like to contribute to the development of my islands.
À peu près tout ce que j'aime, les rencontres, l'organisation, la culture.
Les études à l'IRES et le tourisme en général me permettent d'avoir un échange culturel varié.
Changes the way you see the world.
I want to work in tourism because I think it's important to keep in touch the human relation and not only the internet and all this stuff.
And yeah, I want to work in this field to help create those kind of moments and experiences that bring people closer and make the world a bit more open and kind.
Je veux avoir un impact surtout sur le futur et j'ai envie d'en faire partie.
I like to ask you the same questions. Why are you wanting to work for tourism in the future?
To meet new peoples, to create experiences, to discover new places and rediscover our own places.
And you, Alexei?
I love traveling, and the main thing about that is to just meet other cultural and other people from other countries. And I think it's the main reason for me just to work in tourism, to share my culture with other people, and yeah, for the rest of my life.
When we prepared this session with you, you told me that you began your studies, your university study, academic studies, in data analysis. Why changing?
Yeah, so it's a bit surprising. So I have a bachelor degree in data and a master in finance and insurance, but well. And 2 years ago, 2 years and a half, I started to travel alone around Europe in a lot of countries. And I discovered the concept of hostel. It was unknown for me. And the first night, I knew that I wanted to create my hostel. And at this time, it was strange because I was in internship for 2 years as a data analyst in Lyon. And I discovered to work in an office. And no, it wasn't for me. I need speak with people and not to be in front of a computer all of my day. And yeah.
So it's just you change your mind? I didn't.
Yeah. And maybe in the next years my mind will change, but I hope I'm open for everything right now. But I think it's the first time in my life that I have a goal, and I want to work in a field, in a specific field.
And what about you, though? You began with management, accounting?
Yes, accounting. I had the same experience that Alexis. I did some internship, for example, in human resources, and I was missing something. So I think the fact of connecting with people creates something real. Have an experience, and I refine this in tourism and in the hospitality industry especially.
To you both, one question, because we can begin with you, Alexei. What what does excite you most about working in tourism today? Why today? Because do you forecast that tourism is going to change, or are you happy with tourism as it is today?
As we saw everybody here from today and yesterday, this industry is very challenging and with high risk, by the way, but I want something challenging in my life, and the fact that everything, I think it's possible in tourism in the next decade. So, yeah, for me this is the reason, because it's challenging.
How about you, Suri?
I agree. I think it's really important to have some challenge in life and to have a goal. So I like to improve and have new interests, and tourism is changing every day. So.
And last question, but not least, do you see yourself in the industry in 10 years from now, and what role would you play? That's a very difficult question.
Yeah. Yeah, on hostels.
Except hostels, maybe.
I think that I will work in hospitality, but as an owner, and with the goal to put my vision of tourism and to create something that represents myself in hospitality.
Why not applying to Accor, for instance?
I'm sorry?
Why not are you applying to Accor?
Oh. Or
Marriott or Intercontinental? Big ones.
I think that I won't be the owner of. I think it's.
There is something more than being an owner. Why do you want
to be a leader? And I think that I could be a leader. I'm not a leader right now, but I could be a leader, and I believe in me, and I want to take the risk. If it don't work, it's okay. I will move in the industry as an employee.
I have the same question for you, Zoe, but it's different. Your point of view is different, I know.
No, I understand what he's saying. You don't have. You can have your own decision. You are the master of your of your destiny, but I'm not sure about what I want to do with my life after. To be really honest, but I think I will work with the different opportunities, and we'll see.
So I have a question, but you need not to listen to Jean-Michel. If you could change one thing about how tourism is taught or perceived, what would you do? What would it be?
That to work in tourism is difficult, and that right now I think the image of tourism is a field that is like pollution, is bad for the planet and everything, and it's like what people discussed here is to change this mentality, and that people could travel sustainable.
Okay, and you, Zoe? something to change in the way you are taught tourism in the Sorbonne, of course.
In 10 years?
No, now?
No.
If you would change something, suggest something, maybe.
What would I change? It's a huge question. Maybe a different way of traveling, not improve the train station and I don't know. Use less footprint carbon and.
Okay, and you, Jean-Michel, what would you change in the way you are teaching tourism?
Well, that's for sure a difficult question. I guess I think the most difficult thing is we need to teach something that we don't know. And in the past, it was the case. Like all the jobs, like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, people say, oh, I don't know what kind of job I will have and whatever, but we can still train them for skills. Probably what's changing nowadays is like we don't even know which tool we are going to use because the AI is going to revolutionize completely the way education is processed. So that makes things difficult, and how to include more, to have the AI helping us, all of us, in learning for the future.
So I'd like you, the three experts, to answer a question after listening to the students. After hearing these new voices, can we and how can you, in fact, re-enchant, but we collectively, re-enchant the attractiveness of tourism careers?
I agree with you. Like, I'm pretty sure that the tourism industry is quite special. You can be as big as hundreds of thousands of employees in company, or be your sole entrepreneur and be by yourself a leader controller. So that's really attracting people. The second one is like you can work everywhere in the world, including at home. It's very special for this industry. So that's probably the two things really attracting people. The rest you can change. Like you can be in a restaurant, working in a restaurant, can be working in a hotel, you can be working as a guide, tourist guide. It's basically the same thing.
What about you, Han?
Well, do you know what I'm remembering? We hold a student conference every year, and we ask our students to produce a piece of research. And last year, we asked them to produce research which showed how social media can be used to attract talent to travel and tourism. And we got some really interesting results. And one of the things that stood out for me was influencers. Go and find influencers. They will attract us more than anything else. And it was something that perhaps we as educators hadn't really even considered, but finding strong influencers will benefit young people wanting to come into the industry.
Ned, you
I think we have to change the outward branding overall and also highlight opportunities that are available, including leadership roles in the future. And we have to really make sure that students from a very young age understand that there is clear career pathway in travel and tourism, and highlight positive stories. There are many people who joined, through lower skill jobs, and then they progress to higher roles. So we have to highlight all of these opportunities.
Okay, Alexis, Zoe, do you agree? Is it enough?
Yeah, it's three points of view, quite similar, but different at the same time. And yeah, but I'm just a student. I'm just discovering the tourism industry right now. But like you said, yeah, I think, yeah.
You're convinced, in fact. Your conviction is high.
Oh, okay.
And Zoe?
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. I think it's the way of thinking and the way of see the different, like on the social networks, it can be bad, but it's not always, we can see different things.
And do you fear AI?
No.
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 Definitely.
For me, tourism will evolve with data, and every industry should use data. But AI will help the big companies in the tourism industry But like for small company, I'm not sure that it will be useful.
And Zoe?
For this one, I disagree. I think AI is a tool, like another one. I think at the beginning of internet, it was different, and people was not really happy with it. And so, if we educate people about AI, it can be a really great tool, and not. It's not like a new job. It's another thing.
Okay, thank you. Education is not only about learning skills. It's about finding meaning. You told them you have meaning. You have really convictions, and we thank you for that. And hopefully, if you can convince your colleague, it could be very interesting. I want the students to climb and to join us, all the students of the picture, because you collaborated, all of you, to this session.
Other way around.
Well, there you go. Thank you so much. Such an important panel. This is the future, let's face it. Okay, I'm just going to wind things down. If you just take your seats, please. Just at Frederick. Okay, that is it for this year. I think it's been a really fantastic conference. I have been to a few, well, I've emceed a few of these. Might be the best one, probably is the best one. I think the level of commitment of the people who have come here, both participants and audience, panelists, speakers, everything, has been top notch. I love the idea that we've invented a new award for peace, which Aziz, who is still here, received. Yep. And I just want to thank you because, listen, it's the end of second day and the turnout has been absolutely fantastic, which is, I think, a tribute as well to the quality of the panels and the content that we've had. I just want to give some final thanks to Laurie, who Daniela mentioned earlier on, who's done so much hard work in creating this whole event, really. The whole agenda is her. Every person has talked to her. She is intense and rigorous and comprehensive, and she takes no enemies. Oh, is that the right phrase? She suffers no fools. And also to the production team, Julie, who's still working there, Juliet. All of you there.
Rajan, I wanted to do it.
You do it.
I wanted to say thank you to my team.
I was going to say,
but
then I'm going to bring...
But I wanted to start with thank you guys,
you can.
the last line of defense and
I'm
the
doing
front
now-
line for the future.
Frederick, all I'm doing now is going to introduce you and Christian to come up on stage and say your final thoughts.
Okay, merci monsieur. Eh, thank you to Rajan as well. Fantastic. The best. Rajan, you're simply the best. Juliette, Julie, venez. Come on stage, come on. You have been working hard. Jojo, Satine. Thank you for being there. Thank you for fighting with us. Christian, what are you doing? Christian. Hey, Christian Delon and Rajan, come. Many thanks to all of you, to the sponsors, the speakers, the experts, the audience. You are just amazing, and it gives us a lot of energy for next year. We have a lot of ideas listening to you, and we are still we're already preparing the next edition, and I hope you'll join us there. And thank you very much. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the dinner in Paris, and take care. And see you next year.